It Came with the Crash. Written by Boris Bacic. Narrated by Christopher Gatterdam. The crash. Silence hung in the airplane. Sam looked out the window, greeted with rows of behemoth-like clouds far under the plane. His eyelids became heavy. He raised his hand to look at his wristwatch. It was just after 3 p.m. He wasn't jet-lagged, but he figured the trip wore him out. No, not the trip itself, the nature of it. Sam whipped out his phone and foolishly stared at the screen. No notifications. He half expected to at least see a message from Maxine, telling him that she missed him and that she couldn't wait to see him again, just like she always did after he departed. But there was nothing. Of course not. He reprimanded himself for expecting even a hint of hope and promised to let it go. He slid the phone back into his pocket and leaned on the seat's headrest. He closed his eyes to enjoy the silence, but found that no matter how sleepy he was, he couldn't keep them closed. With that came a cacophony of voices saturating the airplane, people murmuring among each other, a child impatiently asking his parents when they were going to arrive, passengers shuffling in their seats. Just as Sam sighed, weighed by lethargy, his phone vibrated. Completely forgetting about his promise, he fished it out and unlocked it. A message. Although still hoping Max had messaged him, he dreaded it. Anything from her bodes negativity. He swiped down the screen to see if it was from any of those annoying marketing companies. They constantly message him at the worst possible moments, when he expected someone else to contact him, and stared at the text. The name, Max Hart, at the top of the screen caught his attention. Dread drew up to the pit of his stomach. He tapped on the text, now alert. Listen, I really don't know what to say. I wish things could have gone differently between us. I really do. Despite everything that happened, I wish you all the best. Have a safe flight, and take care of yourself, okay? Sam stared at the text. I wish you all the best. So formal, like an email that he'd sent to a customer. The cold communication felt so weird, so painful. Sam replayed their last encounter in his head. He and Max had been together for almost 2 years, and less than an hour ago they had set boundaries. It's as if they were strangers who haven't spoken in years, and he was afraid to get too close to her and overstep those boundaries. Max tried to keep a straight face, but that made things worse. She came off as a desensitized doctor rather than a person with whom he had dated and shared intimacy for 2 years. Max offered to go to McDonald's one more time, but Sam knew that she was just being courteous. He politely declined. She didn't fight his decision. He had to fight the urge to offer more than a handshake and a hesitant smile at the airport. She at least did that much. Gave him a ride to the airport. During the entire ride, Sam glanced around the various spots he and Max had visited together, knowing full well that he would never be back, not even to pick up the things he left at her place. It would simply be too painful to return. I wish you all the best. Sam reread the text in desperate search of the missing I love you, or I miss you. He scoffed at his own stupidity and put the phone back in his pocket. He couldn't help but wonder where he would go from here. He couldn't wait to get home, take a bath, and pass out. He knew he could be dramatic at times, but this breakup seemed like the be-all and end-all, until the turbulence rumbled the plane a moment later. Now wide awake and baffled, he clutched the seat's armrest and scanned the cabin. The elderly lady next to him looked just as confused, if not somewhat terrified, with her bulging eyes. Someone then muttered, "What the hell?" "Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing light turbulence, but it's nothing to worry about," the pilot said over the speaker. Unaware that he had been sitting ramrod straight, he relaxed and leaned his head on the headrest but kept his eyes open. A moment later, it happened again. Violent shaking rattled the plane this time. Sam would have fallen out of his seat had he not instinctively gripped the sides of it again. He violently lolled to the sides. Out of his peripheral vision, things fell all over the plane. Clattering and panicked screams of his fellow passengers roared throughout. He thought he had heard the pilot say something, cursing maybe, but he was too focused on the panic that enveloped him. The screams pierced so loud that he couldn't discern the words. "What's going on?" Sam shouted, his voice undetectable beneath the racket. The plane momentarily slanted to the right, and Sam crashed into the window, slamming his face against the glass. More screaming ensued, but Sam didn't hear them. His eyes widened, treetop canopies fast approaching. "Oh, fuck," he barely managed to mutter, even though he wanted to scream. A loud bang came from somewhere. Then the plane roared loudly, indicating an unknown failure. Sam couldn't help but stare at the endless, tree-covered hills outside the window. The pine, fir, and mulberry canopies were so close now that the plane would graze them any moment. In the heat of the moment, Sam's panicked mind hastily calculated if he could survive the crash at this speed. Max came to mind for a split second, and in that split second, a myriad of thoughts scattered throughout. How would she react to the crash? Would she even care enough to attend the funeral if it happened? Time eluded further contemplation before the impact. Day 1. Mitch. The deafening sounds fell silent, replaced by the noxious buzzing in Mitch's ears, accompanied by the throbbing pain all over his body. For a moment, he contemplated opening his eyes out of fear of seeing severed body parts. Hell, for all he knew, he may already be dead. As Mitch lay there in a position he couldn't define, the buzzing deadened. Moaning, crying, and panic shouts seeped through the area. Mitch forced himself to open his eyes. Tall trees towering above him greeted him as he opened his eyes and raised his head. That couldn't be right. He was on the floor of the airplane in a recumbent position between the seats. He immediately shot up into an upright position and checked his torso, his arms, his legs. His nerves worked. Okay, that was good, but maybe the sensation was a trick of the mind. He recalled having learned that if a part of your body gets paralyzed, you'd get the feeling that you're moving that limb in the first hour, even though you're actually not. Mitch looked down and inspected his hands, and then legs. Everything was fine. His partially ripped gray sweatpants were covered in blood, just below the knee. Mitch's already agitated heart vigorously pumped as he pinched the torn pants fabric and moved it aside to assess the damage to his leg. His fingers trembled violently. A scrape. That's it. Just a scrape, and nothing more. Fuck me, he said to himself as he jolted his legs to make sure he hadn't broken anything. Even if he did, the damage wouldn't be as horrible as losing an entire limb. He'd have to take a break from football for a while, but eventually he'd come back, alive and stronger. He barely had time to entertain that thought when he became aware of his surroundings. He realized why he saw the trees earlier. The plane's pilot's cabin must have ripped off the plane. Some of the seats were missing too, others badly displaced, while most of them stayed intact. People, both motionless and moving, surrounded Mitch. The survivors huddled into small groups, maybe tending to each other's wounds. As Mitch looked to the left, a scream caught in his throat. A balding, middle-aged man sat in his seat, his head slumped forward against the seat in front, facing Mitch. At first, Mitch thought that the man was alive and badly wounded, but the glassy stare in his eyes indicated otherwise. A large piece of sharp metal impaled the front seat, extending into the man's stomach. Blood doused the man's suit, dripping down his pants and pooling onto the floor. Mitch was transfixed on the stranger. He wanted to look away, but something was stopping him from doing so. Perhaps it was morbid curiosity, or it might have been fear. He wasn't sure. Either way, he looked away when a voice called out to someone a moment later. "Hey!" The feminine voice resounded twice before Mitch turned his head toward the source of the sound. A woman in her 40s, wearing formal attire, glowered at him from the front of the fuselage, kneeling next to a body along with another person who Mitch couldn't see clearly from here. "What are you waiting for? First-class wine? Get your ass over here and help us," the woman chided Mitch. He was taken aback by the tonality of her voice. She sounded confident. No, almost irritated, as if surviving a plane crash was just a minor inconvenience. That broke Mitch out of his trance, and he hopped up to his feet with finesse. His vision slightly darkened a moment later, and he almost lost balance. His wobbling knees led him to grab the seat next to him for support. "Hey, you okay, kid?" the woman asked, observing his woozy manner. He nodded and said, "Fine. Just give me a second, and I'll help you out." She didn't look like she heard him, much to his annoyance. Step by step, he staggered toward the group from where the commotion came. 2 more people knelt beside the woman, a middle-aged man with glasses and a young woman, maybe in her early 20s. The man looked calm, despite the beads of sweat that decorated his forehead. The girl, on the other hand, was hysterical. She was mumbling something, bawling, muttering words that sounded like please. Mitch looked at the body on the floor, and the bile from his lunch climbed up his throat. On the floor lay a young man. A splotch of dark red stained his shirt at the chest area aside from the plethora of red liquid that covered his mouth and torso and collected beneath him. Mitch didn't notice anything else. When he took a better look, he saw his arm twisted in an unnatural position and his legs crushed beyond recognition all the way up to his knees. Mitch was about to swear in disgust when he saw the man move his head. He gurgled with a painful grimace, his teeth covered in blood. He looked like he was trying to say something, but had difficulty speaking. How the hell was he even still alive? He looked at the young girl and used his good hand to grab her forearm pleadingly, staining her arm with blood. "Josh, don't give up, please. Please, Josh," the girl pleaded. The woman in formal attire held a hand on the girl's back. She exchanged a sorrowful expression with the man with the glasses, and then with Mitch. The man with the glasses sighed. "He's not going to make it." "What do you mean, he's not going to make it? Help is going to be here soon, right? They could still save him," Mitch protested, feeling much less faint now than he stood for a little bit. The man with the glasses shook his head. "Even if we had an ambulance ready to assist us, which we don't, he wouldn't make it." "Please. It hurts," the man pleaded with the young girl. "How the hell do you know that?" Mitch frowned at the man with the glasses. "Because I'm a doctor," the man said, not breaking eye contact with Mitch. "Now, we can do the ethical thing here and end his suffering. Or we can wait for him to die on his own." "No!" the young girl shouted more hysterically. "Linda, he's already as good as dead. I'm sorry, but ending his life would be mercy at this point," the woman in the formal attire said. Linda looked at Josh and held his good hand firmly, not uttering another word. "Please, Linda, it hurts. Please make it stop," Josh pleaded. "All right, you heard him," Mitch agreed. He couldn't believe that he agreed so easily, but right then, he didn't want to see this man suffering like that. But how? "There's nothing here that we can use to end his suffering without causing more pain," Linda uttered between sobs. "I'll go outside," Mitch said. "I'll find a sharp rock that we can use." He realized how that sounded only after the words left his mouth. Everyone turned to him with incredulous stares. The doctor's face was reticent, and Mitch thought he detected a hint of agreement, only he suspected that he didn't want to say anything out of fear of being outvoted. "A rock? Really? Why don't you just stomp him to death instead?" The woman in the suit scoffed sardonically. "Have you got a better idea?" The doctor pointed to the woods outside. "I saw a crash axe somewhere around there a few minutes ago. Go look for it." Linda stood there, bawling hysterically. Mitch didn't like this boomer ordering him around, but given the circumstances, he agreed to look for the axe because he could claim dibs on it. He walked over to the edge of the floor where the fuselage ended and glanced down. It was still quite a jump to reach the ground, maybe 4 or 5 feet. Normally, Mitch would be able to make the jump easily, but right now, he didn't want to risk breaking a leg or injuring his ankle, so he opted for a safer way down. He turned away and planted his palms on the edge of the floor, allowing his legs to dangle down before jumping off. The drop was still heavy on his legs, probably due to the battering he took in the crash. He shrugged it off as he looked around the forest. Before he could register his surroundings, a moan cried out nearby. "Sam! Hey, can you hear me?" Sam heard a faint voice somewhere in the distance. He tried opening his eyes, but his eyelids felt 1,000 tons heavy. "What?" he tried asking, unsure if the words even left his mouth. Someone applied pressure on his neck, followed by a masculine voice. "He's got a pulse." "Good." "I think he's waking up," a female voice said. Sam opened his eyes just slightly before they forced themselves shut. His unobscured vision revealed two figures standing above him for a split second. He forcibly blinked. This time, he was able to keep his eyes open for a second longer. "Whoa." He tried opening his mouth, but his dry throat interrupted. "It's okay. Try not to talk." "Can you try to open your eyes?" The male voice came again. Sam did his best to blink with even more aggression this time. He opened his eyes, and the blurry vision cleared. He saw a middle-aged pair standing above him, a man with glasses and a stern-looking woman. "Can you hear us, buddy?" the woman asked. Yeah, Sam responded. "Good," the man with the glasses said. "Name's Norton. I'm a doctor. You're gonna be okay. Do you remember your name?" "Sam." "Good." Sam blinked a few more times. He was on his back, staring at the ceiling of the airplane. "What happened?" he asked, now aware that he had no idea how he got into this position. The last thing he remembered was getting a text from Max, and then, nothing. "You were in a plane crash. Take it easy. You're still in shock," the doctor said. The plane dipping into the forest flickered in Sam's mind, as well as the turbulence and treetops, and then, nothing. "Are you in pain?" the doctor asked. Sam pondered that. His side ached in dull, steady pulses, but from what he could tell, it was nothing serious. He struggled to plant his hands on the floor and prop himself upright. He almost regretted it immediately because the motion made his head hurt. "Whoa there. Take it easy," the woman said. She and the doctor scrambled to help Sam in case he lost balance. Sam looked down at his hip, but didn't see any blood, much to his relief. Still hazy, he realized that he was still in the plane, but that the front was missing, revealing the trunks of the familiar impending trees. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. He was high above the trees a moment ago, and now he's on the ground, alive. "I survived a plane crash. I can't fucking believe it." "Can you stand?" Norton asked. Sam nodded wordlessly. "Amber, help me get him up on his feet." The doctor grabbed him under one arm while the woman grabbed him under the other. They raised Sam to his feet with minimal effort. His legs worked once his feet were planted on the floor. He wasn't sure if his knees were going to buckle under him, and Norton and Amber probably had the same concern because they continued holding on to him. "I'm okay." "It's fine," Sam nodded. "All right, just take it easy, okay?" "You got really lucky," Norton said. Sam's eyes fell on a young girl crying, kneeling next to a body on the floor. He refused to look at the other dead bodies scattered out of fear that panic would overwhelm him. "Are we the only ones who survived?" Sam asked. "There's you, me, and Amber. And another guy who went outside the plane just earlier," Norton said, then pointed to the young girl. "They are Linda and Josh. Josh is not going to make it, I'm afraid." "Why? What happened to him?" He didn't need an answer. Even from here, he could see the bevy of blood on the man's chest and on the floor around him. The man moved his head, his chest heaving, as if each shallow breath induced exertion. "No one else made it?" Sam looked around. A lot of the seats were empty, but there were still 6 dead bodies in the airplane, from what he could count. He didn't even process that until just then. These people are dead. Those are dead bodies. Sam has never even seen a dead body in this condition before. He's attended funerals in his life, and some of those were with open caskets, but the deceased looked presentable. They looked peaceful in their coffins, almost as if they were sleeping. But the people in this airplane, it was a gory mess. Punctured guts, broken limbs, smashed heads. The air suddenly reeked of blood and death. Sam held his breath to stop himself from vomiting. "Are you sure you're okay?" Amber asked with a wrinkled nose. She looked annoyed more than concerned. Sam nodded. Amber gave him an unconvinced nod before she turned around and made her way down the aisle toward the crying girl. He dreaded to think where the rest of the passengers were, and yet his mind still wandered in that direction. He imagined the passengers getting sucked out through some of the broken windows that had shattered during the crash and flying through the air. possibly long enough to contemplate their life and all the mistakes they made, before finally plummeting to the ground. Maybe some of them got caught in the trees as canopies that cushioned their falls. What if they broke a limb, and were now out there somewhere, unable to move, at the mercy of the forest? Sam just then remembered a little kid's voice on the plain. He frantically looked around but found no kids anywhere. He was partially glad for that. He wouldn't be able to stomach the sight of a dead child. Norton sighed and took off his glasses. He wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and said, "All right, the first thing we need to do is, hey Doc, over here! We got a live one!" A rough, male voice called out from somewhere outside the airplane. Will. "Oh, my head," Will said as he put a palm to his eyes, his head exploding in pain. The first thought he had was that he suffered a concussion. "Hang in there, dude. We have a doctor on board," the guy kneeling in front of Will said. Will took a better look at him. He was young, maybe around Will's age. His frown awakened the creases on his face. Will couldn't help but notice his chiseled deltoids, biceps, and triceps hugged by his tank top. Will's first thought was that this was a typical college jock who bullied nerds like Will, had a scoreboard for the number of chicks he slept with, and got blackout drunk in frat parties. "Doc, you comin'?" the jock shouted as he looked over his shoulder toward the fuselage. Will peered toward the fuselage and saw a group of people standing at the edge, peeking outside. A middle-aged man with glasses, who Will instantly assumed was the doctor, glanced over the edge of the fuselage, assessing how to descend it. "Come on, it's not such a big drop," the jock jeered. The man ignored him and sat on the edge of the floor, allowing his legs to dangle. He then pushed himself off with his palms and dropped on the leaves with a loud thud and rustle. Considering his slightly overweight stature, the doctor managed to land elegantly, more than Will would be able to himself. The other three people, a middle-aged woman, a young girl, and a man, continued staring down toward Will and the jock. "Found another survivor? Good job," the doctor said as he broke into a gait forward. He knelt before Will and squinted at him before pushing his glasses up his nose bridge. "You feeling okay? I'm a doctor. Let me take a look at you." Will nodded timidly. All of this was too overwhelming. One moment, he was flying out to San Jose for a software engineer job interview at Facebook, and the next thing he knew, his plane crashed, leaving him stranded with a group of strangers in the middle of God knows where. And here, he thought he wouldn't need to participate in team building until next month. "I think I'm okay," Will uttered. The man who stood with the other two women on the plane jumped to the ground. "Do you remember your name?" the doctor asked. "Yes, it's Will." "Good. My name's Norton, and this is," he gestured to the jock. "Mitch," the jock said just as the man from the plane approached the group. "I'm a football player." He stood behind the doctor with his arms crossed. Will sensed some spite in his voice when he said that he was a football player, as if magnifying the importance of his profession. He stared at Will so intently that Will felt compelled to look away. "Right," Norton said, "and this is Sam." He pointed to the man who joined the group before gesturing to the plane. "That skunk over there is Amber, and the girl's name is Linda." "Can we skip the pleasantries, Doc?" Mitch asked. "We got more important things to take care of, like looking for help." This time, Will detected irony in Mitch's voice. Already he did not like the football player. Norton reticently stared at Will, not giving any indication that he was irritated by Mitch's statement. "Will could be suffering from head trauma," he said. "I need to make sure he's okay." "There could be other people out there right now," Mitch protested. "Then go look for them," Norton retorted, before taking a step closer to Will, indicating that the discussion was over. For a moment, Mitch's face contorted into a scowl, as if ready for a confrontation. But a moment later, he turned around and walked away with the rustling leaves as his farewell sound. Amber. What in the world is going on there? Amber squinted and shook her head. A heated discussion surrounded the newfound survivor. She couldn't hear what they were saying, save for when the buff guy introduced himself as Mitch. Mitch's body language stood out to her as he spoke to Dr. Norton. He gestured vigorously. His shoulders were tense, fist closed. Norton, on the other hand, didn't seem to register Mitch's behavior, as he was transfixed on the survivor. If Mitch's alpha male bullshit behavior threatened him in any way, he didn't show it. Amber was good at reading people, and she knew young guys like Mitch. They were stubborn, gave the reins to their egos, and were very proud. Amber was sure that if the group had to remain stuck in the woods for a longer time, Mitch would surely be a problematic individual. He'd probably want to fight for the leadership role, even though Norton was the one who was the natural leader, apparently. A whimper on her left shook Amber out of her thoughts. She broke her gaze from the men just as Mitch walked away with Sam. "He's not doing well," Linda sobbed as she held Josh's head. Josh's eyes were closed, his breathing slowing. He was slowly dying, there was no doubt about it, and there was nothing they could do to save him. Norton said so himself. He lost too much blood, and probably suffered from internal bleeding. Amber gently put a hand on Linda's shoulder. "I know, sweetie. I'm really sorry that it happened this way. The boys will be back soon, and we'll see what we can do then," said Amber. What she wanted to say was that his suffering would come to an end soon, but she couldn't. Hysteria would consume Linda soon enough anyway, as soon as the time came for whoever decided to assume the executioner's role and end Josh's life. It would probably fall on Amber to console the poor girl, as she was the only one capable in the group. First, she's a woman old enough to be Linda's mother, and second, probably none of the guys were good with words. Norton was a doctor, probably desensitized to suffering. Mitch was a dumb jock. Sam looked like he couldn't find his ass if it were handed to him. And the new survivor looked like the nerdy guy too shy to even speak to girls. Linda stared down at Josh again, caressing his face. Her hands were covered in a mixture of fresh and dry blood, and her fingers trembled violently. Amber glanced at Josh's face. He grimaced in pain occasionally, just slightly. Even using his facial muscles probably took a lot of effort. If they got lucky, he would be dead soon, and there would be no need to euthanize him. Amber looked at her wristwatch in annoyance and impatience. It was almost 3:30. In a little less than 2 hours, she would have been in her apartment, drinking a glass of well-deserved wine while soaking in a bubble bath. Her trip to present her client proposal was a success, but the plane crash was somewhat of a setback. She even thought of asking the higher-ups for overtime compensation. She hoped she wouldn't be stuck here with these idiots for too long before rescue arrived. Mitch was pissed off at the doctor. The doctor was just a cranky boomer who probably didn't get enough from his wife, provided he wasn't divorced. Mitch's parents taught him to respect his elders, but he didn't give a shit about that, especially not around someone like Norton. In fact, Mitch came close to clocking the guy in the face. He regretted not doing it, and now a pang of guilt burned through him for at least not talking back to him. He would chill out, for now, but if the doc gave him more trouble later, he'd be sure not to let him have the final word. He wouldn't get too aggressive, but scaring him just a little bit would do the trick. The question was, would Norton get scared? He didn't seem intimidated at all when Mitch countered his argument. Anyway, next time he will get in his face. A red object on the ground, nestled among the fallen leaves, interrupted his fantasies of pummeling the doc into a pulp. At first, Mitch thought it was more blood, but joy overcame him when he inspected it. He picked up the red object and studied it with an uncontrollable grin. "Nice," he said as he stared at the crash axe. "That could come in handy," Sam said. "Yeah, you never know when you might need it for defense." "I meant for survival. In case we're stuck here longer." "Right." Mitch glanced at Sam and nodded. The two stood in awkward silence, birds chittering in surround sound. Mitch gripped the axe handle with both hands to test out the weapon's weight. Easy to handle, even with just one hand. "There's another body over there," Sam said and pointed in front of himself. Mitch squinted. It took him a moment to notice the woman in the green shirt among the moss and the fern. She lay on her back, her arms and legs spread. "Damn, she's well camouflaged," Mitch added with a grin. Sam shot him a contemptuous glance before heading in the direction of the body. Mitch followed behind with nothing else to say. They plodded through the thick undergrowth. Mitch calculated each step as to not injure his ankle. An injury would not happen on his watch. Otherwise, the group would need to assist him in recovery, and he had no intention of letting anyone take care of him. The closer they got, the more prevalent the woman's details became. She was in her 30s, maybe. She had long, curly hair. He couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was, despite the terror cast on her face. her catatonic eyes staring at the sky. For a while, Mitch and Sam stared in silence. Mitch pondered the cause of her death. A trickle of dried blood stained her temple. It didn't look fatal. Maybe she died from the shock, or maybe she broke her neck or something upon landing. Sam. What do you think? Mitch asked. Sam was transfixed on the woman and deep in his thoughts, unaware that Mitch was talking to him. What? Sam asked in confusion. I said, who do you think she was? Was. That word stung Sam. Who she was, and not who she is, because she is never going to be anything else. She may have been a wife, a mother, or both, waiting to come back home to her family, but she died in a plane crash. What went through her mind in those last moments? Did she think about her loved ones, just like Sam thought about Maxine? Or was she so petrified that she could only think about her fast approaching impending doom? Dude, did you hear me? Mitch asked. Sam came back to reality. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. It doesn't matter now anyway. We should check if she has a wallet. Sam glowered at Mitch until he added, You know, for some ID, for her family when rescue comes? Sam inhaled deeply. That didn't cross his mind. There were about 20 passengers on the airplane, 7 of which have survived so far. And soon, only 6, since Josh wasn't doing too well. Many families will mourn after the rescue team arrives. They may not even recover all the bodies. Eventually, this crash would fade into oblivion, just like the one from Malaysia that disappeared a few years ago, forever remaining an unexplained mystery. Mitch had bent down to check the dead woman's pockets when Sam put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, let's leave her be, he said. Don't you think the family needs to know what happened to her? Mitch looked at Sam. I do, so let's round up the dead bodies close to the plane. That way when rescue comes, they'll have an easier job finding the missing passengers. Mitch looked down for a moment, as if contemplating the plan. He nodded and jumped to his feet. You want to spend your strength lugging around and piling up dead bodies? He asked, ridicule gripping his tone. I want to make sure they're not left for animals to mutilate. Sam frowned. They're already dead. Not like you can help them anyhow. Mitch faced Sam with his hands on his hips. Mitch's threatening pose snagged Sam's curiosity. Would Mitch lash out at me, as he did with the doctor back when he found the other survivor? Am I equipped to take him down in a fight? Unlikely. Only because Mitch was in a much better shape than Sam. But maybe he was all bark, but no bite, with no functionality in his muscles. A scene flashed through Sam's mind. Sam and Mitch fighting bare-handed in the woods, with Mitch overpowering him. There would be no one to enforce the law over here. What would stop Mitch from killing Sam? Sam's body shuddered at the thought. The odds of Mitch being a cold-blooded killer were close to 0, but it still terrified him. No, I know it can't help them, but it can make the rescuers' jobs easier to find the missing passengers. If it were you, you probably wouldn't want your body lying around for any wildlife to eat, said Sam. Mitch slowly shook his head before brushing past Sam. Whatever, man. If you want to drag the corpses, be my guest. I'm not doing it. Norton. You seem okay. You're just a little bruised up, Norton said. He stood after performing a checkup on Will. However, he stood too fast, and his knees protested in pain. He chided himself for not being more physically active. As a doctor, especially an endocrinologist, he was supposed to be an example to other people. Instead, Norton spent too much time focusing on balanced hormones and less so on a physically active lifestyle. He figured the fresh air would at least suffice until rescue arrived. There aren't any issues with my brain? Will asked before clambering up to his feet and dusting himself off. Hard to tell. There could be some serious head trauma, but then again, it could be nothing. I suggest you do a CT scan as soon as we're back. I feel fine, though. I'd sense if something was wrong, right? Not necessarily. I've known people who have suffered minor concussions and shrugged them off but ended up with long-term complications, like impaired brain function, loss of memory, etc. Will's eyes widened behind his glasses, making him look like a gigantic humanoid insect. Loss of memory? He asked. I sure hope not. I didn't even start my career as a software engineer. Is there anything I can do to mitigate that risk, Doctor? A hypochondriac. Yeah, avoid lots of screen time after the concussion. Nervous laughter escaped Will's mouth, but Norton was serious. "Oh, you're not joking," he asked. "Don't worry about it, son. You'll get plenty of time off the computer while we wait for rescue." He patted Will on the shoulder with a half smile. "I still have my cell phone on me," Will said, patting his jean pockets. He whipped out his smartphone and unlocked it. "Maybe I can get some reception. Call someone for help." "Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna check up on Linda and Amber," he patronized Will, knowing full well that those bars on his phone won't show up. Amber tried it earlier. Norton had thought about rescue multiple times. He assumed that the rescue services would be here soon, provided they could find the crash site. No smoke came from the fuselage or anywhere else, as far as Norton could see. But then again, the densely packed trees and the thick foliage may block their view. That also meant that rescue would have trouble finding them unless they somehow knew exactly which way the plane went down. The group would need to be smart about this to write it out. But for now, finding any other potential survivors was the priority. Linda. The crying had stung Linda's eyes. She still convulsively gasped, even though the tears stopped flowing long ago. The entire time, she hasn't moved from Josh's side. He was pale now. His eyes were closed, and if Linda could ignore the blood on his face and his mangled body, she could almost imagine him sleeping peacefully. Death would claim him soon. There was no doubt about it. She had come to terms with that, and as much as she hated to admit it, right now, she couldn't wait for it to be over. She couldn't stand to look at him like this. She didn't even want to imagine what he was going through. The mess of his bones stuck out through broken skin, cartilage, and the other parts of Josh's legs that were meant to stay inside. His arm, although not suffering an open fracture, was still difficult to look at. With bones prominently jutting against the skin, his elbow contorted in a freakish angle. When Linda first recovered from the initial impact of the crash, a wave of relief washed over her. Linda's brain refused to register the mangled body nearby, but when she realized what, or who, she was looking at, she screamed. Her first thoughts were that Josh's life would be ruined. He'd be paralyzed for the rest of his life. There was no way he'd be able to walk ever again. There would be no way to put all those pieces of him back together. But then, he wasn't going to survive at all. She didn't want him to die, but at the same time, she wanted his suffering to end. Everything was a blur after that. She cradled him and talked to him. He couldn't respond to anything because he was in so much pain and instead screamed and then later moaned. His strength waned after that, and he barely muttered a word or two from time to time, mostly calling out Linda's name. Meager gasping would escape Josh from time to time between labored breaths. Linda constantly checked his pulse. Every time he didn't respond to her when she called his name, she found herself hoping that he'd passed on, peacefully. But then, he'd gasp again, just audible enough to reassure her that he was still here, no matter how weak. Amber stood by Linda's side the entire time, subdued. She'd offered words of comfort, and it surprisingly made Linda feel a little better. Linda's first impression of Amber was a frigid, unpleasant lady who would be first in line to ask to speak to a manager. She was frigid, but also sarcastic. "Oh, great. I'm going to have to play tug-of-war with my insurance company after this," she said after getting up and dusting herself off. Even surrounded by the bevy of mangled corpses, she would crack jokes like this was just a field trip, and they took a short detour. Linda would have laughed had the situation not been so tragic. But aside from her sarcastic nature and not taking your shit attitude toward the other survivors, she was also compassionate toward Linda. In all her sorrow and panic, Linda couldn't help but feel grateful to be stuck in this predicament with someone like Amber. Josh whispered. His lips were dry, his gasps wheezy. "What is it, Josh?" Linda asked as she lowered her head to hear him better. He didn't respond. Linda glanced in Amber's direction. She stood at the edge of the fuselage, staring outside toward the forest with her hands on her hips. Amber's intimidating stance rendered her face worry-free, at least to Linda. If anything, she looked bored. Linda couldn't help but wonder what was going through her head. Was she concerned about her own well-being even in the slightest? She looked hardcore, And had Linda not known any better, she would have guessed that Amber may have already been through this sort of thing in the past. "Here come the boys," Amber said. It sounded like she was talking to herself rather than Linda. Linda peered toward the woods. Two groups of two figures headed back to the plane. Dr. Norton walked with a scrawny, nerdy-looking guy around Linda's age, while Mitch and Sam emerged from another direction. Linda's heart leaped into her throat when her sight fell on the axe dangling from Mitch's hand. Were they going to use that to kill off Josh? Would they be able to do it? Swing the axe so that the blade embeds itself into Josh's forehead? That would be murder, not mercy. And how would that be any different than what he was already going through? Linda's hands trembled violently again. It would be here any moment, and then they would need to decide what to do. And how would they do that? Would they shove Linda out of the way and just kill Josh in cold blood? Or would they vote, and then shove her out of the way once she was outvoted? What are they going to do to him? Linda turned to Amber in desperate need of some comfort from her fellow survivor. Amber looked at her and gave her an aloof smile. "I'm not sure, sweetie," she said. Amber's response gut-punched Linda. Amber didn't deny that they wouldn't kill Josh, which meant that it was a possibility. Amber might even vote in favor of it. Linda hoped to at least have her support in this. The rustling of the leaves vaguely responded outside the fuselage and grew in volume as the footsteps approached. With it came the men's voices, talking to each other about something Linda couldn't discern. The rustling stopped adjacent to the fuselage. "Norton. Find anything useful?" Norton asked as Sam and Mitch approached Will. Mitch raised a hand to present the crash axe with a grin. Uneasiness gripped Norton, knowing someone as aggressive as Mitch carried the only viable weapon they had. But he couldn't just take it away from him. If he asked him to hand it over to him, Mitch would refuse. He would need to somehow convince him to hand it over. Maybe he could set it up to where if they needed to cut wood for a campfire, Norton could tell Mitch to do it, and after he proved to be slow or clumsy, then Norton would offer to take over, under the veil of politeness. "There were a few dead bodies scattered around the place," Sam said. Norton nodded. "We'll worry about that in a bit. For now, we need to see what we're going to do with Josh. I think we already agreed what we would do with him," Mitch added. Norton, Will, and Sam looked at Mitch incredulously. "What?" Mitch shrugged before gesturing to Norton. "Doc, you said it yourself. He's not going to make it. Why let him suffer like that?" "So you just want to kill him?" "That's murder," Sam interjected. A metallic footstep resounded above them. Norton looked up and saw Amber standing at the edge of the fuselage floor. She had her hands on her hips. She glowered at the guys in silence. "Well, he's not doing well, and if we continue using all our efforts to keep him alive, we might end up dead," Mitch said. "Again, ending his life would be murder in cold blood," Sam said. "Mitch is right. Josh is not doing okay," Norton sighed. "So, you want to kill him for it? That's murder," Sam repeated. "It is, and it's unethical. But it's also unethical to deny him a merciful death when he specifically requested it. How the hell do you even know he's going to die? Instead of arguing here, we could be up there, helping patch him up." Norton shook his head at the ignorance of Sam's sentence. "Have you seen what he looks like? There's no patching that up. He most likely caught an infection from all the open wounds. Sepsis would set in soon, provided the internal bleeding or the shock doesn't kill him first. We don't even have a first aid kit, and even if we did, that wouldn't be enough to even start helping him. He would need an entire team of EMTs to appear right away at the crash site to maximize his survival chances, and even then, they're low. Like this, in the middle of nowhere. They're non-existent." Norton scanned the survivors' faces. Mitch's alacritous expression projected his anxiousness to get this over with. Or perhaps he got a sick thrill out of all of this. Sam looked angry, and Will was withdrawn. "We need to make a decision here," Mitch said. "We can't babysit a cripple when we have our own lives to worry about. We still don't even know if rescue is going to find us here or if we should go out there and look for people." No one said anything else. Amber didn't even crack jokes, which told Norton that she may have been on the fence about what side to choose. "Will, what do you think about this? You don't condone this, right?" Sam asked. Will made a forlorn grimace and scratched the back of his neck. "I mean, if he's already dying and we're just letting him suffer," he said. That's 2 people in favor of ending Josh's suffering. Linda and Sam are against the decision, Norton nodded. Everyone looked up at Amber. Her stern facial expression shifted to somewhat of a brief, palpable concern. She tried to hide it, but it was too late. Norton had already seen it. Amber, Sam called out to her, even though it was visible that she'd been paying attention the entire time. Amber continued staring nowhere in particular with a pensive look. Come on, lady. He'll die on his own before you cast your vote, Mitch growled. How about we cast a vote for locking you in the toilet? That way I can make a decision in peace, Amber calmly retorted. Norton's mouth shaped into a rictus at the humor of that sentence. Josh is dying, and there's nothing that can help him, Amber said. You don't need to be a doctor in order to see that. Norton somehow suspected that Amber had already made her decision, and was now creating a dramatic build-up, or was buying time to actually make the decision. Either way, everyone stared at her with bated breaths. Even Linda, who had been transfixed on Josh this entire time, now stared at Amber with her mouth agape, as if awaiting the results of a very important test. Amber pivoted to face Linda with a melancholic expression. I'm sorry, Linda. He's suffering, and it's better this way, she said as she looked down at the group of men. We should do it. Linda wailed as she held Josh's head closer to her chest. Norton looked at Josh's face and could just barely make out his closed eyes. He was even more pallid than just a few minutes ago from the loss of blood. He didn't have much time left. You guys have got to be fucking kidding me, Sam scoffed. We're talking about murdering another human being here. I can't believe this is even up for debate. Look, man, if you don't want part of this, then just stand aside, and we'll take care of it, Mitch said. And how are you going to take care of it? By killing him with an axe, like a henchman? You don't understand, Sam. Norton put a hand on Mitch's shoulder to wordlessly silence him, and then pointed at Josh up in the plane. Josh begged us to kill him. He's in a lot of pain. Have you ever even felt the pain of a broken bone? Well, imagine if both your legs went through a meat grinder and you stayed conscious, even though you knew you'd die anyway. You think you'd want to feel that pain? Why don't we ask him what he wants? Will timorously looked up just for a moment. We can't. He's barely conscious, Amber said. And even if he were fully awake, you wouldn't be in the right state to give a sound decision, Sam said. Norton started to think that this was not a good idea. Sam and Linda were against this, and if the group ended up killing Josh, even if it was an act of mercy, they could still be in trouble if someone twisted the story. Linda and Sam could end up telling the police that Josh was murdered in cold blood, and then everyone who voted in favor of it would go to prison for first-degree murder. And then the bigger picture came into play, Josh's life. Norton didn't want to kill him, but he sure as hell didn't want a dying person to suffer with no hope of saving him. Norton would need to convince Sam that this was the best option. Linda already looked like she was on the fence about it, and maybe she'd protest, but eventually she'd come to realize that it was the best thing to do. Sam, listen. I'm against this decision as much as you are. I'm a doctor, and it's my job to save people's lives, but Josh is a lost cause. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting we end his suffering because he's a burden. If there was even the slightest chance of saving his life, I'd be the first to oppose killing him. But in his state, we are only causing him pain, and that's not what he wants right now. Sam opened his mouth to say something but then closed it and sighed. He peered up at the fuselage, craning his neck to look at Josh. He may have been contemplating whether Norton was right. I'm against this, he finally said. If you want to do this, then that blood is going to be on your hands. I'm not going to participate in this. None of you need to have blood on your hands, Norton said. I'll take care of it. He specifically looked at Mitch, eyeing for him to hand over the axe. Mitch noticed it, but he didn't give any indication that he was going to hand over the crash axe. It's okay. I got this, Mitch said as he gripped the axe more firmly. You so eager to kill someone with that thing? Norton jutted his head toward the axe. Mitch smiled in spite. He looked like he wanted to say something as a comeback, but his mind drew a blank. Come on, let me do it. I'm a doctor. I know exactly how to do it painlessly for him. Norton outstretched a hand to motion that he wanted the weapon. You keep saying that, but I can handle it. No big deal. You don't want to do this, kid. Trust me. You don't want that kind of thing on your conscience. Norton wiped the annoying beads of sweat off his head that trickled down his forehead and temple. Are you two seriously arguing over who's going to claim the kill? Mitch, give the damn axe to Norton so he can finish the job. I'm sure you'll get some assist points. Amber groaned in frustration. Mitch pressed his lips together, enraged. Norton wanted to look up at Amber and nod in agreement, but he refused to break eye contact with Mitch because doing so would erroneously tell the football player that he was the dominant one in this argument. Come on, Mitch. Sam jumped into the discussion when he saw the palpable tension in the air. He's a doctor. He knows how to do it. You might hurt Josh more. Norton glared at Sam before looking back at Mitch. Listen to them, kid, he said in complacence, with a little more command in his tone this time. We're wasting time here. Just give me the axe, and I'll give it back as soon as I'm done. That was true, but what Norton hoped for was that Mitch wouldn't want to have the axe back once he saw the blood on it. Come on. Norton wiggled his fingers toward his open palm to gesture for Mitch to hand over the axe. Mitch looked left and right at the other survivors, as if silently asking for support. He was going to cave, Norton was sure of it. Mitch took a step forward, dangling the axe. Just as he reached out to Norton, a soft voice inside the fuselage caught everyone's attention. Guys, Linda called out. Mitch was the first one to spin around and face her, although Norton assumed it was because he wanted to buy himself some time before handing over the weapon to which he clung for dear life. Everyone looked up at Linda. She was tear-stricken, still kneeling and holding Josh's head in her lap. He's dead, she whimpered. Will. For a while, Linda's sobbing echoed into every crevice of the area. Will wasn't sure how long it took for Amber to jump in to take Linda away and console her. It took a lot of effort to pry her from her dead boyfriend's body, and once Amber did, Linda spiraled into hysteria. Amber took her to the back of the plane, placed her in a seat, and comforted her. The guys at the front of the plane were depressingly quiet. The otherwise palpable tension instantly disappeared, replaced by a perceptible somberness. Eventually, it was Norton who broke the silence. All right, we need to get to work, the doctor said, soft-spoken. Sam and Will nodded. Mitch remained quiet. All three of them looked somewhat distressed, even Mitch. That was good. That meant no further tension in the group, at least for now. What do you suppose we should do? Will asked. We need to get Josh off the plane. We can't have him just lying around over there. The process of decomposing starts only minutes after an individual dies, and if we stay here longer, the smell is going to be unbearable. He said that last part more quietly. Will nodded and looked at Sam and Mitch. Sam had been paying attention to what Norton had said, but Mitch seemed to be stuck in his own thoughts. Mitch? Norton called out. Yeah, let's do it, Mitch belatedly agreed, much to Will's surprise and relief. In the few minutes that Will knew him, Mitch was like a ticking bomb. He hoped that there would be no further escalations later on. We should also find whatever bodies of other passengers we can and put them in one spot. Good thinking. We need to pay proper respects to the ones who tragically died, Norton nodded. I already told you back there, Sam, Mitch interjected, his timbre now exhausted. I'm not lugging dead bodies when we have our own survival to think about. Norton raised a palm and then pointed a finger at Mitch brusquely. You're both right. We can't leave the dead for animals, but we also can't focus all our manpower on finding the dead. The dead are already dead, and we need to think about our own survival too. Will saw Mitch giving Norton a nod of agreement. Norton turned to Mitch and said, Mitch, since you claim the crash axe as your own, it's going to be your job to go inside and around the plane and scavenge anything we can use. If any of the remaining doors are jammed, use the axe to access them. You want me to use the crash axe to collect shitty airline food? Mitch asked. That shitty airline food is going to keep us alive until rescue comes. Unless you got a better idea? Mitch remained quiet. Then it's settled. Sam, you go look for the passengers and round them up close by, but not too close to the plane. Will you help as soon as he and I get Josh off the plane? Will winced. He didn't like the idea of touching, let alone moving a mutilated dead body. His skin crawled at the thought of grabbing Josh by the bloodied stumps that were once his legs, smearing blood and muscle tissue all over his hands and sleeves. He doubted he'd even be able to do that due to his skinny stature. And swapping with Mitch? that wouldn't work for two reasons. Mitch would never agree, and Will wasn't good at swinging axes, or doing any kind of physical labor for that matter. Before he could object or swap with someone else, Norton spoke up again with alacrity. Everybody know their jobs? Good. Let's get to it then. Climbing the fuselage wasn't a problem, because of all the jutting metals and pipes from the cargo hold under the floor. Norton was the first to climb the pipes and metal, and if a middle-aged, slightly overweight, out-of-shape doctor could do it, then Will could do it too. He was the next one to climb, and it took him more effort than the doctor, at least visibly. By the time he climbed onto the fuselage floor, he was winded. He didn't even want to think what would happen if he had to carry a dead body all the way across the forest to a pile. Mitch climbed up with ease right after Will. He sauntered past Amber and Linda to the back of the plane, toward the galley without a word. Amber kneeled next to Linda, whose face was buried in her hands, weeping. The stench of metallic blood pervaded the fuselage. Will didn't even need to look from where it came, because Josh was right in front of him. Something was off right away. Before Will even glanced at the banged-up parts of Josh's body, he gagged at the traces of red, an entire friggin' pool of it. He turned around and retched over the edge of the fuselage. Nothing came out the first time, but he felt it coming again, so he braced himself and leaned on his knees. He heaved again, and bile crept up into his throat before exiting his mouth and nose. "Take your time," he heard Norton say behind him. Will profusely salivated. Projectile vomit, once beef and potatoes, shot out, splotching on the leaves far below. After the final puking wave, Will's knees quivered. A quick farmer's blow ejected the acidic bile out of his nose. He spat the remains of the undigested food chunks out of his mouth. He cleared his throat and straightened his back as he looked at Norton. The doctor's expression projected patience, but the way he stood close to Will cast otherwise. "You good?" Norton asked. "Yes." Will nodded fervent. "All right. You grab him under one arm. I'll grab the other." Norton reminded Will that they had a job to do. Will nodded once more, still feeling like he just puked out his entire body strength, not just the lunch he had earlier. But a job was a job, and the sooner they did it, the better. He couldn't help but think how it would look good on his resume that he had survived a plane crash. He was already sure that he did pretty well in the Facebook interview, and then he would get an offer from them. But if he didn't, there were other companies in the Silicon Valley that would value plane crash survivors. That thought eluded him as soon as he touched Josh's arm and felt how warm it was. He had to remind himself that he was no longer alive, despite the body temperature. He would soon start to grow cold, just like the other bodies in the airplane. Norton grabbed Josh under the other arm, and he and Will lifted the dead weight of a body off the floor. A squelching sound came from Josh's shirt as they lifted him from the puddle of blood on the floor. A trail of blood followed as they dragged him toward the edge of the fuselage, parts of his legs barely dangling by a thread, but still attached. It took everything inside Will to control his gag reflexes. He and Norton positioned Josh's body at the edge of the fuselage. "We're going to need to lower him gently," Norton said. "Like, down?" Will asked. "Yes, down. But let's grab him by the wrists and slowly lower him until he's close to the ground." "Okay." Norton demonstrated how they should hold Josh by the wrist, and Will mirrored his motion. "All right," Norton said. "Keep holding him well." As soon as Josh's body was over the edge, Will lost grip on the wrist and caused the dead body to plummet. Josh's other hand slipped out of Norton's grip, or maybe he deliberately let him go because he knew he couldn't hold him. And before they knew it, a loud thud followed, causing the leaves around to disperse in a gust of air. Both Norton and Will stared at the body in silence for a prolonged moment. Even Amber and Linda could no longer be heard in the background. Mitch and Sam were nowhere to be seen. Norton looked at Will with the look of an unhappy parent. "Sorry," Will said. "Don't worry about it. I'll take it from here with the bodies. You should, Norton said, trailing off, visibly trying to think of something to make Will feel less useless. "I'll gather some firewood for tonight, in case we're stuck here longer," said Will, finishing Norton's sentence. Norton stared at him in silence. "It's gonna get a little cold tonight. We can't risk hypothermia," Will said. "You know how to build a campfire?" "I do. I mean, I only went camping once, but I read a lot of books about survival, so I know what to do." Norton's mouth contorted into a caricature smile. He may have been pleasantly surprised by Will's proactivity, or he may have been trying not to laugh at the absurdity of Will's sentence. "All right. You do that. We could use a campfire tonight. Boost everyone's morale a little bit. It could also send a signal to the rescuers. Good thinking. Let's get to it then. With a burst of feeling like he contributed, like a member pulling his own weight in a group project, Will hopped off the plane in search of branches and twigs to ignite a campfire. Amber. Amber forgot how quickly it got dark in the woods. It was almost 6 p.m., and the sun was still out, meagerly peering through the tree canopies, but the thick foliage weakened the light and its heat. Fall had just pushed summer out of the spotlight, and by all rights it was supposed to be warm, but the trees partially shielded this area from the sun. Amber hated the outdoors, and she hated the cold, so she hoped that the next time her plane crashed, it would do so on a beach, where she could at least crack some coconuts and catch a tan. The men had been busy the past few hours. Mitch scavenged all the food and drinks he could find, and then put them on one seat near the galley. Will found and brought firewood in front of the airplane, with a lot of grunting, sweating, and panting, while Norton lowered the bodies off the plane and dragged them out of sight. Amber didn't even want to think about what a sight it was to have so many dead bodies in one spot. Sam went back and forth from the plane and deeper into the woods, each time returning with another dead body. He must have done it at least 4 or so times. By 6 o'clock, it became apparent that there was no other crash survivors. Linda significantly calmed down and shifted into a catatonic daze. Amber didn't bother her with questions or by talking to her. She knew that she wouldn't get any responses from her. She did realize, however, that letting Linda wallow in her own misery wouldn't help either. Linda would need to occupy herself with activities to avoid overthinking and jeopardizing the group. "Let's go and join the others," Amber said. "See if we can't help them anyhow." Linda looked at her sheepishly, without saying a word. "We're going to need to work together if we want to stay alive until rescue finds us," Amber added. For a moment, Linda didn't look like she was going to budge. But then, she stood, and like a zombie, followed Amber to the edge of the fuselage. Amber ignored the trail of Josh's dried blood as she clumsily climbed down on the forest ground. As soon as she touched the ground, the leaves touched her exposed ankles. She shuddered at the thought of leaves, pebbles, and dirt sneaking into her shoes. "Come on, sweetie, it's a safe drop." Amber motioned toward herself. Linda looked over the edge with scrutiny, as if to look for the safest landing. Amber spread her arms and let them fall against her sides as she rolled her eyes. "Linda, if my fossilized body can take the jump, so can yours. Come on." She never liked having to be harsh with people or push them, but sometimes it was necessary. Right now, Linda needed some shock treatment in order to kickstart her back into life. During her 20 years of working in corporate companies, Amber has seen it all. She knew exactly what kind of approach she needed for each individual in order to motivate them to do their jobs. That's why the higher-ups sent her on this business trip. The client was an asshole, and she was the only one with enough brains to avert a crisis. It didn't take long for Linda to climb down with no effort at all. She wasn't an athletic type, that much was visible, but her slim stature gave her an advantage. "Atta girl," Amber said. "Nothing to it, eh?" She looked to the left. A hunched-over figure in the distance walking backward caught her line of sight. It took her a moment to realize that it was Sam dragging another dead body across the ground. Norton, also close by, said something as he gestured for Sam to drag the body to a certain spot nearby. "Wait here for a moment, Linda. Let me see what we need to do, all right?" Amber said. She wanted to prevent Linda from seeing all the dead bodies if possible, especially Josh's. Linda didn't nod, but Amber knew that she heard her from the fact that she looked in Sam's direction. She crossed her arms and looked around herself at the foreign surroundings, glaring up at the tall pines and the thick mulberries. She looked like she had never seen a forest before, given how wide her eyes were. Amber gently touched Linda's shoulder and walked toward Norton. The fallen leaves were not abundant, but mostly centered around the plane crash, whereas the rest of the visible areas in the woods were covered in thick undergrowth, moss, bushes, and root-covered dirt. As soon as Amber stepped away from the plane, Mitch and Will were there too, doing something with their backs bent. In an instant, Amber's attention gravitated to the ground. A line of bodies lay on their backs next to each other on the ground, at least 10 of them, placed in 2 rows of 5, giving Amber the ominous impression of a mass grave in pictures from war-torn places. Most of the people were around Amber's age, but some were older, and a few of them younger. Josh was one of the youngest ones, in his early 20s. Most of the bodies were not mutilated except two, one missing an entire arm, the other a foot. As for the other bodies, dried blood was strewn all over their clothes or heads. For all Amber knew, they may have been impaled by a sharp branch and bled to death. For once, she was glad that she wasn't the one taking the lead of the situation. "All right, put her right here," Norton gestured to Sam. Sam dragged the young woman's body next to an elderly man at the end of the row and released her hands with a grunt, sweating profusely and panting. "That's the last one in the area," he said as he folded the woman's arms across her chest. She looked peaceful like this. Amber refused to look at any of the corpses' faces. If she did, she'd wonder who they were and what their lives were like. The last thing Amber wanted was to start feeling empathetic towards the victim she couldn't help. "All right, we don't have much time until nightfall anyway," Norton said. As if on cue, Mitch and Will joined in to neatly position the bodies. Out of the entire group, Mitch was the only one who didn't look tired. He glanced at his watch and grinned. "Look at that. 10,000 steps already," he said. No one responded to that morbid remark. Amber cleared her throat and looked at Norton before saying, "We need to plan our next step. Do we just plan to sit around and wait for rescue to show up?" "No," Mitch said. "That's exactly what we're going to do," Norton added. Will nodded. "Standard survival tips say that staying at the crash site is the best course of action, because rescue will have an easier time finding us." "What if they can't find us?" Sam asked. "We wouldn't be the first ones who they would call off the search for if they can't find us. And we're in the middle of the woods. They're going to have a hard time spotting us from above." "Then we'll make ourselves more visible. Start a fire for smoke signaling. Do something that will help them." "That's a dumb plan," Mitch said as he shook his head. "We need to move and find our way out of the woods." "Maybe you missed the part where I said that it's almost nightfall," Norton calmly responded. "We couldn't leave the crash site now if we wanted to. And not to mention that we could be leaving just when the rescuers find us. It could be days until they find us here. We're hidden out here. Sam said it himself," said Mitch, gesturing to Sam. Amber rolled her eyes. "If you're so eager to go out there and get yourself killed, then be our guest. Just leave us the hatchet, yeah?" "Fuck off, Granny," Mitch scowled at Amber. "Quite a gentleman, too. Look, we already could have been focusing on our own survival, but we, instead, wasted a lot of time doing graveyard work here, thanks to the doc. That's out of line." Norton turned toward Mitch with a hostile undertone. "We need to gather the dead. You can't blame me for prioritizing that. All I know is that we wasted precious time doing that instead of something productive. And what's that, Mitch? Packing to leave before sunset so we can spend the night wandering the woods?" Norton raised his tone a little bit this time. "It's better than sitting on our asses and waiting for rescue," Mitch retorted with an equally loud tone. Their voices boomed and echoed throughout the woods. "Can you two please stop bickering like little children?" Amber asked, cocking her head to the side. "The bodies will have decomposed into skeletal remains by the time you two are done arguing." "Amber's right," Sam sighed. "Arguing isn't helping. We need to focus on what's important. We obviously can't go anywhere now, but we need to decide by morning what's the best thing to do. We could be waiting here for days without rescue. But then again, we don't know where we are. These woods could go on for hundreds of miles before we reach a town or whatever. That's why we need to first see if there's anything close by." "Someone needs to climb a tree in the morning and look around," Amber said. She immediately thought of Mitch as her first candidate, and apparently others did too, because they looked at him. Mitch shrugged and said, "Fine, I'll do it in the morning, you lazy pricks. And if I see any landmark, I'm packing up and going there." "And if you don't?" Will spoke up. Mitch shrugged. "Then I'll wait a few days, and then I'm going my own way, with or without you." Silence stagnated for a moment. "Fair enough," Norton said, leveling back to his calm self again. "Let's find something to cover the bodies and get something to eat. We still have some work to do later." Amber hadn't even realized until then how dark it had become from the moment she jumped off the plane until now. The sky immersed itself in a dim orange color, and the rays of sunlight no longer peered through the canopies of the trees. Amber was the first to spin on her heel and break into a gait back toward the plane. Linda, still standing in front of the plane, faced away from Amber, staring somewhere in the distance, Her arms no longer crossed. "Okay, so it looks like we're going to be sleeping here for the night," Amber said as she made her way across the rustling leaves. Linda didn't budge. "Linda?" Amber stopped next to her and craned her neck to observe her face. Linda's eyes bulged, and her mouth hung slightly open. Amber gently touched Linda's shoulder. "Hey, are you okay, Linda?" Linda spoke in a small, barely audible voice. "I think I saw someone there." Amber looked at the tree line far ahead of where the thick foliage stood, rendering it impossible to walk through. It was much darker there, a shade of black covering the edge of the tree line and everything that went beyond. The hairs on the nape of Amber's neck pricked straight. "Who did you see there?" she asked. "I don't know." Linda shook her head slightly. Amber squinted at the tree line again. No movement whatsoever, just trees. She was hit with a wave of unease. For all she knew, someone could be squatting in the dark, staring back at her, and she'd be none the wiser. But there was no one there. There couldn't be. "You must have seen some animal or something," Amber reassured, her voice on the cusp of quivering. "Come on, let's get inside and eat." Sam. Night had quickly fallen, replacing the poor visibility with blackness. Sam had never seen anything like that. He has walked in parks at night before, but there were artificial lights around, either inside the park or somewhere in the distance. Here, only the star-filled sky. Even the moon could not be seen clearly from here due to the trees' thick canopies. Every once in a while, Sam would glance at the wrecked fuselage, just to make sure it didn't somehow disappear out of sight, leaving him alone in the woods. It was scary, knowing that he could get lost here and spend the entire night wandering through the blackness, unaware of where he would step, oblivious to any potentially dangerous animals lurking nearby, ignorance leading him into a void. Sam knew that his eyes would adjust to the dark after a while, but the thought of being lost in such a vast place still brought him discomfort. That's why the fuselage was his salvation. Whenever he glanced at the incongruous metallic wreck nestled between the numerous trees, or heard his fellow survivors' voices, he knew that he was safe. The group ended up scavenging a lot of useful things from the scattered luggage. They found one flashlight, a lighter, rubbing alcohol, a stack of rope, and some camping backpacks. The food they scavenged from the airplane galley wasn't overly abundant, but it was enough to last them maybe 2 or 3 days, along with bottles of water and juice, too. Mitch was eager to dig in, but Norton reminded him that they could be stuck here for a longer time, and that they needed to ration their food. Although Mitch didn't seem to like the idea, he conceded. Everyone ended up having a bag of peanuts and a chocolate bar for dinner, and tomorrow it would be Amber's job to split the stashed food and drinks equally. Once again, Mitch complained that he needs more food because he's a big guy. "Don't worry, Sugar," Amber grinned. "We'll be sure to save enough protein for those big muscles, so you can continue carrying the axe all day long." Mitch furrowed his brows at her comment, but he didn't say anything. With the airplane corpse-free, all the bodies covered with various piles of clothes, and enough firewood collected, the group gathered in front of the fuselage while Will set up a campfire. It was much colder by then, and Amber and Linda pulled some extra clothes from the suitcases. "But these clothes could belong to some of the deceased people," Linda said. "I'm sure they won't get angry at you for trying to stay warm." Amber forced a courteous grin as she handed Linda a green sweater. 5 minutes later, a fire sparked to life, much to everyone's surprise. Even Will himself seemed surprised by it, since he triumphantly raised his hands and shouted, "It worked! It actually worked!" "Nice job, kid." Norton patted him on the shoulder. "Now, just make sure it doesn't die." Norton's statement caused Will's face to contort into concern as he bent down to nurture the flame to make it grow. As Sam stared at the gyrating flame and listened to the crackling, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. The fire helped boost his morale in a place like this one. This effect seemed to transfer to everyone else because they all stared at the fire as if they had just discovered it for the first time in the history of mankind. Even Mitch, with the empty stare, stayed close to the flame the entire time, as he intermittently poured peanuts from the bag into his mouth and crunched them. Everyone except Will and Norton stayed silent for a while. Will explained what he did every step of the way, as he sustained the flame, while Norton offered him friendly tips. Sam noticed that Norton knew exactly what needed to be done, but he never stepped in to take over. Instead, he guided Will to do so himself. He's not just surviving, he's also teaching, Sam thought. That gave him some solace, knowing that they had someone like Norton in the group. Someone who wouldn't throw everything away just for his own self-preservation, but would rather get the group to work together to survive. All right, you got it. Now you just gotta keep adding firewood as fuel, Norton said. Will nodded. Mitch brought the largest suitcases he could find and placed them around the campfire for everyone to sit on. By the time Sam sat down, the fire had grown and radiated so much heat that Sam had to scoot back. Will found a stick that he occasionally used to poke the fire and added more firewood when necessary. We gotta discuss our plan for tomorrow, Mitch said, breaking the silence. You really want to leave? Sam asked. Mitch sat to Sam's left, with his arms wrapped around his knees, staring at the fire, his face illuminated by bright shades of orange and yellow. Not yet, but we can't wait here for too long. There's too many of us, and not enough supplies, he said as he shrugged. We got enough food and water to last us for at least 2 days, Norton said. And what if rescue doesn't come until then? We're still going to be stranded, but we're not going to have food and water. And what then? We wait some more until we start eating each other? No one said anything, but the group members now exchanged suspicious glares. Linda looked frightened at the mention of eating another human. What do you propose? Norton asked. For the first time throughout his interaction with Mitch, he sounded genuinely interested in what Mitch had to say. I'm gonna climb a tall tree tomorrow, like you guys suggested, Mitch said. I'll see which way we should go. We're probably nowhere close to any towns, Norton said. If we were, someone would have heard or seen the crash. They would have had a rough estimate of where to look. Probably would have found us by now. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm gonna have a look anyway. Will raised a hand like he was in class and said, You should look for a river or any source of water like that. No, it's dangerous drinking from rivers. It could contain parasites, Mitch said. Not because of that, but because if we find a river, we can follow it to get out of here. Oh, and also, we could always boil the water from the river to purify it, so, yeah. Where'd you learn all that? Read some books about it. Oh, and I have this. Will stood and shoved his hand inside his pants pocket. He pulled out a pocket-sized book and presented it to everyone, even though the letters on it were too small to read. What is that? Survival in the Wilderness for Dummies, Will said. Is that a book you specifically carry with you just in case your flight crashes in the woods and you survive? Amber asked. No, I found it, Will answered, not absorbing Amber's sardonic remark. Norton snorted, which Sam realized a moment later was laughter. The doctor looked up at Will with a proud smile and said, So, you're not just a computer geek, after all. You're pretty resourceful. Only in theory, I'm afraid. Will sat again. You got anything over there for hunting? I sure could go for a nicely roasted rabbit right about now, Amber said. Yes, but I need to practice setting snares, Will said. If I learn that, we can catch some small animals for meat. Amber raised her eyebrows. Oh, you're serious? Well, in that case, I won't complain about getting a freshly cooked animal. We'll worry about that when the time comes, Norton said. Here's the plan. Mitch climbs a tree tomorrow to scout the area. If he sees a landmark, a town, something, we follow it. If not, we wait. What if the landmark is a river? Will asked. We wait. That river could go on for days, and the path could be dangerous. Haven't you ever heard of Julianne Kopka? Sam scanned the survivors' faces to see if anyone had the slightest hint of who Norton was talking about. Amber and Linda shook their heads. Mitch looked like a student who was bored in class and not paying attention. Will briefly raised his hand again. I have, he said. Well, are you going to tell us who she was, or are we going to play trivia games? Amber scowled. She was the only survivor of a plane crash back in the 70s, Will said. She trekked for 10 days through the Amazon jungle until she found a fisherman hut and was subsequently rescued. How'd she survive? Sam asked. She followed a river. Sam grimaced and then looked at Norton before saying, Wait, she survived by following a river? And you want us not to follow a river? I want us to wait and see if rescue is going to come. If it doesn't within a few days, we can leave. We're not going to have any food left until then, Mitch said. If we go now, we could end up with no food nonetheless. It's a gamble, so we need to play it safe. Waiting at the crash site is the best option. Norton's right, Linda said. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Waiting is the safest choice right now. None of us is adequately prepared for a trek through the woods, and if worst comes to worst, then we can send 1 or 2 people to go out there and look for help. Everyone seemed to agree with that suggestion, and if they didn't say anything. Sam himself thought it was a good way for things to play out. Wait, and if rescue didn't find them within a few days, go out there and look for help. How big could these woods be anyway? They were around an hour from landing when the plane crashed. The plane had slanted to the side a little bit, the right side. Sam remembered when he kissed the window during the turbulence, and it couldn't have continued off course for more than a minute like that. Sam tried his best to remember what he saw before the crash. There were trees, and nothing but trees. Shades of chartreuse and basil covering the hills, but nothing else stood out, not even some distant mountains in the backdrop. Sam remembered once going on a road trip with a friend. At one point, when they drove through Oregon, miles and miles of endless trees surrounded them for hours with no civilization in sight. The remaining proof of any humans ever setting foot there was the meager excuse of a pothole-riddled road that weaved through the area. During that trip, Sam thought how scary it would be to be stuck in a place like that, unable to call for help or get out. Now that he was actually in that situation, he didn't find it as daunting as he thought it would be. It was frightening, yes, but maybe the fact that he wasn't alone here gave him comfort. He didn't even want to think how it would be for him to stay alone, surrounded by corpses, with no source of light, freezing in the middle of the night. We should get some shut-eye. Norton's soft-spoken voice snapped Sam back to reality. Yeah, we have stuff to do tomorrow, Amber said before gently touching Linda's arm. Come on, Linda. Let's see how we can make a comfortable bed out of the crappy seats in the airplane. One by one, everyone stood and made their way toward the fuselage. Sam was the last one to stand. As he turned around to make his way toward the plane, the sudden crackle of the fire startled him. Sam turned around and stared at the fire before glaring at the background. It was not just dark over there. It was pitch black. And Sam imagined dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him from the dark. Just the thought of stepping into the area out of the comfort of the fire's heat and illumination sent shivers down his spine. As hastily as he could, but without arousing suspicion of his apprehension with the other survivors, he turned around and climbed into the fuselage. Day 2. Linda. Nightmares plagued Linda in her sleep. She dreamed that she stood beside the extinguished campfire. She immediately knew that it was the campfire Will made in front of the fuselage, even though the fuselage was nowhere in sight. Instead, hundreds and hundreds of dead bodies surrounded her. They were so densely packed around that some of them lay across the others, and whichever direction Linda looked at, she saw the bodies stretched all the way to the tree line. She wanted to get out of there, but for some reason she couldn't move her feet. All she could do was swivel her head left and right. Blood pooled around her feet from all the dead bodies, and when her gaze scanned the blood up to the tree line, a figure stood atop of the bodies. It was tall and burly and stared right at her with a pair of glowing red eyes. Linda woke up, covered in a cold sweat. Daylight blinded her vision for a moment, with the bright sun rays gleaming through the branches and inside the plane. None of the other group members were inside the fuselage. Linda's ears pricked at the sound of faint voices outside. She had been sleeping across 2 seats, with the jacket serving as her blanket. She tossed the jacket aside and stood, drained both physically and mentally. Looking back on everything that transpired yesterday formed a knot inside her stomach. Would rescue be here any time soon? She half hoped that rescuers would wake them in the middle of the night, but should she awake on her own, it meant that they would be here longer. As soon as Linda walked onto the aisle between the seats, Norton, Will, and Sam caught her line of sight, discussing something around the campfire. The charred remains of the wood in the fire pit brought about a sense of dread, reminding her of the nightmare from which she just escaped, but she dismissed that thought and stepped off the fuselage. She tried not to look at the spot where Josh was yesterday, not only because of the dried blood, but also because the spot was empty. She was afraid that if she peeked at it, she'd realize just how gone Josh was. "Good morning," Norton nodded at her when she approached the group. "Morning," she said back. "Anyway," Norton said as he turned to face Sam again, "you go on with Mitch. And Will, you see if you can't set up those snares." "Where's Amber?" Linda asked. Sam pointed in a random direction. Linda's gaze followed the path in that direction. Amber stood in the distance as a tiny figure. She held her phone above her head, staring at the screen in search of reception, most likely. Is there anything I can do to help? Linda scanned the guys' faces. Sam and Will looked at Norton as if to silently consult him about it. Norton shook his head and said, "No need. We have it all covered. Go and see if Amber needs anything." It was clear that they weren't giving her any tasks, either because they thought she wouldn't be able to do them, or because they didn't want to burden her after Josh's death. The events from yesterday forcibly entered her mind, and she couldn't help but wonder how she would tell Josh's parents what happened. They would learn about it soon enough, but Linda couldn't imagine their reaction. Would they blame Linda? Josh's mom already disliked Linda, and there was no doubt that she'd want to pluck her eyes out as soon as she found out that their only son died. Linda suppressed those thoughts as she made her way toward Amber. Mitch passed by her while adjusting his pants, without even looking at her. He was still holding the crash axe, and it didn't seem like he was going to relinquish it any time soon. In fact, Linda recalled Mitch sleeping with the axe under a pile of clothes beneath him. Did he trust others so little that he felt like he needed to keep the tool from them? "Stupid piece of shit," Amber said as Linda approached her. She slowly spun in one spot, staring at the phone screen above her. Not even the rustling of the leaves from Linda approaching grabbed Amber's attention. Only after around 10 or so seconds did she finally bring down her arm and groan in frustration. "Still can't get a signal," she said with a shake of her head. "We're in the middle of nowhere, and I can't even send a message. Maybe Mitch can try it when he climbs on a tree." Linda crossed her arms. "It's worth a shot, but I'm not overly optimistic about it. Have you tried using your phone?" "I have, but no luck, and my battery died yesterday." "Then we really are stuck in here." Amber placed the phone in her pocket. That sentence rolled out with such finality that a pang of desperation jolted through Linda. Amber apparently noticed that, so she tried to put up a straight face and said, "Don't worry, we'll be out of the woods soon." Literally. She jutted her head toward the deeper part of the woods and said, "How about we try gathering some berries and mushrooms for food?" "But what if they're poisonous?" "Don't worry. We have Will with his handy pocket guide for having a dandy time and not dying while being stranded in the woods." That evoked a smile out of Linda. She followed Amber as she walked deeper into the woods. Linda looked back just as to not lose sight of the fuselage, but was instead greeted by a sight of the colorful ground, which turned out to be the dead bodies covered in clothes. She hadn't seen them up until then, and she sure as hell wouldn't come closer for a better look. Now that she stared at the clothes and knew that the dead bodies were under them, she went cold. Josh was one of those bodies. That's all he was right now. Just another cold, dead body. "You coming?" Amber's voice startled Linda. "Yes, sorry," Linda said and picked up her pace to catch up with Amber. They walked side by side, navigating the terrain that seemed the least covered in thick undergrowth and fallen leaves. Plodding through woods that didn't have a trail was much harder than Linda ever thought it would be. Walking on a trail was already hard enough, as it was because of the protruding roots, uneven surfaces, and uphill and downhill gradients, but this was a living nightmare. The ground was often deceptive, with what seemed like the surface actually collapsing under Linda's foot, until her leg was buried ankle-deep in leaves and grass and dirt. She finally began to understand Norton's skepticism about leaving to follow the river. At this rate, they would need 3 hours for a distance that would normally take 1 hour. Multiplying that by days, and maybe even weeks. Linda now wanted to cry. What if that's how they ended up eventually? Lost in the woods, starving and dehydrated, with no living human anywhere close to them. Linda thought about her parents, and how racked with worry they must have been by now. If Linda had died in the woods, and no one found her body, would her parents continue hoping for her return year after year, even as her body rotted away, leaving her skeleton? Would some unfortunate traveler or backpacker run into her half-preserved skull centuries later and only briefly glance at the bones before continuing his merry way? Linda's chest tightened, her throat narrowed, as if breathing through a tiny straw. The feeling was so intense that she had to stop and lean on her knees. Her breathing turned into loud gasping as she felt like she was going to choke, her vision now blurry from the tears that welled up in her eyes. "Linda, what's wrong?" Amber turned around. Linda couldn't see Amber's face since she was so focused on staring at the ground and breathing, but Amber was audibly concerned. Linda blinked, tears falling from her eyes on the leaves below her, creating loud tapping sounds. Amber put a hand on Linda's back. Hey, it's all right. I get it. Being stuck in here with morons like those guys? Yeah, I want to cry about it too. Just take slow and steady breaths. Linda listened to her and swallowed. She exhaled and inhaled slowly, but it didn't seem to help. Hey, if any of them are really bothering you that much, we can make them a poisoned mushroom soup. I bet Mitch wouldn't even stop to think anything was wrong with it. Linda continued breathing. Her throat seemed to widen bit by bit, inhaling deeper every time. That's it. Just keep breathing. You're doing good, all right? Amber continued stroking her back. Linda's breathing somewhat stabilized. She continued, taking deep breaths, and still held on to her knees, but the panic attack abated. We'll be out of here before you know it. I don't think I'll be flying anytime soon. If I gotta go overseas, I'll swim, Amber said. Linda chuckled. She blinked the tears away and exhaled deeply. You're doing good, Amber said as she stopped stroking Linda's back. Linda straightened her back. She couldn't contain her embarrassment for letting herself break down in front of Amber. She knew that Amber wouldn't have judged her, though. She didn't know how. She just knew it. Thank you, she uttered, her voice trembling. Nothing to thank me for, sweetie. I should be thanking you instead, Amber said, and continued sauntering forward. Why? Linda asked. Because you're giving me some time away from men. Don't get me wrong. I don't think they're terrible, but I work mostly with men who have mommy issues. Being surrounded by so much testosterone 24/7 can be a pain in the ass. I was hoping I'd at least get a break from it with this crash. Linda couldn't help but think Amber somehow hated the males. Whenever she talked about men, she'd generalize and badmouth them. Can I ask you something? Linda tentatively asked. The panic attack was all but gone by then. Sure, Amber added. Are you married? Linda asked. Amber turned to face her, and for a moment, Linda thought that the woman would scold her for asking that question. Instead, her mouth contorted into a rictus as she said, happily divorced. She turned around and continued going forward. I mostly dated and fooled around throughout my 20s, got married when I was 30, and that hell of a marriage lasted for 9 long years. Linda was tempted to ask her what happened in that marriage, but she refrained from prodding. Whatever did happen in Amber's marriage was what shaped her entire view of men, presumably. And you never got married again? Linda asked instead. Nope. Never wanted to go through that again. But that's fine. I'm perfectly happy like this. I made the mistake of getting married in the first place. I'm not marriage material. Why do you say that? They reached a slight incline and began climbing. Men are too needy, Amber said, panting from the exertion of the climb. Whenever you don't give them attention, they start crying about it. Not to mention the fits of jealousy they throw. You must have experienced that by now, right? You're a pretty girl. I'm sure all the guys are all over you. I guess so, said Linda, her cheeks burning. Amber was absolutely right. Josh had been jealous many times in their relationship for no reason, whether it was Linda's old school friend or if she received a message from a stranger on social media. Josh would always find a way to blame her for it. She understood his point of view, but it didn't stop her from getting angry at him about it, nonetheless. She reassured him a million times that she would never cheat on him, but he still didn't 100% trust her. So, what about you? Linda asked. Oh, I never had guys running after me. Not for long, anyway. I'd hate to say it, but they were probably intimidated. I was a successful person at a very young age. I had a respectable position in a reputable company. Bought my own apartment. I was an overachiever. Really makes me wonder why I settled for such a prick like my ex-husband. He wasn't as successful as you? Linda asked. Amber guffawed, causing her voice to echo through the woods. Sweetie, he was a bum. He worked as a trucker and had no ambitions to do or learn anything. Ever. Here I was, working my ass off, learning and improving myself in all areas with a bunch of hobbies and all. And all he wanted to do was drive his truck and drink beer when he got back home. Oh, and play poker with friends from time to time. I honestly don't see you married to a trucker, Linda said. She imagined an overweight, sweaty middle-aged man with an oil-stained tank top and a receding hairline. That was probably just an exaggeration in her mind, though. Well, as I said, I made the mistake of getting married. My family pressured me into thinking that I would be unhappy if I had stayed single and child-free. That's why I also refused to divorce the son of a bitch. But after years of living in misery, I filed for a divorce. And look at me now. I've never been happier and more fulfilled in my life. Goes to show you that you don't need a partner to be happy. She turned to face Linda and smiled. Linda smiled back. She partly understood why Amber was so bitter toward men. She probably married a guy who was never home, complained a lot, or maybe did worse, physically abused her or cheated on her. The longer Amber stayed in the marriage, the more difficult it got to actually leave. Linda knew that all too well. Okay, we have some berries over there. Amber pointed to her left. She walked in that direction toward a berry bush. The berries were blue, and Linda thought for a moment how edible they looked. That could be deceptive, though, because if they were poisonous and she ate them, she'd be in a lot of trouble. Let's take a few with us and see what Will says, Amber said as she plucked one and put it in her coat pocket. Linda reached toward the berries on a branch and stopped when a shrill shriek pierced the air. Mitch. As soon as Mitch finished taking a dump, he wiped his ass with a t-shirt he found in one of the suitcases. Thank you, whoever you were, your death was not in vain. He kept the crash axe with him the entire time. The last thing he wanted was to give someone the axe to claim for themselves. He saw that doctor eyeing it voraciously. He was just waiting for an opportunity to take it from Mitch. Mitch and Linda walked past each other without a word. She briskly smiled at him in passing. It looked like she wanted to greet him, but he didn't say anything, so it was awkward. As soon as she was behind him, he turned around to check her out. She had a solid ass. Not too small, not too big. Not fit, that was visible from the lack of gluteal muscles, but Mitch didn't mind. Mitch, you ready to climb? Sam said as soon as Mitch approached him and Norton. Will was in the distance, bending down and collecting something off the ground. Sure, Mitch shrugged. I'll go with you, Sam said. I don't need a babysitter. I'm not going to babysit you. Just going to point you in the right direction. Mitch didn't buy that, but whatever. He turned around and started down the clearing in one direction. He remembered seeing a tall pine yesterday that he thought would be great for scouting the area. He looked up and spotted the tree. Even through the thick pine needles that obscured his view, it towered above all the other trees. Footsteps rustled next to Mitch, and he looked in the direction of the noise. It was Sam, walking next to him. We should find a tree that has strong branches, otherwise, I already found one, Mitch said as he spun the axe in his hand theatrically. That one there. He pointed at the girthy pine a few dozen feet away, up on a small gradient. Sam squinted toward the tree before asking, You sure you can climb that one? I can climb any tree, dude. I'm fit as fuck, Mitch retorted. I know. It's just that climbing trees can be really unpredictable. I got it. Don't worry. They stopped under the tree. It provided more shade than the others, with its sprawling boughs that jutted out on all sides. The pines were so thick that Mitch assumed he would need to either use the axe to break some branches further up or circumvent them. Luckily, the branches were bountiful, so the climbing should be easy enough. Mitch would only need to make sure he didn't step on a bough that would snap under his weight. This doesn't look too bad, Mitch shrugged. Well, time to earn that bread then. What do you want to do about that? Sam asked. When Mitch looked at him, he saw him pointing at the axe. Is that what this was about? He wanted to take the axe away from him? Mitch grinned and winked. Don't worry, brah. I can climb a tree while carrying 50 pounds, let alone an axe. Besides, I'll need it to break some of the branches. All right, suit yourself. Mitch expected some resistance, but luckily, none came. Good. Without another word, he placed one foot on the lowest bough and propelled himself up. The branch rustled but remained stable. It was thick, and Mitch stood close to the tree trunk where the bough was the thickest and wouldn't snap. From there, he climbed to the next one, and then the next one. By that time, he looked down and realized that he was at least 5 feet above the ground. Sam stood below, a few feet away from the tree, perhaps afraid that Mitch would plummet on top of him, and stared up. The next branch was too far for him to reach. He would need to hoist himself up. Mitch swung the axe toward the trunk. The blade embedded itself firmly, and Mitch left it there. He held onto the trunk with one hand while leaning forward to reach the branch with the other. Once he got a firm grip, he used the hand that held the trunk to grab onto the bough. He effortlessly pulled himself up from there and straddled the branch. Mitch didn't have any fear of heights, but he still refused to look down from here, just in case he got dizzy. He leaned forward so that he lay across the bough with his stomach and grabbed the axe handle. He had to yank it hard to pull it out of the tree trunk. From there, he pushed himself into a sitting position and embedded the axe above him in the trunk again. He stood on the bough while holding onto the trunk and then took out the axe and stuck it a little higher. He repeated the process of climbing as he did previously, and once he climbed 2 more boughs, he could no longer see the ground, nor could he see above him because of the thick foliage. He stepped onto a branch on his right and heard a loud snap. At the same time, the branch slightly collapsed under his weight, and he had to grab the trunk a little more feverishly to stop himself from losing balance. "You okay up there?" He heard Sam calling from below. "Fine," Mitch shouted. He looked at the branch he just accidentally broke. It was broken near the tree trunk, woefully hanging, with the sapwood incongruously sticking out where it broke. If that bough broke when Mitch stood on it, he would get seriously injured at this height, even if the lower branches cushioned his blow. "Why the fuck did I volunteer for this?" he thought. He now wanted to climb down and tell the others to fuck themselves with climbing, but he couldn't do that. Not now. He'd look like a pussy if he gave up now. No, he had to continue climbing. Determined to go on, he looked around for any other valuable places to climb. A sturdy-looking branch stuck out on his left above him, so he opted to climb there instead. This time, however, he tested it by putting a palm on it and pushing as hard as it could. The bough barely even rustled. Should be safe to climb. He climbed up and then used the axe to clear the pathway a little bit, since the pine needles blocked his view and path. For every branch he managed to chop off, he let it fall, or if it was a smaller branch, he'd snap it off and toss it. Once the path was sufficiently clear, he managed to climb it. The clear path made it easier to ascend for the next few feet, but the tree swayed in various directions under his weight. The boughs became thinner and shorter too, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to climb much further. He looked up. The egregious sight of the clear sky unveiled that he need not go much further. He had to chug the rest of the climb. "Mitch, you okay?" Sam shouted from below. Mitch was so far up now that Sam's voice was faint. He ignored him to preserve his energy. He would need it in order to climb down, too. Mitch embedded the axe in the trunk and left it there. He wouldn't need it any more for the rest of the climb. He made sure to test out each bough with more scrutiny from here, and he held more firmly onto the trunk. He also stayed as close to the trunk as he could in order to stop the branch from snapping. On top of all that, he also needed to climb slowly so as to prevent the tree from swaying too much. At one moment, Mitch felt the cold breeze on his face, and he knew he was above the rest of the forest. Still holding onto the trunk, he looked around himself in awe. He had never seen this kind of view from this position. There was hill after hill, covered in various shades of greenery, waving up and down and vice versa. Mitch observed the horizon. Nothing but trees. More scattered hills lined the way in the distance, but they, too, were covered in trees. Mitch spun around as much as the tiny bough he stood on allowed him to. He shielded his eyes from the morning sun as he scanned the horizon, looking for anything that stuck out from the rest of the forest. His initial feeling of awe disappeared when he realized that the same view stretched in every direction, possibly for hundreds of miles. He suddenly felt very tiny, surrounded by these densely packed trees. "Mitch!" He heard Sam shouting from the ground that had otherwise seemed so distant. Mitch had to remind himself not to relax this high up. If he did, he could slip, and if that happened, he'd be fucked. Just as his eyes caught something, a high-pitched scream penetrated the air. It was long and vicious, and for a moment, Mitch wasn't sure if what he heard was a voice or something else. He heard the loud flapping of wings, and when he turned his head toward the source of the sound, he saw a flock of birds dispersing from the trees into the air. What the fuck was that? He asked himself. A cracking noise came from the bough that he stood on. Sam. The scream was so loud that Sam averted his gaze from the tree and looked around himself in dismay. Perhaps it was Mitch mimicking something or letting out a triumphant cry. What was that? Some kind of animal? He could barely process that before an echoing crack resounded way above him. He didn't pay too much attention to it because Mitch had been breaking and snapping the branches above for the last 5 minutes. And then came Mitch's panicked voice. "Oh shit. The crack resounded again, much louder this time, followed by a rustling noise. This was preceded by more rustling and more cracks, only this time it was much more violent, and it sounded like it was climbing down toward the ground. "Mitch, what's going on? Get back from the tree!" No sooner had Mitch said that, a large, red object plummeted to the ground right in front of Sam with a clattering sound. The axe. Sam took a few steps back, more cracking and rustling, and then an entire bough fell on top of one of the lower boughs, which held it in place. The rustling continued as Sam stared up at the tree in bafflement and anticipation. And then Mitch's figure appeared. He grabbed onto one of the boughs in a pull-up position and swung like a monkey before dropping on the ground. His knees slightly bent, but he landed with physical finesse, suitable for his stature. He dusted himself off and glanced at the axe on the ground with a smile on his face. He picked it up and showcased it to Sam. "See? It's a good thing we have this in case we got dangerous animals running around," he said. "What do you think that was?" "It didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard," Sam said. Mitch shrugged. "Whatever." When Mitch didn't add anything else, Sam asked, "So, did you see anything interesting up there?" "Actually, yes. There's a small portion in the woods where the trees were toppled, and there was smoke coming from that area." "Smoke?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "That might be the pilot's cockpit, or the tail of the airplane. Everything okay, you two?" Norton's voice came behind Sam. Sam turned around. The doctor and Will stood a few feet behind, expectation cast on their faces. "Yeah, I saw smoke," Mitch said. "Smoke? Where?" Norton asked. Mitch turned around and raised a finger. He produced a prolonged before pointing in one direction. "Somewhere around there." "How far away was it?" Norton impatiently jumped in. "No idea. It's hard to tell. Maybe an hour of walking, maybe less." Norton wiped his forehead, even though no visible beads of sweat were present. He scratched his cheek and looked at Mitch. "It's probably a piece of the plane." "That's what I was thinking," Sam interjected. "So it's settled then. We need to pack and find it," Mitch said. Amber and Linda arrived just then. "Did you guys hear that just now?" Amber asked before looking at Will. "Will, what kind of animal was that?" "We heard it. Never mind about that right now." Norton dismissively waved her off. "Mitch saw some smoke when he climbed the tree." "He did? Where?" Amber frowned. Mitch pointed in the same direction as earlier. What came next were Amber's speculations about what it could be. She came to the same conclusion, that it was probably a part of the airplane. The others agreed. "So, should we go look for it?" she asked. "It's too far away. If we go after it, chances are we might get lost." "It's a lot of ground between us and the smoke," Norton stated, pessimistic. "There could be survivors there," Mitch jumped in. Sam doubted Mitch was hopeful about any survivors. If anything, he probably just wanted to coerce the others into moving away from the crash site. "It's unlikely," Norton said. "He's right," Will agreed. "The chances of surviving a plane crash are close to zero. If it's the tail of the plane, no one's going to be there. If it's the pilot's cabin, there's no way they survived unless they got really, really lucky, like us." "We can't risk moving right now," Norton said. "Let's wait a little longer." "How much longer?" Mitch groaned. "To give rescue enough time to find us. In the meantime, we should get a fire going for as long as we can. Gotta maximize our chances of being found." No one said another word. Mitch looked like he wanted to, but if he did, he refrained from saying anything. Will. It was 1 p.m. when the group decided to have lunch. Everyone was bored by then. Will set up some snares around the perimeter of the crash site, even though he wasn't optimistic about catching any food. Mitch and Sam brought some firewood for the campfire, and the rest of the members sat around and did nothing. They ate some cold chicken that Mitch found in the galley to use up the easily spoiled food. Afterward, they would need to survive on packs of candies, peanuts, and energy bars. Everyone was quiet as they sat around the campfire and ate. Will glanced furtively at each of his fellow survivors and observed them to see if they felt in any way as anxious as he did. Mitch looked like he was on vacation. He voraciously wolfed down his meat and lay down in a recumbent position. With a pensive stare at nothing in particular, Norton nibbled on his food. Maybe he had no appetite but forced himself to eat. Amber and Sam chewed their food in silence, occasionally looking around. Linda had barely touched her food and left it in the tray on the ground. She was sitting with her arms between her legs, her shoulders tense, probably sad because of Josh. "Are you going to finish that?" Mitch asked her, pointing to her tray. Linda picked up the tray and handed it over to him without a word. He grinned and thanked her before digging in. "You don't look at all like you just survived a plane crash," Sam told him with a half-smile. "What does that mean?" "Means you're too relaxed." Mitch shrugged. "May as well get the best out of this. Consider this a mini vacation." "I haven't had one of those in a long time," Amber sighed. Everyone in the group looked at her, some directly, others sneakily. "What? A vacation?" Norton asked. Amber nodded. "I had 15 unused days of paid leave last year that I transferred to this year. Unfortunately, some asshole up top decided at the start of the year that days off couldn't be transferred anymore." "Ouch. So you basically saved your days off for nothing?" Norton asked. "Serves me right, for being a goddamn workaholic. Not only did I lose my days off, but I was also in a plane crash. You should ask for a raise after this. I'll be lucky if they don't deduct it from my pay. I was supposed to be back at work today." "Jesus, they're gangbanging you there," Mitch said. "Screw them. I planned on quitting anyway." "But how will you find a new job?" Will asked. "I'm too old. Is that what you want to say?" Amber scowled. Will opened his mouth, then closed it in confusion and embarrassment. That's exactly what he meant. Amber read him like an open book, but he still tried to defend himself and say, "No, I mean, that's not what—" Amber threw her head back and guffawed. "I'm messing with you, Will." Will looked around and noticed most of the group members smiling and openly chuckling. His cheeks burned from embarrassment, but it was okay. He considered that to be a joke to lighten the mood, not a joke at his expense. "Well, I'll tell you one thing that I'm too old for," Amber said, "and that's having children. I never could stand the little brats." Will expected Amber to say something down the line of being too old for sexual activities, but the statement about not standing children wasn't that much better either. "You never wanted them, or?" said Sam. "Both. I never had the mother instinct inside me that everyone always told me I'd have. They just kept yapping. 'You'll see one day when you have children of your own,'" she quoted in a petulant tone. Luckily, that never happened, and my parents were constantly on my back about it. Eventually, I found out that I'm infertile anyway. My idiot parents and relatives thought that I was going through emotional hell for not being able to have children, and I let them believe I was. That way I could continue focusing on work, instead of having little goblins running around the house. Will contemplated that for a moment. Despite never having that motherly instinct, Amber sure seemed to take good care of Linda. But then again, was that a mother's instinct or just some kind of mentoring that she was used to at work? Either way, Will couldn't help but wonder if Amber actually wanted to have kids or was just pretending for the group. Sour grape. "But seriously, what do you do, Amber?" Linda asked. Hearing Linda speak sounded so weird. Will got accustomed to seeing her sitting in silence all the time, so whenever he heard her voice, it sounded unnatural. Amber looked at Linda brusquely and scoffed. "Boring corporate stuff," she said. "I work for a consulting company. Basically, my job is to convince the clients that our company is the right one for them, and then deliver the project, whatever it is." "Never was good at sales," Norton interjected. "Luckily, I don't need to do any convincing as a doctor." "You still probably need to deal with retired, grumpy people, right?" "You got a point there." "What about you, Will? What do you do?" Amber's question caught him off guard. He looked up from his food tray with wide eyes. He noticed Sam and Linda staring at him, too. "I don't do anything, yet." A disappointed grunt came from Mitch, so Will quickly added, "But I just interviewed for Facebook, and I'm pretty sure they'll give me an offer back." "Let me guess." Mitch pointed a finger at Will. "IT specialist." "Software engineer," Will readily corrected him. "So, is that like a programmer?" Linda asked. "Yes," Will nodded, enthused. He didn't know what else to add, so he quickly averted his gaze onto the platter. Sam spoke up a moment later and said, "What do you do, Linda?" "I'm a student," she said. "Josh and I studied at the same college." "What college is that?" "Eastwick College." Norton awed. "Studying to become a nurse?" "Cook, actually," Linda said in a cold tone. "And Josh too?" "Yeah, that's how we met. We were flying out to meet his parents when, you know." Silence loomed for a moment. "And you, Sam?" Norton asked. "Customer support." "Shit, man. I'm really sorry," Mitch chimed in. Sam laughed. He had food in his mouth, so he shook his head before swallowing and saying, "I appreciate it." "So, I guess you're already used to dealing with pain-in-the-ass people like Mitch, then?" Amber asked. Laughter broke out in the group. Sam didn't answer that question. "And you, Mitch?" Norton asked. "You said it's something sports-related, right?" I'm still in college. Play football. How old are you? 22. Will looked up in surprise. He couldn't help but stare at Mitch in amazement. Will himself was 23, and although he looked much younger for his age due to his scrawny body and inability to grow a proper mustache, Mitch looked much older. Will assumed him to be in his late 20s, not just because of the build of his body, but because of the creases on his face. Will had seen it before. For the short duration that he attended the gym, guys his age were 3 times his size, and looked at least 10 years older. It was the steroids, and even Will knew about it. He went to the gym with his friend Rakesh from high school. Rakesh was relatively skinny too when they started, but after just a few weeks, he managed to pack some serious muscle mass. Will, on the other hand, barely managed to tone his shoulders, but his arms were still thin, his chest flat. He had thought he either had terrible genes or just needed to eat more rice and chicken when Rakesh one day unzipped his backpack in the locker room. A needle fell out. Rakesh tried justifying that it was for a friend who had insulin issues, but Will recognized the needle as intramuscular. He berated Rakesh about it. His friend eventually caved and told him about a magical substance called testosterone. He was initially against using performance-enhancing drugs, but he had been going to the gym longer than Will, and he had trouble improving his physique. Eventually, he got the juice from one of the coaches in the gym. He had been injecting himself with it twice a week, resulting in a huge difference in his muscle mass and strength in a month. When Will told him about its side effects, Rakesh agreed with him but convinced him that he would stop after one cycle, which was supposed to be around 8 weeks. Will stopped going to the gym and hanging out with Rakesh not long after that because his friend changed a lot. Rakesh, now a typical gym bro, spent more time looking at his reflection in the mirror and taking selfies than doing anything else. And here he was, a smart, ambitious young man from an Indian family who strived to become an engineer just like Will, flushing everything down the drain for big muscles. The last time Will saw or heard from Rakesh was when he ran into one of his pictures on Instagram. Rakesh was much bigger then, but he also had very low body fat. He was apparently on a strict diet to prepare for a bodybuilding competition. Rakesh looked much older too. It had only been a couple of years since they last spoke, but not only was his face riddled with more lines, but his hairline receded too. Not to mention, his beard got thicker. Will convinced himself that Mitch used steroids. That, or he was a freak of nature who also worked out hard. Will was willing to bet it was mostly the steroids. Will, what was that animal we heard earlier? It sounded like some big and angry bird or something, Amber said. I have no idea. Animal sounds are described in the pocket guide, but it's too broad to identify, Will said. Whatever it was, it didn't sound too friendly, Sam said. Yeah, we'd best not wander off without any proper tools for defense, Norton added. Well, Mitch doesn't want to relinquish the axe. Sam jutted his head toward Mitch. The axe sat on the ground in front of him, close enough for him to grab it in case someone tried to snatch it away from him. There's only one hatchet anyway. We need to make some spears, Norton said before turning to Will. Engineer, anything in that book about making defensive tools? You bet! Will placed the tray on the ground and dove his hand inside his pocket. He pinched the rectangular outline of the pocket guide. Once he fished it out, he flipped through the pages like one would through a deck of cards, looking for the part of the guide that showcased various constructions of tools. They were located somewhere near the end of the book, but Will still needed time to locate the page with the illustration of a stone axe. Okay, here we go, he said. We can make a stone axe, but it might take a while. We can also make a hammer, and a spear, and a bow, but it's probably going to be difficult. What do you think is going to be the easiest to make? Norton asked. The spear. Then let's make spears first, one for each member, except Mitch, of course. He doesn't need one. Will thought he sensed enmity in Norton's voice, but it was too subtle to determine. Let's also start that damn fire, Amber groaned. I don't want to spend more than a few days in here. Yeah, Norton nodded. Just then, a voice came from outside the camp. Amber. Everyone by the campfire turned their heads to face the voice. As they stared in silence, a rustling came from the thicket of the trees. Mitch propelled himself to his feet and got the axe ready for swinging. The others gradually stood as well. The rustling of the branches continued more violently now, and Amber was already prepared to grab Linda by her hand and have the two of them run out of there. A figure stumbled forward into the clearing. Amber widened her eyes. At the same time, Linda gasped in horror. Please, help me, the man said, limping before falling on his side with a groan. He held his thigh and hissed in pain. Norton was the only one who rushed over to the man, kneeling down to see what was wrong with him, while everyone else stared, flabbergasted. "Tell me what's wrong," Norton demanded as he surveyed the man from head to toe. Only then did Amber take a good look at him. He was maybe in his 30s, dressed in clothes adequate for winter times. He wore a cap, a green jacket, jeans, and dirty Timberlands. His jeans were stained with dried blood on one leg. Amber didn't even realize until then that he was using a makeshift cane to walk. "My leg! I broke my leg!" the man moaned. "Mitch, give me the axe." Norton gestured to Mitch. "What? Why?" Mitch complained. "So I can save his life," Norton snapped. Mitch conceded and handed the axe to Norton. Norton used the blade to rip open the hurt man's jeans. Amber couldn't help but look away and cover her eyes when Norton revealed the man's leg. She glanced at his leg. A bone protruded upward through broken skin, surrounded by dried blood. The man wailed as Norton further spread open the jeans to assess the damage. "Bone's displaced. Gonna have to push it back in, all right?" Norton said. The man simply nodded as he looked down at his leg from a recumbent position. "Hold him down! Hold him down!" Norton commanded to no one in particular as he looked around. Will recoiled. Mitch and Sam approached the man on each side and held him by his shoulders. Norton put a hand on the man's leg and counted. "This is going to hurt a little. I'm gonna push, okay? In 3, 2, 1. Amber turned away, closed her eyes firmly, and blocked her ears with her palms. Her palms didn't muffle the man's ungodly scream. She hoped that the bone wouldn't need any more readjusting. "Okay, you're good," Norton said. "Somebody, give me some straight and strong branches, around the length of his leg. Move it!" Amber opened her eyes and turned around. Linda looked away from the whole scene with her hands over her mouth, silently crying. Amber approached her and put her arms around her shoulders. "It's okay, sweetie. He's okay. Norton's going to make him better," she reassured. 5 minutes later, the man had a makeshift splint made from 2 sticks that were tied to his leg to isolate it from moving. By then, he looked like he was falling in and out of consciousness. "We need to get him inside the airplane," Norton said to Will. "There's a blanket inside. Go fetch it." Will ran toward the plane with alacrity this time. He wasn't overly fast, but he returned less than a minute later with a long, thick blanket. "Spread it down here." Norton pointed to the ground next to the injured man. Once Will did that, Norton asked the other guys to help him put the man on top of the blanket. Mitch, Sam, and Norton gently moved the man with their combined effort, while Will stared, visibly trying to help, but not knowing how. Once the man was on the blanket, Norton commanded the guys to help carry him to the front of the fuselage. Each person grabbed one edge of the blanket and got ready. Norton began the countdown. "All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. They simultaneously lifted the blanket and the man along with it, who groaned. The 4 men moved the injured guy using the blanket as a stretcher and gently placed him on the ground in front of the fuselage. "All right, good work," Norton said. "Now, we need to figure out a way to get him up and inside." "We could tie the blanket around his chest and pull him up," Will suggested. Norton frowned and looked down pensively for a long moment before nodding. "Good thinking. Let's go." The men were quick at work. Amber watched as they got the man off the blanket again, ignoring his hissing, cursing, and moaning. "Blanket's too short like this," Norton said as he scrutinized the piece of fabric. Mitch went over to grab his beloved axe that was left on the ground where Norton had used it earlier, then returned to the guys. "Let's cut it in half and tie it together," he suggested. Norton agreed. Mitch proceeded to cut the blanket and then tear it with his hands. He then tied it into a tight knot and tugged it to make sure it would hold. Once it was deemed safe, the injured man was then helped upright, and the blanket was tied around his chest and under his arms. "Mitch, Sam, go inside, and when I give you the go-ahead, pull him up." "Gently," Norton said. The two did as they were commanded, and as soon as they were ready, Norton and Will lifted the injured man and helped him stand on his good leg. The man's face contorted, grimacing as he huffed in pain. Norton handed the ends of the blanket up to Sam and Mitch, and they began pulling him up. "Hold your arms down," Norton said to the injured man. Before Amber knew it, the man was seated on the edge of the fuselage, and then carefully pulled back, so that he could lie down on the floor. From there, Norton and Will climbed into it. Amber couldn't see from here what was going on anymore, so she left Linda and climbed into the plane. By the time she did so, the men in the group were assisting the man, positioning him to lay down across 3 of the plane seats. They panted from the laborious effort. Once they lay the man down, everyone went silent. Norton's forehead glistened with sweat. Will and Sam were winded too, but Mitch Didn't look like he did any heavy lifting at all. Amber approached the seats around which the men had gathered and glanced at the injured person. He was pale, his lips dry and colorless. "He should be okay like this," Norton said. "But if his leg is infected, then he could be in a lot of trouble without rescue and proper medical care." "It's probably infected," the man meagerly chuckled through a half-hiss. "Been through a lot of dirt, mud. Then you'll need antibiotics as soon as possible. I'm surprised you even managed to get here with your leg like that. What's your name?" "Antonio. I wasn't far away. Woke up last night and had no idea where I was and what was going on. Then I saw the fire in the distance. I followed it, and it got me to you." "It took you that long to reach us?" Sam asked. "Yeah. I crawled, but even that was painful. Eventually, I used a stick to get up and hop as much as I could." "How did you even survive the crash?" Amber chimed in. "Luck? My seat got stuck in a tree." "So you broke your leg in the crash?" Norton asked. Antonio shook his head. "No, I broke it when I fell from the tree along with my seat. Why didn't you yell for help?" "Don't you hear my voice right now?" Antonio let out something that was supposed to be a chuckle again. "I can hardly even speak." It was true. Amber had to strain to hear what he was saying. Even if one of the group members shifted in their positions slightly louder, it drowned out his voice momentarily. "See any other survivors out there?" Norton probed. "None. It was dark, and I couldn't see anyone. But I did hear voices for a little bit, which later stopped." "Well, you got really lucky. Should be safe for now. Let's just hope rescue comes soon," Norton said as he turned to face the group. "Now, let's get back to building our defenses." Norton. A few hours later, everyone in the group had a spear. Will showed them what kind of sticks to look for, how to sharpen their spears with a sharp piece of rock, as well as how to put a small piece of cloth at the place where they would be clutching it. When it came to learning how to use the spear, Mitch volunteered to show off his athletic spear-throwing abilities. Everyone except Will declined his offer, some politely, some not. And once he took the spear from a confused Will, he was going to show him how he should chuck it. That showing was more actually showing off, and Mitch ended up throwing the spear into the foliage of the pines far away, lodging it above reach. When Will realized what Mitch had done, he asked him to climb and retrieve the spear, but Mitch shrugged and told him that his hands were calloused from the earlier climbing. "Sorry, brah, but it's not going to be a problem for you to make a new one, right? You're pretty good at that part." Mitch gave Will a heavy pat on the back and walked away. Norton stared at the whole situation in annoyance while sharpening his spear. Mitch was going to be a problem, might even put the group in jeopardy with his immature behavior. Norton would need to keep a close eye on him in case he decided to cause more trouble. "Hey," Amber said, walking up to him. She held a spear on her own, with the butt of it on the ground. "Do you think this spear makes me look like an Amazon warrior woman? Or do I need to have clothes that are more torn and revealing?" she asked. Norton chuckled. "Are you flirting with me, Amber?" "Of course not. Is it working?" Norton glanced at her before continuing to sharpen his spear. "Are you single, or just not loyal?" he asked. "Both. Don't worry. I was just joking. You're not my type. I prefer someone who'd know other vaginal functions rather than just its anatomical structure and biological purpose." Norton laughed a little harder this time. "You know, you're either really good at guessing, or you're taking a great shot in the dark here. My ex-wife used to complain all the time about me working too hard and not being able to please her, but she had never considered that she was a fat cow who just spread her legs and waited for me to do the entire job." Amber snorted in laughter. "Is that why you two divorced?" Norton was somewhat surprised, but not unpleasantly, at Amber's bluntness. He got used to people skirting around the sensitive questions or avoiding them altogether. Amber didn't seem to care about asking the wrong questions. Maybe she was so tired of being tactful at work that this came as a refreshment for her. That's part of the reason. And what's the real reason? Norton looked her dead in the eye with a serious expression. "I had an affair with a patient," he said. He never said that to anyone, and his ex-wife, Victoria, was the only person who knew about it. Amber gasped at what Norton said, and for a moment, that expression on her face looked alien. "You know you could lose your license for that, right?" "Yep. And my ex-wife knew it too. So, she blackmailed me into giving her custody of our son in exchange for keeping quiet." "Wow, that's really low." Clever, but low. Yeah, well, she had no proof anyway, and to tell you the truth, I didn't really want custody of Ben. I was far too busy for that. He's better off with her. How old is he? 16. He was 10 when Victoria and I divorced. That must have been tough on him. Not really. He rarely saw me anyway, so now we at least get to spend more quality time every other weekend. He chuckled, with a tinge of melancholy. Amber huffed and went quiet for a moment before speaking up again. Well, at least you have someone waiting for your return home. I can just bet that my ex is getting drunk off his ass in celebration of the plane crash. You guys on bad terms? No, we're not good enough to be on bad terms. We're far below that. Norton cackled. Good to see you haven't lost your sense of humor with everything going on. That's my life's motto. Don't take anything seriously because nerves can't repair themselves, and we will all die eventually anyway. Norton pondered that. It was a dark way to look at things, but Amber wasn't wrong. Whether they died in the plane crash yesterday, or of starvation tomorrow, or in 20, 30, or 50 years from now, they would still die. But the thing is, they were still alive right now, and Norton believed in making a difference. That's why he became a doctor. What do you think about our chances of getting rescued? He asked. Amber looked up contemplatively for a second, before saying, Hard to tell. I don't know anything about flying routes, and it happened so that we were unlucky, or lucky, enough to land in a vast forest. If the plane went off course too much when it initially encountered the problem, then their search area could be huge. There's some smoke nearby. That's what Mitch said, Norton added. True, and if they come anywhere close to this area, they might be able to find them, but not us. If they find them, it'll narrow down the search area for us as well. We could be dead by the time that happens. Norton scoffed at Amber's last statement. Let's try to keep our heads high. Morale is probably already pretty low in the group. We don't need extra pessimism, especially for... He jutted his head toward Linda, who was sitting near the campfire and adding firewood to the flame. Amber looked over her shoulder toward the girl. A moment later, she turned back to Norton and nodded brusquely. Linda's fine. She's less distressed than she looks. You sure about that? The girl's like a zombie. I'm sure. I've worked with people all my life. My job was to read them. She's probably shell-shocked more because of the plane crash than her boyfriend's death. You think so? I'm sure, Amber scowled. That's a pretty bold statement to make, Norton said as he finished sharpening his spear. He brought the tip closer to his face to see if it was sharp enough. It looked good enough to be used for hunting, maybe even as a defense tool in case he got attacked by a bear or a cougar. He looked up at Amber in time to see her rolling her eyes. Like I said, a screech echoed in the woods. Faint, but audible enough to cause everyone to stop doing what they were doing. Norton listened as the blood-curdling scream stretched on for what must have been at least 10 seconds before it stopped. Amber widened her eyes in terror. Norton saw Sam and Linda, who were close to the campfire, also looking around in confusion and palpable fear. What the fuck? Amber said with a trembling voice. Norton's hairs on the nape of his neck stood straight. The scream itself was inexplicably scary. Maybe it was the fact that the sound was so foreign that scared Norton so much. For the time they spent in the woods, Norton listened to the wildlife to which he became so accustomed that he didn't even pay attention to them anymore. But this sound, this was something new. Something that Norton couldn't figure if it was benevolent or threatening. There it is again. Did you hear it? Sam asked, raising a finger as he glanced at Norton. What was that? Linda asked with panic in her voice. Maybe a mountain lion? They usually scream, Sam said. Norton took a deep breath. Best to stay close to the campfire for the rest of the day. I don't think it's anything dangerous or close for that matter, but we'd best stick close to the fuselage tonight. Even though the screech was far away, Norton couldn't help but scan the tree line for any movement. He expected to see something beastly standing on all fours, stalking them from the darker parts of the woods. He recalled the stories he heard as a kid about the Wendigo, that the Wendigo was a creature in Native American culture that inhabited some parts of the United States, although he couldn't remember which ones. For a moment, he wondered if there was any truth to the stories, and if the plane somehow crashed into the area where the creatures may have been sighted. No, that was ridiculous. That was just a myth, nothing more. As a doctor, Norton believed in science and hard evidence, and the Wendigo was just a story to scare little kids into behaving. Despite telling himself that, he continued scanning the tree line just a moment longer before standing and calling everyone to gather around the campfire. Sam. All right, so you all heard that shriek just now, Norton said as soon as everyone was accounted for. We can't tell what it is, but Will and Sam think it might be a mountain lion. But we aren't on a mountain, Mitch said. A cougar, then. Call it whatever you want. Either way, it's best if we stick close to the crash site for now, and hope rescue comes soon. In case you need to use the bathroom, bring a flashlight with you, and don't go too far. Hearing that put Sam on edge. Should they expect a cougar to just walk into the clearing where the plane was and maul one of them to death? Also, Will added with a raise of a hand, make sure to listen. If the forest goes too quiet, it means a predator's nearby. Right, Norton nodded. Sam glanced at Linda, who was just as terrified. Will's facial expression was pretty much riddled with the same fear. Amber and Norton had concerned looks on their faces, while Mitch was the only one who looked relaxed. Nothing to worry about, Mitch said as he raised his axe. I have this. Someone should probably stand guard at night, Sam said, just to keep the fire going. It will keep the predators away, and will help the rescuers find us more easily. I already climbed a tall-ass tree today, so I think I did my share of the work, Mitch said. Everyone looked around at their fellow survivors. No one was willing to stay up through the night and outside the safety of the airplane with a potential predator nearby. I'll do it, a small, timid voice said. Everyone looked at Linda. She briefly raised her hand when she volunteered and then crossed her arms in her usual protective stance. She suddenly looked slightly embarrassed by her own proposal. You sure you're up for it? Norton asked. Linda nodded. I'll do it with you, Sam added. We should probably swap after a few hours anyway, so we can get at least a few hours of sleep. Sam noticed Amber glaring at Linda solicitously, like a worried mother. He assumed that the two of them had a stronger bond with each other than the rest of the group, maybe because they were the only women, and maybe because Amber took Linda under her wing. All right, so it's settled, Norton said. You two take the shift tonight. Tomorrow, it'll be someone else. Whoa, what do you mean tomorrow? Mitch finally interjected. We're not staying that long. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Norton said, patronizing Mitch. I think Mitch is right, Will added. Staying here for too long can jeopardize our survival. We should probably leave tomorrow. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Norton said, his voice sterner this time. No one else said anything. It's gonna get dark soon. Make sure you have everything you need in a visible spot, and don't wander too far away. Everyone stood. Sam approached Linda and said, I'll take the first shift. Sam threw firewood into the fire. It crackled and rose higher in the air momentarily before stabilizing. The forest was dark. He couldn't see anything past the small circle that the campfire illuminated. He looked up at the sky. Everything was pitch black. When Sam looked down, he saw a young woman standing on the other side of the fire. Max? He frowned. What are you doing here? I came to see you. I was worried about you, Max said in a bleak manner as she made her way around the fire toward Sam. Sam's heart raced, and he smiled from ear to ear. Max was here, and the two of them were back together. He didn't know how, he just knew they were. Everything was okay now. The crash was no longer an issue. He could go through hell with Max at his side. Max sat next to him, leaned her head on his shoulder, and intertwined her fingers with his, just like she used to do. Sam kissed her on the head, and together they stared at the campfire. A loud crack of the wood in the fire caused Sam to open his eyes. He lay on the ground, staring up at the star-filled sky, what little of it he could see. Bad dream? A feminine voice came nearby. His boggled mind thought for a moment that it was Max, but it couldn't have been Max. She was home with her new boyfriend, and she probably didn't even care about Sam being in the crash. Sam looked up, and Linda sat on the opposite side of the campfire. Shit, I must have fallen asleep, he thought with panic. Sorry, he jerked up into a sitting position. I must have dozed off. Are the others sleeping? Yes, Linda nodded. A long, silent moment grew between them before she spoke up again. You were talking in your sleep, she said. I was? Sam played dumb, even though he knew well that it was true. I hope I wasn't saying anything inappropriate. He tried to pass it off as a joke, and for a moment he thought it worked when Linda smiled tersely. But then she asked, Is Max your girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend. Uttering those words was foreign, but it also stung. He had always referred to Max as his girlfriend, and this was the first time he had to call her an ex. I'm sorry, Linda said. Don't be. She's happier now. Sam smiled and stared at the fire. The flame illuminated Linda's face. She stared at him forlornly, slowly blinking from time to time. She looked as though sleep planned to claim her. Sam glanced at his wristwatch. It was a little past 3 a.m. His shift started at 8 and was supposed to end at 2, so he was free to go back to the fuselage now. The problem was, Sam was wide awake. He could easily stay awake another hour or two. "I never loved Josh." Linda's quiet, almost whisper-like voice interrupted Sam's train of thought. When he looked up at her, she had been staring at him the same way. Did she just say something? Or am I imagining things? Sam thought to himself. "You didn't love him?" he repeated. Linda shook her head with pursed lips. "Actually, I've been waiting for the right time to break up with him." Sam frowned but said nothing. Something told him that Linda was about to continue, and sure enough, he was right. "I guess we fell in love too fast," she said with a meager chuckle. "And then we fell out of love just as fast. Actually, I did. He didn't. He was actually crazy in love with me. I'd even go as far as saying that he lived for me." She glanced down at the fire and slowly shook her head. "Is that why you stayed with him?" "Yeah. I couldn't stand the thought of breaking his heart. Now that I think about it, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Every time we, hypothetically, talked about going our separate ways, he'd get all dramatic, telling me how he wouldn't ever be happy again, how his entire life would be colorless, how he'd become suicidal, that kind of thing." Sam swallowed through a dry throat. He could now identify with Josh. He thought about Max. She was probably with her new boyfriend right now, and they were either sound asleep or fucking each other's brains out, while Sam was stranded in the middle of the woods, waiting for rescue like a dog in the rain. "Anyway," Linda continued, "that spark I felt for him when we started dating disappeared really quickly. I couldn't tell why until the crash. Now, it's like some kind of veil has been lifted from my eyes." "So, what happened?" "He was really jealous, that's for one. And I mean, I found that hot at the start of our relationship to have someone who would get jealous like that. But he was also too needy and insecure. I really hated that. I had to reassure him almost on a daily basis that I still loved him, even when I no longer did." Linda exhaled through her nose deeply before looking at Sam and saying, "To tell you the truth, and this is going to sound horrible, him getting killed in the crash was a relief for me. I'm selfish, I know, but being with Josh was a burden. Now I can live. I haven't felt this free in years." Her mouth contorted into a psychotic grin. Sam nodded but retained a serious expression on his face. Linda's demeanor shifted all of a sudden. Up until a few minutes ago, she was this shy, timid girl mourning the loss of her boyfriend. "I don't blame you," he said. "I know what it can be like living like that. It becomes nothing but a routine. You don't even realize what's wrong until you're out of the relationship. You've been in that situation?" "With Max?" Linda asked. "Yeah, but I was Josh in that relationship," he said, trying to smile but found the gesture to be difficult and contrived. "I'm sorry. Like I said, don't be. She's happier now. I'll find my own happiness elsewhere when I'm ready." Sam saw Max and Linda, that cold stare and atonality when she spoke about Josh, like he was just another acquaintance that tragically passed away, is exactly what Max would feel like. Maybe she put on a mask and pretend to be sad for the sake of Sam's parents, but even that was a stretch. Most likely, she would just share Sam's image on social media, captioned, "Rest in peace," before returning to her usual food, drinks, and clothes posts. "You should go back to the fuselage," Sam said. "I'll take it from here." "But you finished your shift an hour ago." "Yeah, but I won't be able to fall asleep now, and I can see you're barely able to keep your eyes open." Linda smiled briskly. She stood from the ground and started toward the fuselage. "Thank you, by the way," Sam said. Linda spun around to face him. "For what?" "For sharing that with me." Without another word, Linda climbed inside the fuselage and disappeared. Mitch. When Mitch woke up, it was still dark. His bladder hurt like hell, and as much as he wanted to hold it in, he had to pee right away. He threw the jacket that he used as a blanket off him and hopped to his feet. The floor thudded with a metallic sound. When he looked outside toward where the campfire should have been, he was met with blackness. He snatched the flashlight that Norton left on top of one of the seats close to the mall where the fuselage was broken off and flicked it on. A bright beam of light speared the air. He pointed the beam at a small stone circle with its charred firewood remains. Smoke billowed in the air in steady, barely visible plumes. Sam and Linda were nowhere in sight. He wanted to point the flashlight back at the plane to see if they were there, but he didn't want to wake the others. The two of them must have snuck back to the airplane, the lazy fucks. Or maybe they snuck away to bang. Mitch regretted not volunteering to take the shift with Linda. He wasn't sure if she was as prurient as she looked, but he could still try his luck with her if he found the time. Mitch lazily climbed down the beams and landed on the soft ground. One more scan of the campsite indicated that they may have left due to a lack of firewood. Mitch had spent some time earlier that day chopping small trees, but it still wasn't enough to keep the fire going all night. And to think that the doc wanted to keep it going 24/7. Mitch walked to the left and around the back of the fuselage, toward the thicket of the trees where he would take a leak. He stopped at a site he deemed adequate, where the root of the tree and the undergrowth would soak in his piss without splashing his feet in sweatpants. Before he pulled down his pants, he scanned the tree line with a flashlight. He didn't even know what he expected to see, but for some reason, he wanted to make sure that he was alone. Once he was sure that there was no one around, he flicked the flashlight off and put it in the pocket of his sweatpants. As soon as the beam of light disappeared, he was enshrouded into abyssal darkness. Mitch had to go by touch to tell what was in front of him. He pulled down his pants and underwear. The weight in his bladder deflated with an enjoyable sensation as the loud splashing filled the air. Mitch groaned, which was the only sound that penetrated the air from the rest of the otherwise bustling, forced sounds. Remembering Will's advice about listening to whether the woods had gone quiet, Mitch pulled up his pants, took the flashlight out of his pocket, and perked up his ears. The forest was usually brimming with the sounds of all sorts of birds and other unidentifiable animals. It was so loud, in fact, that Mitch had difficulty falling asleep yesterday. And now, a deafening silence. Mitch flicked on his flashlight and scanned not just the tree line this time, but the boughs above as well. He expected to see a pair of glowing eyes from a cougar staring down at him, ready to pounce the easy prey. The axe. The motherfucking axe, he thought, reprimanding himself for not bringing it with him in the most critical moment. A rustling sound from somewhere behind him caused him to spin around with a gasp that caught in his throat. Mitch shone the light around, ignoring the trembling of the beam. Nothing. The rustling came once more, this time from the direction of the mass grave. "Hello?" Mitch called out. His voice was now cracked and timorous, something to which he wasn't accustomed. As if guided by an otherworldly force, Mitch took a step forward, and then another, until they came naturally. He thought about tiptoeing, but the rustling of the undergrowth was still loud. That worked better anyway, because he wanted to warn any potential predators that this place was already occupied. If he remembered correctly, he wanted to scare the bear because he didn't want to run into humans as much as humans didn't want to run into it. The covered bodies on the ground came into view, looking much creepier under the flashlight's pale beam. A jolt of cold hit Mitch like a ton of bricks. How was it easy for him to look at the bodies in broad daylight, contrasting the dread now coursing through him? A shuffling noise, mixed with the rustle of leaves, came from somewhere behind the mass grave, causing Mitch to jerk his flashlight upward toward the sound. It only lasted for a moment, and then it resounded again, a little fainter this time. It continued intermittently. Shuffle, pause. Shuffle, pause. "Sam? Is that you?" Mitch called out. He couldn't be sure if it was Sam or somebody else, but Mitch only wanted to get a response from another human being to reassure that he need not get jumpy. That would have been the ideal scenario. Instead, the shuffling stopped, replaced by silence. Whoever was there heard Mitch. Mitch cautiously walked around the bodies, intermittently swiveling the flashlight beam from the ground to the tree line. One of the bodies went missing. The second body, from the left in the upper row, was gone, leaving the two sweaters previously used to cover it tossed aside. That's exactly what Mitch thought, that the person just stood and walked away. He walked around the mass grave and approached the spot where the body should have been, shining the light there. No walking involved here. Mitch's gaze swept along a trail of disturbed dirt and leaves leading from the empty spot to the tree line. It went in a straight line, as if the body had been dragged. Mitch followed the trail with the flashlight, the beam now violently bobbing in various directions in his trembling hands. He looked toward the tree line where tiny feet with shoes on sat, the tips of which pointed upward. Dried mud and dirt caked the white sneakers and the gray socks above. Mitch further moved the light up, revealing a pair of pants, tightly pressed against the feminine features of the thighs. Further up was a hoodie, equally caked in dirt in various spots, with one leaf stuck to the side. Mitch then moved the flashlight further up. He revealed the pallid face of a young woman. She stared up at the sky with a void-like stare. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she was about to utter something but died before she could. Her black hair was a messy clump. Something's wrong, he thought. Her hair was in a clump above her head. Mitch hadn't even noticed the furry, tendril-like arm that gripped the woman by the hair. The limb extended behind the thick pine on the left, and as if realizing that it had been spotted, it produced a high-pitched gurgle for a split second, and then the woman moved. Her entire body moved across the ground with a shuffling sound just a few inches, and then it slid across the ground and into the tree line, out of view. Mitch jumped backward and screamed. His heel caught on something, causing him to lose balance. He fell onto one of the bodies. At the same time, he dropped the flashlight, plunging himself into complete darkness once more. He scrambled to find it, panic surging through him like electricity. The flashlight's beam pointed back at the plane. Mitch got on all fours and jumped to reach the flashlight before pointing it at the tree line. Frantic, he scanned the area. Nothing there. No sounds. No bodies being dragged. No ape-like arm holding her by the hair. In fact, had there not been that trail, Mitch would have convinced himself that it was all just his imagination. In that moment, though, his fight-or-flight instinct screamed at him, with the flight instinct winning. He turned on his heel and bolted toward the fuselage, not caring about being a masculine hero. He climbed inside like a criminal on the run from the police, causing the metallic floor of the airplane to thud under his sneakers. As soon as he was inside, he shone the light outside, darting it in various directions. "What are you doing?" someone groaned with a hoarse voice from deeper inside the airplane. He turned around so quickly that spit flew from his mouth. It was Amber, and it was evident from her slurred sentence that she had just woken up, probably because of Mitch. "Nothing," Mitch said with a gasp, trying to suppress how winded he was. He turned back toward the gaping maw of the fuselage that faced the woods. Mitch suddenly felt small and vulnerable. The fact that the fuselage was so open and accessible for anyone who came across it was dangerous. Mitch flicked off the flashlight and placed it on the seat nearby. He tiptoed back to his seat and slumped into it. He brought the axe to his chest and clutched it while keeping an eye on the forest from his seat. The adrenaline didn't subside for a while, and Mitch thought that he'd be fueled until morning. The compunction for running away earlier hit him. But he would fix it if the creature came here. What the hell was that thing anyway? A bear? It didn't look like it. The arm was too slender, even with the thick, mangy fur that covered it. And there were no paws. Otherwise, how would it be able to grab the woman by the hair? No. They were fingers. Mitch was sure of it. Black fingers, maybe? The more he tried to remember that creepy encounter, the more it slipped his mind. His eyelids became heavy all of a sudden. The fear and alacrity dissipated, and he wasn't even aware until then that the chirping of the birds had returned. The harder Mitch tried to keep his eyes open, the more difficult it got. Whenever he closed his eyes, they'd stay shut for longer each time, until he didn't open them. Day 3. Amber. Amber opened her eyes in the morning. No obnoxious rays of sunlight gleamed on her face. She stretched in her seat, cursing herself for falling asleep in a sitting position. Her back was already bad from her sedentary position at work, and spending the whole night only aggravated the pain. Amber slowly stood. She already knew the process. Stand up slowly with bent knees. Give your back a moment to adjust, and then take a few steps until the spine wakes up. Surprisingly, no stiffness aggravated her spine when she stood. Amber made an approving grimace to herself, noting to attend more plane crashes if they were going to help her back. In her state of drowsiness, Amber didn't even notice Mitch in one of the seats on the left side of the airplane. His head was on the headrest of the seat, his mouth dumbly open, his eyes closed. Slow and quiet snores escaped his mouth. Amber's stare fell onto the axe in his lap, clutched lamely in his hands, which made her roll her eyes. She looked behind and noticed Antonio asleep in the back. She walked over to the edge of the fuselage and veered up at the sky. It was overcast. Maybe even some rain would be expected. "Good morning," a soft voice on her left startled Amber. She jerked her head toward the source while laying a hand on her chest, as if to calm her heart. "Jesus Christ, Linda! You scared the hell out of me!" She exhaled and drooped her tense shoulders. "Sorry." Linda made a guilty grimace in the seat. "Where are the others?" Amber glanced toward the empty campsite. "They went around the back. I think Norton saw something." "Huh," Amber chuffed. Another look outside made her eyes heavy. She hated this kind of weather. It always made her sluggish, unfocused, and irritable. During winter, things got even worse for her. She slept much longer, could hardly force herself to attend aerobic exercises, and ate much more, which resulted in putting on more pounds. "How was your night shift?" she asked Linda. "Oh, actually, Sam insisted on taking over the entire shift. Had some trouble sleeping." Amber nodded at Sam's surprising gesture. Bracing herself for the day ahead, Amber climbed down and looked around. The guys weren't here, so she went around the back of the fuselage, near which Will, Sam, and Norton stood, surrounded by the pile of dead bodies. Norton fervently gestured to the bodies and the tree line behind, while explaining something. Sam stood with his hands on his hips and listened while Will had his hands in his pockets, nodding at Norton with a hunched back. Amber remembered thinking to herself how the kid needed to change his body language, because he looked like a bird that's been crapped on by a cow. As she stepped closer to the group, she started to make out some of the words. "Whatever it is, we know that it walked in here," Norton said. "Hello, boys," Amber said as she stopped next to Will. She ignored the bodies on the ground and tried to step around them in a wide arc. Sam and Will looked at her, but not Norton. Will greeted her back, before turning back to Norton. Amber glanced at the doctor, who wore concern on his creased face. "What happened?" she asked, already irritated at the obvious trouble so early in the morning. "One of the bodies disappeared," Will said. "What?" Amber raised an eyebrow. She looked at the pile of bodies. Her stare fell onto the empty spot between the first and third body in the upper row. What remained was a piece of dirty clothing that was probably used to cover the body. "What in the world?" she asked, her mind still unable to comprehend the sight. How could a body just disappear? Dead bodies don't just disappear. She looked at Norton with an accusatory tone. Why was he silent all of a sudden? Why didn't he offer an explanation about what happened? Norton wasn't even looking at her. "Norton!" she shouted. For a moment, Norton didn't even flinch. He then looked at Amber with a stern expression and said, "I don't know what happened." "Well, are you suggesting the person was alive this whole time? Is that it?" Amber just then became aware of how she was raising her tone, but she didn't care about it. "No, I'm not suggesting that." Norton raised his own tone, which slightly diffused Amber. "I checked every single one of them. You think I'd let someone lie on the ground in the woods for 2 days without checking their vital signs first?" Amber held her mouth slightly open, speechless at this mystery. "Well, what happened then?" she asked provocatively, with her arms wide open. "Must have been an animal." Norton reverted to his previously calm self. "An animal walked into our camp while we were sleeping and dragged the body away." Amber turned to Sam and pointed a finger at him. "You took the shift last night. Didn't you hear or see anything?" "Yeah, but I went back to the plane once the firewood was out." "And when was that?" Amber asked. Norton shrugged. "Whenever it was, it doesn't matter. The animal could have easily dragged the body away during the night while Sam was still awake. The bodies aren't that close to the campfire, and it could be hard to hear it from the forest sounds." "Well, what are we dealing with here? A bear? A cougar? A yeti?" Amber asked. Will chuckled, even though it wasn't Amber's intention to be funny. She did not need the shit so early in the morning. She had a policy that she would always drink coffee first thing as soon as she arrived at the office, and then start to deal with the problems or listen to the people complaining. Right now, there was no coffee, and this problem was on a slightly larger scale than sending an apologetic email to a partner. "Hard to tell," said Norton as he shook his head. "Not sure what bears would do with dead humans. It's more likely a cougar." "Oh, that's just swell." Amber threw her hands up before looking at Will. "Will, how do we protect ourselves from cougars?" Will cast an expression of that of a guilty child. "I'm afraid I don't know. I can tell you about bears, but..." Amber waved him off with a groan. This reminded her of the mice infestation in the apartment she had rented when she was younger. She had just found a perfect apartment studio in Michigan close to her company's office, and since it was her first time living alone, she was ecstatic. Her parents weren't very supportive of Amber living alone. Her dad used to always say that she should instead stay with them and save up some cash to buy a place of her own. Amber didn't listen, of course, and looking back now, she was glad she didn't. Her parents would drink her brain through a straw with a constant nagging and bits of unsolicited advice. After just 3 days of staying in the apartment and convincing herself that she was happy living there for a while, Amber found a dead mouse on her bedroom floor. She was barefoot and would have stepped on it had she not accidentally looked down and seen the incongruous gray chunk on the wooden flooring. Amber considered herself a strong and brave woman, but if there was one thing that scared the hell out of her, it was rodents. She ended up running out of the apartment in her nightgown, all the while screaming at every small object she saw on the floor that may have resembled a mouse or a rat. The neighbors ran outside their apartments to see what the fuss was all about, even though they knew the answer to that. "Mice?" one of the neighbors asked after peeking into the hallway. When Amber confirmed his question, he huffed and told her that it's a normal thing in the entire building. One of the neighbors said that they have a cat to catch and eat the mice. The other said he'd just make sure to keep traps everywhere and check them every morning, and the third one shrugged it off. Even after the neighbors told her that they knew her landlord and that her tenants constantly changed because of the same problem, Amber remained convinced that there must have been a logical explanation for the mice infestation. There wasn't, of course, and Amber ended up moving back in with her parents, only for a brief time though. They gawked at her with, "I told you so," until she moved out again, to a rodent-free apartment this time. "Maybe it's a pack of wolves we're facing here," Sam asked, snapping Amber back to reality. "No, would have heard howling or growling or something." "And I don't think wolves drag away their prey," Norton said. "Neither do bears," Sam shrugged. "Maybe it's just a lone wolf then?" Will asked. "Oh, that makes it much better," Amber said and rolled her eyes. "I'm so glad we have only one wolf to deal with." "Calm down," Norton said with his usual fleeting tone. That didn't help calm Amber down, but she decided to be quieter nonetheless to avoid looking like she was having a mental breakdown. "Look, if this really was a dangerous predator, why would it take the body away?" Sam asked. "Whatever it was probably hungry. Maybe even wounded or weak. If it really was a bear, it would have smelled the food we had on us and climbed inside the plane, right?" He looked at Will for confirmation. Will averted his gaze instead. "What are we supposed to do now? Just wait for the animal to get hungry again and drag another body away? How long until it decides to turn to fresh meat?" Amber crossed her arms. "We're not going to stay here that long, all right?" Norton interjected. "Yeah," Sam agreed before turning to Amber. "And look, if it makes you feel any better, I'll go look for the missing body." Everyone turned to look at Sam. Will's facial expression conveyed what Amber thought. Was Sam out of his damn mind? "Too dangerous to do that," Norton said. "Why would you want to put yourself at such a risk anyway?" "Because that person probably had a family. They'll want to have something to bury, at least." Amber didn't agree with Sam's view, but she didn't want to show disrespect. She personally wouldn't go on a suicide mission just to recover a dead body, but Sam's perspective on death and the afterlife probably differed from Amber's. "Should have Mitch go with you," Norton said. "Go where?" Mitch's deep voice resounded behind Amber in a startling manner. She turned around and saw him standing a few feet from the group, the axe dangling in his hand. A stern look in his eye as he scanned everybody's faces, perhaps to determine if the group was plotting something behind his back. "One of the bodies was dragged away by an animal last night," Sam said as he pointed to the empty spot where the body should have been. Mitch glanced at the spot, and his stern look morphed into one of shock and dared Amber to guess. "Fear?" "You didn't hear or see anything last night, did you?" Norton asked. No. "No, I was asleep." Mitch swallowed and looked up at Norton docilely before nodding at his own statement. What was up with him suddenly freaking out? Amber was probably right about him. He was only a show-off and not as brave and manly as he portrayed himself. "Anyway, I'm going to follow the tracks to see if I can find the body. Want to tag along?" Sam asked. Mitch scratched the back of his head, a sure sign of discomfort. No, I don't actually. I should probably get some work done around the camp." "Then you should at least give me the axe, if I run into a dangerous animal, you know?" Mitch glowered at Sam and gripped the axe tighter. "No way, man. I found the axe. It's mine." "Don't be a dick. I need it more than you. Unless you want to go in search of the body. That was your idea. I'm not going out there in search of someone who's already dead. Besides, if I give you the axe and you die out there, we'll lose you and we'll lose the axe." Sam inhaled deeply. Mitch had a good point. No one else said anything in silent agreement to that. "Fine," Sam said. Keep the axe if it makes you feel so strong and safe. Mitch's lip quivered, and his eyes flared up in anger. Amber was sure he would lunge at Sam and swing the axe, but a moment later, that unspoken anger disappeared. Mitch simply turned around and walked away. The remaining 4 members stood in silence for a while. Amber smiled at the guys and said, "I'm going back to the plane to take a nap. Don't wake me up unless that dangerous animal is in the vicinity of the camp." She sauntered toward the camp. "Oh, or if rescue comes," she added gleefully. "Sam." Norton tried to talk Sam out of going after the tracks when they had a moment alone, but Sam refused to listen. He told Norton that if he were among those bodies, he'd want his family to have his body for burial. Norton eventually realized that there was no talking him out of it, so he conceded. Sam grabbed a bag of peanuts and a bottle of water that he placed in his pockets. He also took his makeshift spear. He felt like a caveman going out for a hunt to feed his tribe. "Sam, wait!" Will's petulant voice echoed from behind. Sam turned around. Will ran toward him. Sam continued walking, albeit with a slower pace, to allow Will to catch up with him. By the time Will caught up, he was already winded. "Here are some tips for when you're out there, Sam," he said as he walked next to him. "I'm listening." Sam nodded, staring ahead of him. "Okay, so, as I mentioned before, make sure to listen all the time. If the forest is quiet, it means a predator is nearby." "Yeah, I remember." "Also, keep shouting. If it's a bear we're dealing with, he's going to run away. Trust me, you do not want to surprise a bear." Sam thought about that for a moment. He imagined strolling through the woods and looking to his left, only to see a bear a mere foot away from him, ready to pummel him to death. What if I do run into a bear? Then the first thing you should never do is run. You will never be able to outrun a bear. The second thing is, you need to determine what kind of bear you're up against. If it's an American black bear, then make yourself look bigger by spreading your arms, shout very loudly, and hope he doesn't attack you. And if he does, I don't know. The book doesn't mention anything about fighting bears. Sam didn't feel too optimistic about going one-on-one with a bear. "I think you should hope to run into a black bear," Will said. "Why's that?" "They're more skittish. Brown bears or grizzlies, however, you'll want to play dead if you run into them." Sam stopped in front of a thicker thicket of trees, a few hundred feet from the crash site, and turned to face Will. Will, in turn, stopped as well. "How do I differentiate a brown bear from a black bear?" Sam frowned, suddenly feeling like he was asking a really stupid question. "Good question. The first thing you'll obviously notice is the color. Brown bears are brown, while American black bears are," he said, pointing at Sam to finish the sentence. "White," Sam sardonically added while retaining his serious facial expression. "Black," Will corrected him, oblivious to Sam's quip. "Aside from the color, try to pay attention to whether there's a hump on their back. Brown bears have prominent humps on their backs, while black bears don't. You should also be able to notice the brown bears, or grizzly bears, have dish-shaped faces. I'm not confident I'll have enough time to examine the bear's face before he attacks me. Then just keep shouting. The bears will know to avoid you. And what if it's not a bear, but something else?" Will scratched the back of his neck. "I don't know how to deal with other wild animals. Sorry. Look, if you notice the woods going quiet, look around. If it's a cougar, you'll probably be dead before you see it anyway." "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "I'm sorry. Cougars are really sneaky predators. Chances are you won't even hear it sneaking up on you. But if I remember correctly, most cougars will want to avoid humans. Most. Knowing my luck, I'll run into the minority." Sam chuckled at his own joke, and Will laughed as well, but it was visibly just a peal of courteous laughter. Sam cleared his throat. "All right, I'd best get going. Don't go too far, okay? Oh, and one more thing," Will said as he reached behind his back, pulling out a small object. He outstretched his hand toward Sam. Sam scrutinized the tiny black thing before frowning at Will. "Lipstick?" he asked. "Take it. You should mark the trees you pass in case you get lost." Sam took the lipstick and put it in his pants pocket before saying, "I don't plan on getting lost." "No one plans on getting lost in the woods," Will said. "The problem is that it's easy to lose your sense of orientation in a place like this. You walk around a small elevation, or inadvertently turn to the side, and before you know it, You have no idea where to go. Sam's wild imagination depicted scenarios in which he wandered through the woods, shouting his fellow survivors' names, unable to find the fuselage. The thought of having to spend the night alone in the woods without shelter was not comforting at all. He suppressed those thoughts and gave Will the most confident rictus he could muster. "Thanks, Will. I'll be back before you know it," Sam said. He turned and continued down the path, following the trail of parted, flattened leaves and the dragging marks on the ground. As soon as the fuselage was nowhere to be seen, a sense of foreboding came over Sam. Alone. Truly alone. If only he and Max were still together, he'd conquer any obstacle with her, or for her. The thoughts of Max and the swirling vortex of negative emotions threatened to break through to him and topple him, but he wouldn't let it. There would be time for depression and crying and everything else that came after a breakup, but that time wasn't now. Sam wondered for a moment why he suggested going after the passenger's body that's been dragged away. A part of what he said was true, that he wanted that person's family to have their loved one back. Another part of it, and this was the prevalent part, was the fact that Sam wanted to be alone right now. From the moment he boarded the plane, he hasn't had a moment of respite and solitude to reflect on everything. He had to go through some unforeseen and unfortunate events in the last 3 days, yes, but Sam still felt the need to spend some alone time. At the same time, he realized what a mistake was because the moment he had his privacy was the moment those negative emotions began creeping in. Max, the crash, seeing dead passengers, and waiting for rescue, wondering if it would even find them. All of it piled on Sam and made him feel 100 tons heavier. Focus now, grief later, he chided himself and focused on the visible trail instead of thinking about Max. It was easy to follow the trail, but just to be on the safe side, Sam marked trees at every 10 steps. It was a pain in the ass, and he wanted to do it less frequently, but he remembered what Will said about getting lost. He couldn't risk it in a place like this. He also shouted phrases like, "Hey, bear," and "hello," and "hi, cougar," just to make sure he chased away any potential predators. The trail disappeared a few times when it went over mossy or grassy terrain, and Sam had to stop and look around to see where it continued. The first time the trail disappeared, he took a few steps around to see where it went, but then he couldn't find the trail from which he had stepped either. It took him a whole minute of panicking and sweating until he found it again. From there, he made sure to disturb the ground he walked on as much as possible to find his way back more easily. "Howdy, bear," Sam shouted, listening to the echo of his voice. Around 10 minutes later of walking in a straight line, following the trail, his wheezing breaths progressed into prominent heaving. His stamina was crap, causing him to take a mental note to do more cardio, precisely for these scenarios. Then it hit him. His undisturbed breaths expanded with clarity. Up until then, birds chittered around him, but that all dissipated. It must have happened gradually to go unnoticed. He stopped and held his breath as he slowly swiveled to the right. Now in a small patch of clearing, he scanned the trees around him for any animal that might be around. "Hello!" Sam shouted to chase away the potential animal, but his voice came out hoarse and timorous. He spun a full circle, but no one was there. Just the trees, nothing else. So then, why did the hairs on his entire body stand ramrod straight? Why did he clutch to the spear so firmly? What gave him this potent sensation of being watched? Sam held his breath and stood still. For some reason, he couldn't get himself to move. The hello he shouted earlier now seemed terribly, terribly wrong. Something told him that he wasn't chasing away whatever was in the forest. He was drawing it in. Sam swallowed through a sandpaper-like throat and darted his eyes around the trees one more time. Just a few dozen feet in front of him, the area was much darker, obscured by the dense foliage of the canopies, yet Sam couldn't stop staring. Rows and rows of pines stood ahead of him, now looking more malevolent than ever. One of the trees caught his eye. It was thick, with a bulbous shape on its right, protruding from the trunk near the ground, like a gigantic cancer growth that grew on its side. Sam couldn't stop staring at the shape. The longer he stared, the more he convinced himself of one thing. That was no tree. Was that a head peeking out, staring at Sam? The longer he stared, the more shapely it morphed. It stood 100 feet from him, and it was dark, so it was difficult to tell, but that shape next to the tree definitely looked like a head above a thick shoulder. And an arm? Grabbing the edge of the tree trunk? That couldn't have been more than the tree itself, right? Sam squinted, still refusing to move, trying to make out any details he could on the tree. Why was he so fascinated by this tree? His answer came a moment later, when the shape on the side of the trunk moved. It was a very subtle motion, a slight tilt of the head, maybe, but it fucking moved. Sam went from squinting to widening his eyes. Cold sweat now covered his body, and then the bulbous shape retreated into the tree. No, behind the tree, slowly and stealthily. Sam would have been oblivious to this had he not retained a dead stare without blinking. As soon as the shape disappeared behind the tree, and Sam's panicked mind convinced him that it was a living thing, and that it stared back at him, he turned on his heel and booked it back the way he came. He didn't care about Will's rule of not turning his back and running from a bear. He just wanted to get the fuck out of there. Sam ran as fast as he could on autopilot as he followed the trail leading back to the plane. He thought he heard a pair of footsteps aside from his own, or maybe it was his own footsteps echoing in the air. He ran and ran, but the plane was nowhere in sight. How long would it take him to reach it? He must have been close to it by now, right? His lungs and legs burned with intense heat, but he refused to slow down. When he reached a flat clearing that allowed him to build up more momentum, Sam looked behind to see if he was being followed. His foot caught on something, and he stumbled forward before falling, smashing his knees on the hard ground. For a moment, all he could do was stay down and wait for the pain to pass. An inhuman wail made him forget all about the pain. The scream echoed through the woods. It was the same one from yesterday, but this was much closer. Sam stood, picked up the spear he dropped, thankful that he didn't impale himself with it, and limped in the direction he took before the fall. After a few steps, the pain in his knee subsided, and he broke into a light jog. No sooner had he done that, a terrifying realization hit him. He lost the trail leading to the plane. Sam looked at the ground in desperation for any of his traces, but everything looked exactly the same. Leaves, grass that jutted to the side like tiny needles, flat dirt ground. Sam paced around, swiveling his head left and right, scanning the trees for the animal he saw earlier. A tree with a pink cross, marking a few feet to his left, caught his attention. Hope surged through him when he recognized the lipstick markings from earlier. He rushed to the tree with a dumb smile on his face, and then it drooped off. The lower left line of the X was smudged. Sam squinted at it, trying to determine if he imagined things. It was smudged downward in 2 spots, as if someone had put 2 fingers on the tree and dragged them down. Only these fingers looked much larger, and even when Sam put 2 of his fingers on the smudged area to see if he had done it himself earlier accidentally, the portions of the ruined lipstick were still much bigger than his fingers. Gigantic fingers. Sam thought to himself in a surge of panic. Not wanting to stay trapped here with whatever this beast was a moment longer, Sam located the trail on the ground and followed it. He wasn't sure which direction led to the plane, but he remembered he had marked the crosses on the trees on the left side of the trail. He broke into another jog, the imposing sense of panic slowly abating. That feeling further dissipated when he saw something white and behemoth-like, incongruously nestled between the densely packed trees. The fuselage. Sam ran with what little strength remained in his body toward the fuselage and entered the clearing. This was it. As long as he was here, he was safe. Mitch. Sam was hardly subtle when he ran inside the camp. He was winded, sweaty, and his eyes bulged like he had just seen a ghost. His pants were dirty, indicating he may have fallen or something. Everyone else who was around the campfire at that time turned to face Sam with concern. "What happened?" Norton asked, clambering to his feet from the suitcase on which he sat. "There," Sam said as he pointed in the direction from which he came. "There's something out there." Mitch shot up into a standing position, his axe clutched in both hands with the willingness to swing at whatever stalked Sam. "What is?" Amber asked. By now, everyone stood, glaring at Sam with expectations in their eyes. "What did you see, bro?" Mitch impatiently scoffed. Sam opened his mouth, but it didn't look like he had the ability to form any words. He swallowed and looked back at the woods, as if expecting something to jump out of the tree line any moment now. "Sam!" Norton caught his attention. Calm down, and tell us what happened. Sam pointed toward the woods stiffly and glowered at Norton. There's something fucking out there, and it's been stalking me. Linda and Amber let out faint gasps. Mitch hadn't even realized that he was clutching the axe so tightly that his fingers started to hurt. He scanned the others' faces. Amber, Will, and Linda looked scared shitless, but that fear was nothing compared to Sam's expression. Norton looked concerned, with beads of sweat coating his forehead and neck. What? A cougar? Norton asked. No, I don't think so, Sam said. Every couple of seconds, he looked behind himself. Then what? Norton raised his tone. Was it a bear? Will jumped in. Pensive, Sam looked down at his feet. It's a simple question, dude, Mitch snapped. Was it a bear or not? Sam looked up at Norton before saying, I think it was a bear. You didn't see it well? Norton asked. No, it was too far away, and it was dark, but it stood upright. So it must have been a bear, right? Sam looked at Will for confirmation. Well, unless cougars learned how to walk on their hind legs, then it was probably a bear you saw, Amber ironically remarked. Yeah, you're probably right. Will raised a hand and asked, but did you see any features on it? Anything to confirm it was a bear? Sam looked down once more and said, it looked bulky, probably from the fur. I couldn't see anything else. Oh my God, what a pain in the ass! Amber threw her hands up. Linda bit her lip in discomfort, while Will scratched the back of his neck. I can't believe you ran away because you saw an animal that you couldn't even recognize, Mitch chuckled. Maybe it was just a rabbit you saw. Sam scowled at Mitch. He looked like he was ready to throw hands with him. If he tried to do that, he'd be getting an axe to the leg. All right, everybody, calm down. Norton raised a palm on a stop sign. Whatever animal we're dealing with here, we're safe while we're at the camp. And how do you know that? Amber scoffed. Because Will said it. The animals want to avoid contact with humans. Now quit bitching and hear me out for a goddamn minute. He didn't raise his tone, but he spoke with more anonymity in his voice. We're not in any danger. We're not. What we need to do right now is stay calm and think logically. And how do you suggest we do that when we have a freaking bear close by? Amber asked. If you're so scared, Amber, then stay inside the fuselage. The rest of us will do all the heavy lifting. Mitch suppressed his laughter. Although he didn't like the doc, he couldn't help but enjoy the drama that ensued, and the fact that somebody told that pretentious bitch to shut the fuck up. What should we do? Linda asked. Not much we can do, Norton said in a monotone. Need to give rescue more time to find us. With that thing out there? Amber interjected. I'd hate to say it, Dr. Norton, but staying doesn't seem like such a great plan anymore, Will said timorously. Think you'll be safer out there, with the bear? Norton jutted his head toward the tree line. Will didn't say anything. The computer geek is right, Mitch said, easing his grip on the axe, staring at the doc with a stern expression. We listened to you, and what happened? All we did was waste what little food we had on us. For all we know, the rescue was called off, and we are on our own. So, you just want to wander off into the woods, is that it? Norton retorted. That's exactly what I want to do. First thing in the morning, I'm leaving. If anybody else wants to get out of this shitty place, you're free to come with me. He glanced at everyone in the camp. All the faces stared at him. Will and Linda looked away when their eyes met with Mitch's, visibly uncomfortable. No one said a word for a long moment, and then a small voice came from the group. I'll go. Will raised his hand solicitously. Mitch was surprised by the geek's willingness to leave. He half expected no one to answer, but he also hoped that it would be Linda who would come with him. It didn't matter. All that did matter right now was getting the hell out of here and returning to civilization. Mitch was already itching for a long, heavy workout in the gym, where he would be lifting iron, not wood. We can't split the group up right now. It's too dangerous, Norton said. You can't force anyone to stay here, Doc, Mitch said as he shrugged. Will, you really want to go? With him? Norton turned to Will and asked in a quieter tone. Will glanced at Mitch with wide eyes and then back at the doctor. I just think staying here for too long and waiting for rescue might not be a good idea. Norton shook his head like a disappointed parent. Fine, suit yourselves, but at least wait until morning. Fine, said Mitch, rolling his eyes. Once Will and I are out of here and back in civilization tomorrow, we're going to stop by a diner for some eggs, bacon, and coffee. And then we'll send a rescue for you. Right, Will? Mitch put a hand around Will's shoulders, solidifying a bromance moment. Will vaguely smiled. "I hope you're right for your sake, and ours," Norton said before sitting down. "Anybody else want to tag along?" Mitch asked as he glanced at the members of the group. Linda looked like she was contemplating whether she should come along or not. "Linda?" Mitch jutted his head toward her to see if it would push her into going with them. Linda bit her lip and crossed her arms before shaking her head. "I'm gonna stay." "All right. If you change your mind, the offer still stands," Mitch said as he winked. Linda averted her gaze, visibly uncomfortable. "You done?" Norton asked from the sitting position. He was staring up at Mitch with a glower. "Yeah, I'm done." Mitch grinned triumphantly. He continued staring at Norton just a moment longer before turning around and leaving to take a leak. "Where do you think you're going? Didn't you just hear what we talked about a moment ago?" Norton asked authoritatively. "To take a leak. You can come with me if you want. I'm not in the mood for heavy lifting anyway." Mitch laughed at his own joke. Norton gave him a bemused glance before looking away. Mitch continued smiling as he disappeared from the group. He managed to get one member to agree to leave, which was a loss for the doctor. He would only need to get the others to join in, and then he'd be the leader of the group. Once he was sure that no one would be close by to see him, he pulled out a bag of M&Ms from his pocket. He found the bag earlier, under one of the plane seats, and although he knew that the food was supposed to be shared and rationed, Mitch had no intention of sharing. He was doing most of the physical work anyway, and he needed the food to maintain his muscle mass. He assumed that he was already losing his stamina and strength. He had to do what was necessary to stop it from deteriorating further. Mitch opened the bag of M&Ms and poured them into his mouth. That first crunch of the savory nuts and chocolate that filled his mouth was heavenly. It was all Mitch could do to stop himself from moaning. He downed the entire bag in less than a minute, making sure to get every last piece of candy out of the bag. Once he was done, he bent down to dig a small hole to bury the bag, hiding the evidence. "What are you doing?" A voice behind startled him so much that the hand holding the empty candy bag jerked up. Mitch turned around, and Sam stood there, giving him a suspicious look. Knowing that burying the bag now would be suspicious, he clasped it in his hand and did his best to swallow the remainder of the half-chewed candies in his mouth. He then stood and faced Sam. "Can't I piss in peace?" he asked. "What have you got there?" Sam pointed to his clutched hand. "None of your damn business." "Is that food you're eating? Behind our backs?" Sam frowned. His shoulders tensed up as he said that. Mitch scoffed. "Look, dude, I told you, it's none of..." Before Mitch could finish that sentence, Sam stepped forward faster than he looked capable and swung his fist. It connected with Mitch's cheek, sending him stumbling to the right. He almost lost balance and fell, but managed to stay on his feet. He clutched the axe with both hands, ready to swing it at Sam. If Sam was going to kill Mitch, then Mitch would kill Sam. It would be in self-defense anyway. Even if it wasn't, he was too angry to care right now. He swung the axe with a fierce cry, not even looking where it would land. He saw with his peripheral vision Sam sidestepping just in time for the blade of the axe to miss him. Just as Mitch turned his head toward Sam and got ready to swing again, Sam bull-rushed into him, causing them to fall. Mitch fell on his back with Sam on top of him. The axe was still in his hands, but upon trying to move it, he realized that it was wedged under Sam's weight. While still trying to do so, Sam landed another punch on Mitch's cheek. His cheek now burned and pulsated, surging insurmountable anger through him. He would not only kill Sam, he would destroy his entire being. He let go of the axe and, instead, grabbed Sam by the face with both hands. He pulled Sam's head toward him and pushed his own head forward with a loud groan. His forehead bashed into Sam's nose. Mitch's head exploded with pain, but so did Sam's nose, which was evident from Sam's scream, rubbing the now tender spot. Mitch took that moment's opportunity to roll Sam off him and get the upper hand of being on top of him. By the time Sam realized what was going on, it was too late. Mitch sat on top of him, throwing punches at him with both fists. The first punch pummeled Sam's forehead, but Sam raised his hands and used his forearms as a defense. Mitch still managed to land some successful blows on the side of his face and his lip. He wasn't going to stop, not until Sam's head was a bloody, soupy mess. No, even better. He would use the axe to finish him off. He saw the red object with his peripheral vision, just a foot to his right, and reached for it, ecstasy washing all over him. Before he could enact that fantasy, a force shoved him off Sam and onto the ground. He hadn't even realized until then that Norton and Amber were shouting at them to stop fighting. Everyone was there. Norton at the front, angrily staring at Mitch, the one who must have pushed him. Amber, solicitously, bending down to help Sam. And Linda and Will, standing behind with concerned looks on their faces. "The hell's the matter with you two?" Norton shouted. "You want to fight? Now?" Sam ignored Amber's help and got up on his own. His lip was busted, and his cheeks were red. His face was morphed into one of pure anger as he broke into a stride toward Mitch, mumbling something about killing him. Mitch was already up on his feet with the axe in his hands. "Stop! Just stop, goddammit!" Norton shoved Sam back with a strength he didn't look like he possessed. Sam's chest heaved as he continued staring at Mitch with the same angry stare from before, but he made no attempt to attack again. He brought his fingers to his lip and swiped gently before glancing at his fingers to see if there were traces of blood. His lip was busted, but it wasn't bleeding. He touched his cheek as the pain from the bruises on his face became more prominent. He tried not to wince at the stinging sensation. As soon as he clenched his fist more tightly, he became aware of the throbbing pain in his knuckles from the punching. He was eating food! Sam pointed a finger at Mitch. Everyone looked at Mitch in disbelief. Norton stood with a condemning look in his eyes. "Is this true, Mitch?" he asked. "He had some candy. He's been eating behind our backs while we're starving." "Oh, bullshit." Mitch fought back in a futile attempt to debunk Sam's accusations. Norton broke into a gait toward Mitch. Mitch readied himself to punch the doc in his ugly fucking face if needed, but the doctor simply walked past Mitch and stopped a couple of feet behind him. Mitch turned around and saw Norton bending down. When he straightened his back, he held up a small, crumpled up, yellow bag for everyone to see. "M&Ms. Good choice for a snack," Norton said, scrutinizing the empty bag. "You've been eating our supplies?" Amber accused Mitch. "I knew that you were a prick, but this is low even for a brainless ape like you, Mitch." Mitch wanted to tell her to shut the fuck up, but he knew he was outnumbered. Even though Will and Linda didn't say anything, it was visible on their faces that they were against him in this case. "So what if I ate a bag of candy?" Mitch defended himself. "I found it. It's mine." "We agreed to share all the food," Sam said. "You tried to kill me for it, for Christ's sake." "What?" Amber hissed. The others uttered sounds of shock as they looked at Mitch. "I wasn't trying to kill you. Don't be such a drama queen." Mitch shook his head. All voices broke out at once. "You swung that axe at me. If I hadn't moved." "You're being dramatic." "Can everyone please calm down?" "I can't believe you stole food behind—" "Enough!" Norton shouted. Silence fell on the woods as everyone turned their heads to face the doctor. He was gritting his teeth and glowering at his fellow survivors. "What you are doing here right now is unacceptable," Norton shouted, his voice suddenly sounding commanding. "We are stranded in the middle of the woods." He pointed in the direction of the fuselage. "Our fellow passengers are dead. We have a guy with a broken leg to take care of. We're all that's left of that fucking plane, and we're struggling to stay alive. Now, if you want to stay with the group, you're going to do exactly as you're told. Don't like it? You're free to go your own way and fend for yourselves." Everyone remained silent, while Norton panted, either from anger or because he got tired from raising his tone. At that moment, he looked dangerous, even to Mitch. Mitch would still have the balls to get into a fight with him, but he couldn't help but think that the doc would give him a run for his money. "Everyone, back to the plane," Norton added, calmly this time. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Sam exploded. "He ate food that we agreed to. Back to the goddamn plane." Norton got in Sam's face, causing Sam to go mute immediately. Norton sighed and said, "We'll deal with that problem in time. Right now, we need to work as a team to stay alive. We need to help each other out." He looked at Mitch as he emphasized every word of that last sentence. Mitch continued staring at him with an unrestrained expression. Norton gestured toward the camp, and one by one, the group members turned around and started making their way toward the fuselage. Amber first, then Will and Linda, and then Sam, after hesitating for a long moment. Mitch started toward the camp, but Norton firmly put a palm on his chest to stop him from moving. Mitch looked at the doc, their faces only inches apart. Mitch could see the detailed creases on the doc's face, the mole that decorated the side of his neck, the bullets of sweat on his forehead and temples. "Got any other food that you've stashed away?" Norton asked. For a moment, Mitch thought that the doc wanted to strike a secret deal with him, like the two of them sharing food with each other. "No," he said, and that was the truth. He only managed to find that one bag of M&Ms, but had he found some other things, he wouldn't hesitate to keep them just for himself, too. Norton lowered the hand from Mitch's chest. This better not happen again, he threatened in a whisper. You got off the hook easy this time for 2 things, stealing and attempted murder. But if that happens again, rest assured, I will not hesitate to kill you in your sleep. You're not going to fuck up the safety of this group. Are we clear? Sure thing, Doc. Mitch sardonically smiled, now a little afraid of the Doc. Good, Norton said and turned around to go back to the camp. Will. The tension in the group was high until the end of the day. Most of the survivors separated into smaller groups and talked among each other. Will was with Norton near the extinguished campfire, Amber with Linda in the fuselage, and Mitch and Sam were alone on opposite sides of the camp. The two of them occasionally glowered at each other from across the camp, so much that Will thought that a fight would break out again. Those two better not be up to no good, Norton said in a hushed tone, barely loud enough for Will to hear him. When Will turned his head to face him, he saw the doctor staring at Sam with a stern look on his face. Will followed his gaze and looked at Sam. It was weird to see him angry like this, especially because he was usually the one trying to ease up the tension in the group. When Will looked at Mitch, he saw the jock sitting on a suitcase, staring at the axe on his lap. Although his cheek was crimson from Sam's blows, his expression portrayed calmness, maybe even phlegm. Do you think Mitch really tried to kill Sam? Will leaned closer to Norton and whispered. Hard to tell. It's likely that Sam was only exaggerating, but we can't be too sure. I'll keep an eye on Mitch just to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid again. He turned his head to Will and asked, You sure you want to go with him out there? You'll be alone in the woods. He's a big guy. Has an axe. What would stop him from killing and eating you out there when you run out of food? Will's blood turned cold at that thought. He tried to suppress the thoughts of Mitch chewing on his leg like it was a juicy chicken drumstick. Norton was just trying to scare him into staying. It was a competition between him and Mitch, and he wanted to get the majority of the group to be on his side. I'll be fine, Will said before glancing at Mitch. I can take care of myself. Just be careful out there if you really want to go with him. Don't trust him too much, all right? Will nodded. He suddenly felt like he'd be in more danger with Mitch than with the animal that stalked around. No, the group was probably exaggerating about Mitch. He might be selfish, yes, but he probably wouldn't be capable of murder. They weren't in such a dire situation that murder would be necessary. And with the rescue probably close by, even if Mitch had a killer instinct, he would at least avoiding committing murder out of fear of going to prison. Right? Will would make sure to devise a backup plan, just in case Mitch decides to turn against him. He could pick some of the dangerous berries lying around the forest and poison him. Will would prefer not to kill another human being, and he had no idea if he would have the guts to actually go through with it. But he hoped he wouldn't need to find out. He also secretly hoped that someone else would change their mind and go with them. If they didn't, then Will might reconsider. Do me a favor, kid, Norton said. Sure thing, Doc. Go check up on Antonio. Will nodded and went up into the fuselage. Climbing only got harder for him as the days went by, but he hoped that the physical work would come to an end any day now. Antonio was in the same position as he had been since he arrived. He was awake, reading a book that Will found on the plane and gave him called A Gentleman in Moscow. Hey, how are you? Will asked awkwardly, not wanting to break Antonio's focus. Painful, but okay. Antonio lowered the book on his chest to look at Will. I just wanted to see how you were doing. As good as I can, considering everything. Mind if I look at your leg? Not at all. Will cowered as he looked at the bloodied makeshift bandages on Antonio's leg. He almost gagged at the sight. He didn't want to touch it, but he had to tell the doc what the situation was. Will gently grabbed the bandages and pulled them up. They were stuck to Antonio's leg from the dry blood, and Will didn't even need to get them off because he immediately saw the yellow pus on the wound. Everything okay? Antonio asked. Yeah, it's fine. All right, I'll just go and inform the doc, Will said, veiling his disgust. He walked out of the plane with hasty footsteps and whispered to Norton what Antonio's leg was like. He expected the doctor to react in dismay or something of the like, but Norton simply nodded and said, If he doesn't get help soon, he's going to lose the leg. And then he might die. Later that afternoon, the rain showed its face, so the group returned to the fuselage. The group continued sitting in silence as the pitter-patter of the rain battered the roof of the fuselage. Will stared toward the woods, mesmerized by the soothing rainfall. He got sleepy very quickly, and this effect seemed to be prevalent with the rest of the members too. When Will glanced back a couple of times, Linda's and Amber's heads hung, their eyes closed. Will leaned his head on the seat's headrest. He wondered how long the rain would persist, and if he and Mitch would need to postpone their departure. Trekking through the woods would be difficult as it is already, but doing so during rain would be nearly impossible. Will started walking through the woods, and it was as difficult as he thought it would be. His sneakers sunk into the rain-softened ground with each step, and it took an effort to unstick them from the mud. He opened his eyes. He was still inside the fuselage. He was in the state between being awake and sleeping, where he drifted through a dreamlike state. Deciding that he cared more about sleep than food, he skipped dinner and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, it was dark. The rain still fell but less than before. Steady inhaling and exhaling could be heard somewhere behind him in the plane. Will wondered what time it was. He didn't have a watch to see the time, and his cell phone had died long ago, just like everyone else's. Only Amber was smart enough to keep it off, and only turn it on from time to time to see if anything had changed. Will glanced behind himself, scanning the silhouettes of his fellow survivors who slept in seats. He stood from his seat to go relieve himself. He tiptoed across the fuselage floor, prudent not to wake anyone up. Even before he stepped off the edge, cold droplets of the rain stung his neck and face. He felt grateful for wearing a sweater because of the sudden cold. As he stepped off the plane and onto the wet ground, the rain soaked his clothes, rendering him uncomfortable. He then remembered that one of the windows was busted. Taking a leak in a place where one of the members could see him would be embarrassing. He'd be okay with Norton, Sam, or Mitch seeing him, but he didn't want Amber or Linda to see him. He sauntered toward the tree line, already feeling the cold creeping onto his hands. He put his hands in his pockets and felt an all-too-familiar rectangular shape. The Survival in the Wilderness for Dummies booklet. The one in the left pocket was one that he completely forgot about until now. He pulled out a miniature keychain of a man holding a broken mug. Will was given the keychain by Chi, the Facebook recruiter. Even before the recruiter explained what it was, Will knew the answer. Facebook's motto was, "Move fast, break things," which referred to software engineers coding, unfazed by breaking things in the process. Will remembered hearing from a friend on Facebook that, a few years ago, one of the engineers broke something so badly that the entire website went down for 2 whole days, including Instagram and WhatsApp. People panicked. Some even called the police to report Facebook had stopped working. The company changed the motto to "Move fast and maintain," but "Move fast, break things" still stuck. Will's excitement ramped up to get back to civilization. He was sure that he would get a return offer from the company, and even if he didn't, who cares? He could apply to other companies. Facebook was known for its notoriously fast pace and bad work-life balance, but the pay was good. Amazon, on the other hand, was the opposite. There was a saying among the engineers: at Google, you work less and get paid more. At Amazon, you work more and get paid less. At Facebook, you work more and get paid more. Will placed the memento from the recruiter back in his pocket, just as he approached the trees and looked up. He stopped dead in his tracks when a light hooked his peripheral vision to the left. He jerked his head toward the source. It wasn't a natural fire. No. A beam, a few feet deep in the tree line, pointed somewhere to the side. Clearly artificial, perhaps one made by a flashlight. Will couldn't help but notice how out of place it looked, surrounded by nothing but wilderness. He also couldn't help but wonder from where the light came. It wasn't here just a moment ago. "Who's there?" Will called out. His voice sounded muffled against the pattering of the rain. Was someone taking a dump, so they took the flashlight with them? Norton had complained about a stomachache a little earlier, but he didn't mention having diarrhea. Will's instinct told him to investigate, just to make sure. He plodded through the thick undergrowth, hoping that he wouldn't get too much water in his sneakers. "Is that you, Norton?" he called out as he got closer to the flashlight. He ducked under one of the pine's branches and passed under, stepping onto the small clearing. The flashlight lay on the root-riddled ground forlornly, nestled between the fallen pine needles. It was placed somewhat in the center of the clearing. Will looked around, uneasy. "Hello? Norton?" he called out. No response. Will bent down to pick up the flashlight. It was different from the one the group used. This one was thinner. and longer, the beam paler. The flashlight's handle was warm. Will wondered if it was from the light it emitted or, before he finished that thought, rustling and a batter of footsteps shuffled behind him. It was so quick that he didn't even have the time to turn around before an immense force struck the side of his neck. Will dropped the flashlight on the floor and tried to yelp, but ended up exhaling a raspy whimper. And then the pain came. His neck seared, as if stung by 1,000 bees. He tried to move, but he couldn't swivel his head an inch to see what was going on. A warm and wet sensation on his neck caused him to touch it and see what was going on. However, his hand didn't land on his neck. He felt something big and furry. The sting on his neck intensified further, and Will heard a groan. With the groan came a waft of warm, putrid breath on his neck, even though he couldn't inhale. He realized the agonizing pain came from the teeth of the creature, sinking into his neck. He batted at the furry head, trying to chase it away, but the more he did it, the more the bite intensified from the depression of its jaw. He had to wake up the others. They still had time to save him, and if they came out now, the damage to his neck might not be so bad. He opened his mouth in a futile attempt to call for help, but all that came out was a wheeze. As his body grew weaker, he stared at the trees and the dropped torch's pale light. He couldn't help but wonder in a panic if he would ever have the chance to start his career with Facebook. Day 4. Linda. Will? A masculine voice shouted near the campsite. Will? A nasal voice resounded this time. Linda shot up in her seat at the commotion. She didn't even know what was going on, but she was instantly alert, despite just having woken up. She looked around the airplane, only Antonio accompanying her. He was awake, staring in the direction of the voices. Will, where are you? Linda recognized Amber's voice calling his name. What was going on? Linda clambered up to her feet and strode over to the edge of the fuselage. It was an overcast morning, the ground still wet from last night's rain, but at least the rain had stopped. She scanned her gaze over to the campfire where Mitch and Norton grouped. Sam and Amber were on opposite sides, near the edge of the camp. Will, come on, this isn't funny. Sam cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the forest. Linda dropped off the plane and looked around. What's going on? She asked no one in particular. No one looked at her, so she asked again. This time, Mitch and Norton, who were closest to her, looked at her. Will's missing, Norton said. Missing? Like, disappeared? Norton nodded. When was the last time anyone saw him? Linda asked. No idea, Norton shrugged. Sometime last night before we all fell asleep. Sam said that he went out during the night, but he didn't exactly stop to check if everyone was still accounted for. Amber walked up to them with an exasperated look on her face. This is getting ridiculous. I think he just decided to leave, Mitch said reticently. The rest of the group looked at him. Sam had just joined in after shouting Will's name one final time. He's definitely not around, he said. Like I said, he must have left, Mitch repeated. Doesn't sound like Will to just up and leave in the middle of the night, Norton said. He's a smart kid. Wouldn't risk such a thing. But did we even see him leaving during the night? Amber said. We all got up a little late this morning. He could have left at sunrise. Without any food? That's far-fetched, Norton disagreed. Maybe he woke up earlier and went looking for food, Linda suggested. Well, whatever it is, I'm going in his footsteps, Mitch said. After breakfast, I'm packing and leaving. You should really reconsider doing that, Norton warned him. Look, old man, you tried to talk me out of leaving for 3 goddamn days. Enough is enough. I'm leaving. And if you want to stay here and starve, then I don't give a shit. Norton didn't say anything else. Linda suddenly had a terrifying thought. What if Will was attacked by that animal that Sam saw yesterday? She asked. Everyone looked at her, but no one said a word. They looked like they may have been pondering if she might be right, which worried her even more. She wanted someone to tell her that she was wrong, and that there's no way an animal would just drag Will away. Will would have been the one to correct her, most likely, but Will wasn't here. Linda bit her lip and cleared her throat when she got no response from anyone in the group. Let's look around some more. Might find something that could tell us what happened to Will, Norton said. And what then? Continue waiting for rescue? Amber asked. Want to go out there? Thought not, Norton said when Amber didn't respond to his question. All right, people, let's continue the search. Look for anything that might look like footsteps leading out of the camp. Something that might have belonged to Will. Anything that will give us a clue about what happened. Sam looked more than eager to resume the search, but Mitch was the polar opposite of that. Lethargic, he turned around and waltzed in a random direction. Amber approached Linda and gently put a hand on her arm before asking, "You want to come look with me?" "Sure. You lead the way," Linda agreed. They took one route that differed from the ones the others took and slowly walked in that direction. It was obvious that while some of them were motivated to find Will, an equal number of them weren't that hopeful. Linda was one of the latter ones. She didn't think that looking around the campsite would help since Will had probably left already, if he had left willingly. "Did you sleep well?" Amber asked Linda as soon as they left the camp. "I think so. I keep having nightmares, though," she responded. Last night, she had another nightmare, but she couldn't remember what exactly it was about. She remembered running from something, and that was it. The nightmare from a few days ago, where she was surrounded by a sea of corpses, was much more vivid and still freshly imprinted in her mind. "You must be going through a lot, with Josh's passing and all, you poor thing," Amber said, concerned. "Thank you," Linda said with a fleeting smile. She hoped that Amber would simply move on from the topic of Josh because of how tense it made her, since she was supposed to feel sad or depressed. Linda thought back to day one when Josh died and contemplated whether there was something she could have done to save him. But she was so prevalently concerned for her own survival that the concern for Josh fell into nothingness. So, she pretended to be down. But the truth was, the only reason she was down was that she was stuck in the woods. She missed coffee, social media, and sleeping in a warm bed until noon. Linda wanted a relaxing life, and that's why she opted to cook for a living. It seemed easy enough, while still being lucrative if done the right way. But Linda wouldn't work in a restaurant or in a kitchen. No way. Cooks in regular kitchens worked their asses off. Instead, Linda wanted to start her own business online. She already had a lot of followers on Instagram and TikTok, and the few times when she posted the food she made, people responded well. A few people even asked her in private messages if she would be releasing a cookbook any time in the future. The plan was to gather a lot of followers, maybe even start her own YouTube channel, then monetize her content. If that failed, or if Linda got bored of it, she would take a different path. She was a beautiful girl. Everyone told her so, which meant that she could simply post some salacious pictures on social media and garner a lot of views and likes. Linda remembered the first time she posted a picture on Facebook that was a little more revealing. She took a selfie from an overhead view, and her cleavage was in clear shot. She didn't even think anything sexual about it, until she got all sorts of lecherous comments and private messages from guys she had never even spoken to before. As disgusted as Linda was by their remarks, she couldn't help but feel flattered at the same time, too. She ended up posting a few more subtly revealing pictures, and this time allowed herself to enjoy the attention, kickstarting an addiction. She even asked Josh for the two of them to make an OnlyFans account and post some anonymous porn there since the cash was apparently fantastic, but Josh refused. It was probably for the best, though. Linda got carried away with the attention she got on social media, and creating an OnlyFans account could only hurt her, especially if she gained so much popularity that people would recognize her. The last thing she wanted was for her parents to see her in a porn video. "I just want you to know," Amber added, "it's okay to be sad. He was your boyfriend, and I know what it's like to lose someone you love." "You lost someone too?" Linda asked. "Yeah." Amber nodded with a dismal expression. "My younger sister, Denise." "What?" Linda stopped in her tracks and widened her eyes. "Amber, I'm so sorry. Was she on the plane with you?" Amber turned to face Linda and convulsed. The laughter echoed in the woods. "No, of course not," she said as she ogled Linda. "Denise died when we were kids." How did it happen?" Linda asked. She didn't want to invade Amber's privacy, but at the same time, she got the impression that she didn't need to be reluctant around Amber with questions, or anything else. Amber walked past Linda and sat on an old, toppled log with an exasperated sigh. Linda approached her and touched the log to see if it was uncomfortably wet. It was fine, and there were no bugs there either. So, she sat next to Amber. "You remind me of her, a lot, you know?" Amber turned her head to face Linda with a nostalgic smile. "She would have been a little older than you if she were alive today. What was the age difference between you two? 8 years. Can you imagine that? My mother had me when she was 21, and then they waited 8 goddamn years to give me a sibling. I guess after having me, they needed a long break," she laughed. Linda courteously smiled back. Amber continued. "Denise was a really well-behaved child. Everyone loved her. Maybe that's why she and I never developed a good relationship. I couldn't stand not being number one anymore. One day, back when Denise was 4, our mom left us alone at home. I was in charge of making sure Denise was okay. Linda didn't like where this was going. Some tragic story was about to happen. She just knew it. I didn't really care about the rules back then, Amber chuckled with a tinge of sorrow. I thought that it was unfair for me to have to stay at home and take care of my younger sisters while my friends got to play outside. So, I broke the rules and went outside. I left Denise alone at home and told her to just stay in her room and play. It was obvious that talking about this was difficult. Linda put a hand on Amber's thigh. Linda looked her in the eye, and Amber's tears glistened. When I came back home, I found her, drowned in the pool. Amber said with a voice so calm that Linda couldn't help but wonder if Amber even felt any emotions talking about this. Linda squeezed her thigh just a little harder. Amber put a hand over Linda's and smiled at her before continuing. One moment of carelessness, and life was lost. Just like that. I'm so sorry, Amber, Linda said. Oblivious to her teary eyes, she blinked, and the tears slid down her cheeks. Oh, come on now. I'm sorry, Amber said as she wiped the tears off Linda's face. I shouldn't have made you cry. It's a bad time to tell a sad story. She patted Linda on the hand and shot up to her feet. Let's continue our search for the nerd, shall we? She said with her face suddenly as straight as it was before she started talking about Denise. Linda wiped the remainder of her tears and agreed before standing. She was mentally drained of energy, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel good. She and Amber had bonded in some sort of way, even if it was somewhat one-sided. She was suddenly tempted to tell Amber how she really felt about Josh, but she was afraid. It was a new kind of fear that she had never experienced. She was afraid that Amber would think less of her, or not be as caring about her anymore if she confessed it. Instead, she bit her lip and followed Amber. They walked in silence for most of the time after that, only occasionally shouting Will's name or hearing someone else shouting somewhere in the distance. Sam, or Norton, probably. Mitch's annoying voice was not heard at all. He probably wasn't even looking. After what seemed like an hour of aimless circling, Amber said it had only been a little more than 30 minutes. The two women headed back to camp. Upon arriving, they realized that everyone else was there too. Norton, Mitch, and Sam. They were ominously quiet, which deflated the entire group's mood. Norton usually had something to say, some command to give, but right now, he looked defeated. No sign of him? Sam asked. None, Amber said. We can't go further than this. We'll have to forget about him, I'm afraid, Norton said. I'm going out there in a bit anyway. I'll see if I can't find him, Mitch said. Linda raised an eyebrow. She was surprised by what sounded like concern in Mitch's sentence, although he was probably just bullshitting. Mitch didn't care about anyone except himself. I'm going to eat. You want to join in? Amber asked Linda. Sure. I just need to use the bathroom, Linda nodded. She walked away from the group, not paying attention to their murmuring and discussions. Linda trekked through the undergrowth, away from the group's glares. She noticed Mitch's voracious stare as she turned around and glanced at the group, so she decided to go deeper, where he would not be able to see her. She noticed him staring at her in the last couple of days like she was a piece of meat. But whenever it happened, she'd look away and say nothing. Had they been in a normal environment with other humans, she would have told him that she was uncomfortable with him ogling her. But here, in the middle of nowhere, she felt unsafe doing so. Linda turned around. She could still see the group, even though it was somewhat hidden by the foliage of the pines. She went just a little further. She stepped on something sticking out of the ground and lost her balance. On instinct, Linda put her hands in front of herself as she fell to the ground. She yelped as her palms scraped against the hard ground. She hissed and shook her hand to cool off the pain when she noticed something on the dirt. Blood. Linda squinted, her mind unable to comprehend if her eyes deceived her. All over the ground and the grass was red paint, as if someone spilled a bucket of it. Her breath got caught in her throat. She couldn't do anything but stare at the red that was so out of place in this forest. A prompt flashback brought her back to the day Josh died. She saw a small object in the middle of it all, covered in red. Trembling all over as if suffering from a fever, she leaned closer to it until she was merely inches away. It was a pocketbook. She didn't even need to read what it said on it, not that she could from the dry blood that covered it. She scooted away from it like it was poisonous while sucking in loud, panicked breaths. She clambered to her feet, no longer aware of her burning palms from the fall, and sprinted in the group's direction. Even before she emerged from the tree line, the group stared in her direction with wide eyes. "Will's dead," Linda screamed. "Norton." No one said a word. They were all probably thinking the same thing. What the hell was Linda talking about? Back when Josh was dying, Linda's face was contorted into a painful grimace, and it remained like that for the entire day. That was nothing compared to the hysterical attitude she projected now. Norton stood and started toward her, but Amber was faster. "Calm down, Linda. Tell me what happened," she said. Linda's tongue began unrolling so fast that Norton didn't understand more than a few words. "I saw... book... blood... Calm down. Calm down." Norton raised his palms toward her as the group flocked around her. "Everyone, give her some space." Linda breathed so heavily that she looked like she was having an asthma attack. Amber put her hands on Linda's shoulders and said, "Breathe, Linda. Take deep breaths." She demonstrated how to inhale and exhale, and Linda mimicked her. After a few deep breaths, Amber said, "Okay. Now tell us what happened." Linda swallowed and said, "There's blood. And Will's book is there. Will didn't leave. He was killed." Amber looked at Norton. The doctor fixated his gaze on Linda. "Show us where," he said. Linda led the way. When they got close, she pointed a finger at a clearing, but refused to move further. Amber stayed by her side while Norton took point. As soon as he stepped onto the clearing, his line of sight met the scene. A lone flashlight and a small pocketbook Linda mentioned were in a pool of dried blood. The blood was abundant, and Norton knew right away that whoever lost that much of it couldn't have survived. He didn't want to say anything to the rest of the group, however, out of fear of causing panic. "Shit! Shit!" he cursed as he paced around the clearing. "Jesus," Mitch said as he stepped closer. "What the fuck?" Sam chimed in. Amber got a little closer but didn't step on the clearing. "What in the world could have happened here?" she asked. "That fucking creature killed him," Sam said. "The bear?" Norton asked. Sam opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again before saying, "I think it's about time we admit that we're not dealing with a bear. We're probably not even dealing with an animal per se." "What are you talking about?" Norton scoffed. "I mean, we've been here for a few days now. We heard screaming that sounded like they belonged to a... what? A cougar? I've never heard cougars screaming like that. And then, I saw that thing in the woods." Sam stared at the ground before scanning the faces of his fellow survivors. "I don't think it was a bear I saw." "That's ridiculous." Norton shook his head. "No, he's right." Mitch impatiently interrupted. Norton looked at him, silently demanding an explanation. Mitch's face portrayed reluctance. He sighed and said, "2 nights ago, when one of the bodies went missing, I saw who took them." An asynchronous what filled the air. Mitch ignored them and said, "I went out to take a leak and heard some sounds. I saw one of the bodies getting dragged away. It was dark, and I couldn't see clearly, but I think I saw its arm. It was like a gorilla's." "So, you saw something. You knew a dangerous animal lurked around, and you still refused to tell us. Why?" Norton asked. Mitch thought about that for a moment before shrugging. "Because he chickened out," said Sam. Mitch gave him a contemptuous glare. "I did not chicken out." "Oh, shut up, you two, will you?" Amber snapped. "There's a dangerous creature that we can't even identify, hunting us one by one, and we need to see what we'll do next. We can't jump to conclusions so quickly here. We have to think rationally. For all we know, it is just a wild animal," Norton said. "Wild animal? What kind of wild animal stalks us for days, and then kills one of us and drags him away?" Amber shouted. "Lower your voice. Everybody, back to camp. We'll discuss things there." As they hurried back to the camp, Norton contemplated what approach to take. He could try to convince people to stay, but he himself knew that staying was a bad idea. The others would probably disagree with staying too. "All right, we listened to you. We stayed, and now Will's dead," Mitch said as soon as they reached the camp. "That is way out of line," Norton said. "I had no way of knowing something like this would happen." He wanted to mention that it wasn't certain that Will was dead, but he'd be lying if he did that. Whether you had a way of knowing it or not, it's too late for Will now. But the rest of us can still make it. We need to leave before it gets one of us next, Mitch said. As much as I think Mitch is a piece of shit, he's right. We need to leave, Sam said. Norton looked at Amber and Linda. Amber shrugged and said, You'd have to be crazy to stay after that. She hooked a thumb over her shoulder in the direction of the crime scene. Linda nodded and said, We should go. All right, Norton said. Everybody pack up. We're leaving. Wait, Sam shouted. What about Antonio? Yeah, we can't just leave him, Amber agreed. Norton sighed. He hoped that there wouldn't be any bickering about this. He put his hands on his hips and said, Antonio is injured. He can't come with us. You just want to leave him? With that thing lurking around? Sam asked. Nothing else we can do. We could carry him, Amber said. We are in no condition to do so. It could be days before we find a way out. Do you really want to carry a wounded and possibly a dying man with you for that long? But he'll die, Sam interjected. Norton got in his face, on the verge of losing patience. Sam, we don't really have a choice here. It's him or us. I checked his leg this morning, and it's infected. He's as good as dead anyway. I'm sorry. That's really low of you, Doctor. You're supposed to be saving lives. I am saving lives! Norton took a step closer to Sam and exploded. I'm choosing to save 5 lives over 1. It's simple math. The doc is right. We can't carry dead weight, Mitch jumped in. Oh, now you agree with him. Anything to save your own ass, right, Mitch? Enough! Norton shouted so loudly that Sam and Mitch instantly went quiet. Who wants to leave? Raise your hands. Mitch raised his hand. Although reluctant, Linda followed suit. She apologized to the others. Amber shook her head. I want to go, but not at the cost of another life. That's 3 against 2. Norton said as he took a step forward. Pack your things and let's go. Wait! Amber stopped. Norton, just wait a moment. If you do this, if you leave, you're dooming another person to die. Norton was about to shout at her, but he knew that aggression wouldn't help. He took a deep breath and said, I know, Amber, and it's not a choice I make lightly, but you need to understand what's at stake here. If we stay, all of us will die. I made the mistake of having us wait at the crash site, but we were never safe here. Now, we need to go before one of us gets picked off next. Before Amber could disagree, Norton stepped around her. He turned back and said, Look, we'll make Antonio as comfortable as we can. If we make it out of here and find some help, we'll send it back to get him, all right? Sam? Okay? He looked at Sam. Sam's pensive stare still glued to the ground. He made a spiteful grimace and nodded. Good man, Norton said. We can't go splitting up now. Our strength is in numbers. Come on. Pack your food and drinks, and let's move before we lose more daylight. Everyone got to work packing supplies. There wasn't enough food or water left anyway, so most of it could fit in pockets. Mitch found a backpack that he used for his own things, and he offered to carry the others' supplies. No one took him up on that offer. Once everyone was ready, they gathered around the campfire. Norton looked at each of them before saying, Let's tell Antonio that we're leaving. Sam somewhat hoped that the others would have a change of heart, but as they climbed inside the fuselage, he realized that that wouldn't be happening. As much as he hated leaving a person to their inevitable death, Norton was right. They could no longer keep waiting for rescue. Guys, Antonio called out as soon as they approached him. What happened back there? I heard arguing. Everyone made way for Norton to step forward first. He was the one who suggested leaving Antonio, and no one else wanted the responsibility of informing a dying man that he was going to be dead soon. Guys, what are you doing? Antonio repeated. Antonio's perplexed and scared look grappled with Sam's attention. Maybe he thought that they were here to off him. He darted his eyes from person to person, visibly hoping that one of them would answer him. Antonio, listen, Norton said calmly. "We need to leave." "But I can't walk," Antonio said. "I know. That's why you're not coming with us." Antonio's eyes widened. Wait, you're leaving me behind?" "We have no choice. I'm sorry. We're going to look for help and come back as soon as we can, all right?" "Wait, no, please, don't leave me. I'll die out here alone. We'll leave you some food and water, whatever we have left. Just try not to move, and don't make too much noise, all right? We'll be back as soon as we can." Norton placed a half-full bottle of water and a pack of peanuts on Antonio's chest and turned to leave. Antonio pleaded with the doctor, but Norton ignored him. Norton's coldness toward another human being stunned Sam. He was probably used to seeing everything at his job. Following the doctor's lead, Mitch turned around and started toward the exit, then Linda, then Amber. Antonio continued pleading. He was staring Sam in the eyes, begging him not to go. With a heavy heart, Sam averted his eyes from him and exited the fuselage. "You're killing me!" Antonio shouted in one final attempt before switching to sobbing. Norton was already well on his way out of the camp, and the rest of the group silently followed him. Sam was on the back of the group because he wanted some alone time. This time, for real, because he was angry at the group. Everyone's mood shifted, withdrawn and silent, either because of leaving Antonio or because they were worried about the dangers that lay ahead. "Mitch, which way is that smoke you saw a few days ago?" Norton asked. Mitch scratched his beard before pointing in a direction. "Lead on. You're the one with the axe," Norton said. Mitch didn't complain about that. As they exited the camp and entered the dense thicket of the forest, Sam looked back at the fuselage one final time. The fuselage would probably stay here. Years from now, it would become a rusted, abandoned piece of metal that some urban explorers would maybe run into someday. They would wonder what happened here, take some pictures, and share them on social media, procuring stories of the fuselage being haunted by the passengers who died in it. For a moment, Sam couldn't help but convince himself that the fuselage and the entire forest would indeed be haunted. The only question was, by what? Amber. The group didn't take with them only food, water, and their weapons. They also brought things useful for survival. Gear like rope, alcohol, small pieces of clothes, or rags. Norton, Sam, and Linda were equipped with Neanderthal-like sticks. Mitch had the crash axe, and Amber took the knife they had at the camp. She didn't feel confident using a stick to poke a creature, relying on the hope that she did enough damage. Instead, she opted for the knife. "Amber, why didn't you take the spear?" Linda asked her after they put some distance to the fuselage. "I don't need it. I have all of you to protect me," Amber retorted with a smile. Amber was ambivalent about having Mitch lead the group, but then again, he was the one who saw the smoke in the distance, so hopefully he knew where they were going. Right now, Amber's biggest problem was whether it would rain. The group would probably need to find shelter if the rain started, and Amber didn't exactly find the thought of staying in one spot under a tree comforting, unless the group voted to continue going, which would also suck. But Amber didn't decide which would suck more, sitting in the rain or trekking in it. With each step they took, Amber couldn't help but realize how they were inevitably distancing themselves from the fuselage, which provided shelter to them for so many days. A part of her tried to memorize the path they took so, in case it was necessary, they would return to the fuselage. But one look back was enough to realize that there was no way she'd ever find her way around this place. In some of the places, the mulberries and the saplings were so densely packed together that the group had to circumvent all the way around them before continuing straight. The terrain unpredictably changed. One moment, it went up. The other, it descended. Then, it intermittently did both. The long-since-dead and dry leaves crunched under Amber's feet, although most were soaked into the ground from yesterday's rain, producing a soft, muffled sound. Peeled bark and pine needles riddled the ground, and in some places, broken roots and tall grass stuck out. The tall grass particularly worried Amber because of chiggos and ticks. The entire time, the group remained quiet while walking, save for the occasional directions Norton gave to Mitch when telling him which way to turn for better navigation. Amber tried to stay close to Linda to observe her for any changes. She seemed to be doing okay, but Amber knew how easily people were susceptible to any mood swings during this kind of time. It was probably especially difficult for Linda because not only did she lose a loved one, but she wasn't fully allowed to mourn. She had to fight through an experience that probably only a few people on the planet have ever been through. Amber would try to stay in contact with Linda after this, unless Linda showed no interest and managed to move on without Amber's help, which is what Amber hoped would happen for the girl's sake. How do we know we're even going in the right direction? Amber asked after a while. We don't, Norton said coldly. We'll probably have to climb a tree later and see where we are. By we, you probably mean me, Mitch scoffed. You are the best climber in the group, aren't you? Norton asked. Mitch didn't respond. Amber cast a furtive glance towards Sam to see his reaction. Completely aloof, he looked up at the trees and around the forest, perhaps looking for an adequate tree to climb. Sam wasn't as fit as Mitch, but he looked like he might be able to climb a tree. They had been walking for over an hour before stopping for a break. By then, the fuselage was only a distant memory. As they sat around the small, flat spot, Amber looked back in what might have been the direction of the fuselage. All she saw were clusters of trees, and behind them, rows and rows of more trees. Yep, there was no way she'd be able to find her way back to the fuselage. She couldn't help but imagine rescue coming to the crash site and finding only Antonio there. He would end up as the luckiest person in the group then. A terrifying thought occurred to Amber. If the rescue arrived at the crash site and they found Antonio, what would stop him from telling them that there were no other survivors? There's a good chance he might be spiteful. Amber knew she would be. If that happened, they might call off the search, especially since finding dead bodies would not be a priority. How far was that thing you saw when you climbed the tree? Sam asked Mitch. Amber found it odd that they were even talking to each other after yesterday's fight, despite the tangible, hostile tension between them. Mitch shrugged. Hard to tell, man. It didn't look too far away, but it's hard to tell in the woods. We've been walking slower than we would on a trail. Not to mention the distance can be deceiving, Norton added. If you think the smoke was 1 hour away, then most likely it will take us 2. I'll find a tree to climb later. We can't be that far from it. We just gotta make sure we're going in the right direction, Mitch said as he sat down. The smoke's already gone by now, Sam said. It's gonna be difficult to find it. Mitch shook his head. It wasn't just the smoke. There was a broken tree there, too. It was pretty much in your face, so no problem finding it. No one can guarantee we'll find anything there, Norton said. Could just be a part of the plane with nothing but debris. It could also be something useful, Sam added. If it's the pilot's cabin, there might be a radio there or something that can help us. Let's first see if we can even find the place, said Norton, ending the discussion. Some of the group members had breakfast then. Mitch and Sam ate the remainder of the chocolate they had while Linda, Amber, and Norton only took a few sips of water. After around dinner time tonight, there would be no more food, and they would need to rely solely on their forest survival skills. We should have taken that damn book, Amber said, voicing her thoughts. Will's survival pocket guide, she added, surveying the confused glares in the group members' faces. He showed me the berries that are safe to eat, Norton said. If we find those, we should be able to stay alive a little longer. That takes care of food, but what about water? We each have around a bottle left, and after that, we're in trouble. Should have collected more rainwater while we had the chance. Norton mournfully shook his head. When it rained yesterday, Norton and Will placed the bottles and the otherwise hollowed-out objects to collect the rainwater. Unfortunately, what they collected would still only be enough to last them an extra day, since they didn't prepare enough things to catch the water. Amber wondered if rainfall would be such a bad thing after all. After some time taking a break, the group continued walking. They soon found a tree for Mitch to climb, and he did so with ease. Soon, he disappeared above the boughs and branches, and the remaining survivors were left to wait for him to finish his task. While waiting, Norton stared above at the tree like a robot, not breaking his gaze for a second. Sam paced around, while Linda and Amber stood a few feet from the tree. All they could hear from above was rustling, with the occasional snap, which made everyone jump. Luckily, Mitch didn't come plummeting from the tree. Amber's feet were killing her already because of the damn pumps she wore. She wondered if she could endure a whole day of walking. She once again reprimanded herself, and even shook her head at her carelessness. Not only did she miss out on getting more rainwater, but she didn't find any more adequate shoes for the trek through the woods. She wanted to go back to the fuselage and see if any of the deceased passengers wore her shoe size. Too late now. Amber would suggest to the group taking another break later, but she wouldn't want to be left behind if she got outvoted, so she'd suck it up and go on. Are you feeling tired? She asked Linda to fill the silence as they waited for Mitch. Linda shook her head. To tell you the truth, kinda scared. She said it quietly, even though they stood far enough from the men to not eavesdrop on the conversation. Plus, the wrestling was so loud now that Amber had to strain to hear what Linda was saying. Scared of the animal that took Will? Amber asked. She deliberately used the word animal to avoid further scaring Linda. That, Linda said, and the fact that we're running out of food and water. I don't want to die here. Her eyes glistened from the tears that formed in them. Amber took a step closer to her and gently placed a hand on her cheek. No one's going to die here, she lied. We'll be out of here before you know it. But the rescue hasn't arrived in the 4 days that we've been here. If they don't arrive, then we'll find our own way out of here. And then we'll sue those bastards and live lavishly for the rest of our lives. That evoked a chuckle out of Linda. The girl wiped her tears and blinked a few times furiously. Just then, the rustling above descended. Everyone focused their gaze on the tree. The lowest boughs now violently swayed back and forth and up and down. Mitch landed on the ground with a loud thud. He put his axe under one arm, wiped his palms against each other, and pointed in one direction to his left. That way, he said. See anything? Norton asked. No, I'm just pointing in a random direction. Of course I saw something. What is it then? Smoke's gone, but there's a clear trail of broken trees over there. Those smaller ones, I mean. Mulberries? Linda asked. Amber, and apparently everyone else in the group, got surprised by her tree knowledge. I guess. Mitch shrugged, disinterested. How far away is it? Sam asked. Not too far. Less than an hour of walking. I'm sure of it. An hour in the forest, or an hour on a trail? Amber asked, concealing her annoyed timber. Forest, Mitch added and started in the direction to which he previously pointed. Everyone followed, and the trek only got more difficult from there. The ground was more often moss-covered and slippery, the gradients steeper. The branches and saplings whipped Amber's face since they were clustered closely together. Sometimes, when the person in front, in this case Sam, walked in front of her, they would inadvertently pull the branches and slingshot them back toward Amber. Amber made sure to hold the branches for Linda to safely walk through without losing an eye. As they walked, Mitch would occasionally tear a leaf of the mulberries they passed by and slap it against his hand to produce a loud popping sound. Amber remembered some people doing that occasionally in the woods. You make an O with one hand and place the leaf on top. You hit the leaf with your palm, and the leaf rips in the middle with a loud, popping sound. She still didn't understand why it produced such a sound. Stop doing that, Norton commanded after what must have been the 10th leaf Mitch popped. Don't want to alert that thing of our presence, do you? Although Mitch looked like he was ready to counter that argument, he said nothing and stopped popping the leaves afterward. After what seemed like another hour of walking, even though it was in reality around 40 minutes, Norton suggested they climb again and see where they were. However, in this part of the forest, there were barely any pines. The mulberries were far too thin, and the lowest branches were way too high. Their group reached a big clearing, and by then the sun was unobscured by the clouds, pleasantly warming the area. After spending so long in the shade of the trees, Amber found the sun rays comforting. For a moment, she imagined sunbathing on the beach with a cold drink in her hand. Look at that, said Mitch, pointing forward. Amber squinted at what he was pointing at. A tall mulberry, broken near the middle, with a trunk toppled sideways on another tree. Amber wondered for a second if what they were seeing was just a naturally broken tree, until she saw a few others broken down one path. That was too coincidental to be naturally made. This must have been what Mitch saw earlier. We found it. Great work, Norton atonally said, and patted Mitch on the shoulder. Norton picked up his pace and hiked toward the broken trees. Everyone else followed, curious to find out what exactly lay at the end of the path. That end was in sight as soon as they passed the clearing and peered into the tree line. In the middle of the woods, right in front of one of the toppled mulberries, lay the airplane's cockpit. Antonio still couldn't believe those fuckers left him to die. They said that they were going to get help, but that was a lie. He saw how big the forest was when the plane began descending. There was no way out of it for miles. The memory of the crash crept into his mind, even though he tried not to think about it. One moment, he was sitting on the airplane seat. The next, everything was flying around. Screaming and loud engine noises nearly deafened him. The cold wind squalled into his face so hard that he thought it would peel his face off. Then the crash, followed by silence. By the time he realized what was going on and finished thanking God for keeping him alive, the seat he was strapped to fell off the branch it was stuck on. An explosion of pain whizzed in his leg. His back was also in trouble when he fell, too. The tingling in his lumbar region crept in. He hoped that he hadn't caused any discus hernia there, but even if he did, at least he was alive. For now. It was funny and ironic how life worked. He just got an internship at Tesla, and he was planning a wedding with his fiancée, Bella. Bella was 1 month pregnant, and Antonio was exuberant to become a father. On the cusp of a lucky break, which he needed after a bad streak, he had just conquered being rejected at the dozens of other companies at which he applied. His dad tragically died in a car crash, and his ex-girlfriend of 3 years left him while he was still grieving. To think that his life might end here, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by hundreds of miles of trees, almost made Antonio laugh from aggravation. Almost. He looked down at his leg. It mildly pulsated with steady pain, but Antonio learned to somewhat ignore it by now. The first 2 days were hell. He was in so much pain that he had a fever, the pain jackhammering his leg. Now, his leg was bandaged, isolated with the sticks the doctor made for him. Antonio didn't dare move that leg besides, wiggling his toes from time to time, just to make sure he wasn't losing the sensation there from potential nerve damage. He pissed in a bottle, and he took a shit in a tray that the doctor emptied for him. The shitty tray and the piss bottle were nowhere close to him right now, and he also didn't have anything to wipe his ass if it came to it. He would try to move later when he could no longer hold it, but the question was he going to be able to move? A rustling stirred the leaves outside. Antonio held his breath and ceased all movement. He hoped that it was the guys from the group. Maybe they changed their minds and decided to come back? As he listened, something that he recognized as footsteps across wet leaves approached. "Guys, is that you?" he called out eagerly. Maybe it was the rescue team. Antonio continued listening as the footsteps got closer to the plane and stopped. One twig snapped along the way, echoing loudly in the clearing. "Hey, guys, I'm in here!" Antonio shouted. No response. Antonio knew that they must have heard him, because some of the windows were busted. And if he heard their footsteps so clearly, they must have heard him shouting. "Guy!" Antonio started, his throat trapping his words. A terrifying thought occurred to him. What if it wasn't rescue or the other survivors? What if it was an animal? It could be a bear for all he knew, and by shouting, he alerted it to his presence. Norton's words rang through his head. Try not to make too much noise. What did that even mean? More rustling came from outside, and it seemed to persist in one spot, somewhere close to the airplane. Antonio used what little strength he had to prop himself up on his elbows and peek outside the window. At first, he saw only the forest that he grew so accustomed to. Nothing, even though the rustling persisted. Antonio scanned the view until he saw... Antonio ducked under the window with a stifled gasp. An outline of a furry limb poked out from somewhere to the right of the airplane, just barely in his line of sight. It was a bear. He hoped that the bear wouldn't find him in here, but he was aware of what little food he had on him. All of it was hermetically sealed, so the bear should not be able to smell it, right? But could bears smell blood? What if that lured the animal to Antonio? More heavy, rustling steps ensued, and this time, each step closer to the airplane. Antonio lay recumbent, his head tightly pressed into the bottom of the seat. The entire time, he kept his eyes trained on the window above him. The footsteps, now accompanied by a metallic sound, grew closer. With each clink, clonk, Antonio became more convinced that the bear had climbed on the airplane's wing. Its footsteps incessantly continued, climbing toward the fuselage. A shadow passed the window for a moment, the footsteps resounding right on top of the fuselage. One metallic thud. Another metallic thud. The bear was now right above Antonio. Antonio had to put a hand over his mouth to muffle his breathing. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps carried themselves toward the fuselage's entrance, each step receding, offering him a sense of comfort, but also dread. If the bear realized that it was too high for it to jump down, it would probably go back and across the wing again. Antonio hoped that it would get bored and leave soon, because this stress was unbearable. The bear's footsteps stopped right at the edge of the plane's roof. Silence. Antonio didn't even realize how quiet it was until then. There was always some kind of sound in the forest. Birds chittering, crickets chirping, woodpeckers pecking, wind rustling through the trees' branches. Right now, there was nothing. Antonio grabbed the top of the front seat. He pulled himself up into a sitting position, just barely enough to take a peek toward the fuselage. In that moment, something big and furry jumped from the roof, and he immediately lay back in his seat. A loud thud rattled the floor. Antonio clasped his hands over his mouth again as tears streamed down his face. He silently recited a prayer in his mind over and over, begging God not to take him away now that he had survived this long. Another heavy footstep, and then one more, and then loud sniffing filled the air. It was all Antonio could do not to start whimpering, but then his survival instinct kicked in. He fought hard to remember what to do in case of running into a bear. He never had any formal training, but the basic rule was to pretend you're dead, and he would leave you alone, right? It was definitely a better option than fighting it face to face. There's no way Antonio would be able to beat a bear with his bare hands. The bear took another step, and he was moving down the aisle toward Antonio. Playing dead would have to do. As the bear got closer and its footsteps got louder, each of them sending vibrations along the plane, Antonio closed his eyes and steadied his breathing as much as he could. He prayed that the bear would not fuck his leg up more than it already was fucked. Thud. 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 The footsteps echoed. More sniffing. More footsteps. They stopped at Antonio's seat. He held his eyes firmly shut, despite the temptation to open them and look. He suddenly smelled something bad. It was a stench difficult to define. It was like stale shit and sweat. It reminded him of the smell in the barns on his grandfather's farm. More sniffing filled the air, mixed with a short-pitched grunting noise. And then silence. Dead silence. It was so quiet that Antonio's shaking breathing pierced his eardrums. His bladder threatened to give out, but he had to stay calm. If he thrashed and screamed or displayed in any way that he was alive, the bear would fuck him up. He couldn't tell how long had passed in silence. It must have been just a short moment, even though it felt like an eternity to Antonio. Maybe the bear was already gone. The stench was no longer here, or was that his nose that got used to the smell? Antonio opened his eyes just a crack to see if the bear was still there. As soon as he did that, he regretted it, because his eyes shot wide open in terror, and Antonio let out a scream unlike any he had let out before in his life. The creature in front of him shrieked as well, only its screech was loud enough to drown out Antonio's. Before Antonio could think about what to do next, the creature lunged at him. The pain was unimaginable. As Antonio's bones snapped and warm blood flowed from the torn chunks of his flesh, he could only beg for the minuscule pain of his broken leg to return. Sam. What the hell? Sam uttered to break the silence. The entire group stood in awe as they stared at the missing part of the airplane. The front part of the plane sat on the ground with a slight slant to the left side. Sam saw the left side of the plane from this position, with a window visible from here. It was impossible to see through the window from here, though. The pilots could still be alive, Norton said. Let's go. He broke into a confident gait forward, and the others followed. Obviously, everyone in the group was excited to see what or who they would find inside. After spending 4 days in the fuselage, surrounded by dead bodies and without food, this was an entirely new thing. Linda was the only one who looked slightly concerned. Upon reaching the back side of the broken cockpit, Sam noticed the door leading to the pilot's cabin was open. The thought occurred that the pilots may have survived the crash, and they walked away from the wreckage. Or maybe the door forcibly opened upon landing. Sam was surprised that the cabin even stayed intact. The trees must have somewhat cushioned the impact, and if so many passengers managed to survive, then who's to say that at least one of the pilots may not be alive? Norton stepped over what looked like the charred remains of a campfire and onto the metallic floor without hesitation, dragging dirt onto the already dirty floor. It was obvious that the space was too small for all 5 members to enter, but it was also clearly visible on Linda's and Amber's faces that they weren't too eager to go inside. Finding the dead bodies of the pilots may not be pleasant. If Josh suffered such a bad injury in the crash, then the pilots' bodies should have been mutilated beyond recognition. But then again, maybe not. Sam followed Norton close behind, Mitch's footsteps close to his own heels. When Sam made the first step in, he had to hold onto the wall on the left to prevent losing balance. He wasn't used to walking on slanted surfaces. Norton stepped through the door and into the pilot's cabin and disappeared out of view. It was silent. and being too eager to find out what was going on, Sam stayed close. The first thing he couldn't help but be aware of was how small the cockpit was. He somehow expected the pilots to have a more spacious cabin, but it was barely big enough for 3 people to fit if they squeezed in. Sam inspected the cockpit. Dried bloodstains decorated the floor and the control panel. The sight of a dangling hand from the side of the left seat blinded him to everything else. The hand's color verged on white, and dried blood caked the fingers and under the nails. Flies flocked on the hand and fed off the dead meat, occasionally buzzing around before landing on another similar spot. Not good. Norton shook his head, but made no effort to approach and examine the body. Norton could probably tell right away that the pilot was dead, based on the dried blood and the pale hand. Even Sam didn't harbor the slightest hopes of the pilot being alive. Still, he took a step forward and leaned to take a look at the man. The pilot couldn't have been older than 40. His head was slumped to the left side, only revealing a part of his face. He was clean-shaven, with prominent cheekbones, and the skin on his face was almost as pale as his hand. His eyes were closed, and his mouth hung slightly open. The pilot held a hand on his stomach. Abundant blood stained his abdomen and trickled between his fingers and down the pants. On the pilot's right thigh rested a small, red object. Although he had never seen one in real life, Sam recognized it as a flare gun. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at that. Finally, they had something to defend themselves against the creature hunting them. Sam firmly closed his fingers around the flare gun's grip, careful not to put his finger anywhere close to the trigger. He was uber-sensitive about gun safety. As he raised the gun, it unstuck from the pilot's pants with a sticky thwump caused by the dry blood. "What have you got there?" Mitch asked. Sam noticed not just curiosity in his voice, but something else too. Maybe greed? Anger? Before he could stop and think, the pilot came to life and grabbed Sam by the wrist. Screams filled the cabin, not just Sam's, but Norton's and Mitch's. Sam vaguely became aware. The pilot's dry, icy grip refused to let go of Sam's wrist, and only then did Sam look up from the blood-stained hand up at the face of the pilot, and that's when he slightly stopped struggling against the pilot's grip. The pilot stared up at him with wide eyes. His face was just as pale as it was a moment ago, his lips cracked and dry. There is no way this person could be alive, Sam thought. He was a zombie or something else that somehow came back to life as a living corpse. But then the pilot, or whatever it was that inhabited the pilot's body, spoke up. You have to get out of here, he said with a raspy voice. What? Sam asked. It took him a moment to register what the pilot said. It was one of those moments where you thought you didn't hear what the person said, but then it belatedly processed in your brain. It's dangerous, the pilot struggled to speak. That thing. The pilot's grip tightened like a vice, so much that Sam thought he might drop the flare gun from his hand at any moment. Then, just like that, the grip loosened, and the pilot let go. Sam backstepped so abruptly that he slammed his back against the wall. The pilot slumped to the side and ceased moving altogether. Jesus fuck, Mitch shouted. Norton took an explosive step forward and placed 2 fingers on the pilot's neck. A moment of silence later, he shook his head and looked at Sam before saying, "Dead." "Guys, are you okay in there?" Amber's concerned voice resounded from outside. "Fine," Norton shouted back. "Found the pilot." "What?" Amber shouted back, but Norton didn't provide an answer. "Is that a flare gun, bro?" Mitch pointed to Sam's hand. Sam looked down, just then remembering that he was still holding on to the gun. When he raised his hand, he realized that his finger was on the trigger. A weight dropped down to his stomach at the thought that he could have accidentally fired a shot and hurt or killed one of the other survivors. He moved his finger from the trigger and lowered his hand. "Yeah," he absent-mindedly said. "Good. Might come in handy," Norton added. "Do you even have experience shooting, dude?" Mitch frowned and wrinkled his nose. "I do," Sam spitefully added. "How much?" "Plenty." That wasn't exactly true. Sam shot a gun twice, but it was only an assault rifle at a shooting range. He never did any shooting from pistols. He never learned much about gun safety, maintenance, emptying, and filling clips, etc. At the shooting range, the instructor did everything for him, including flicking the safety on and off. All he had to do was point and shoot. Either way, there's no way he'd give Mitch the flare gun. "Well, I have a lot, too," Mitch said and outstretched a hand. I'm a really good shot. You should give the gun to me. No, Sam said, and slightly moved the hand with the flare gun backward. Bro, come on. Mitch hooked his fingers toward himself as a gesture for Sam to hand over the gun. I said no. I'm just saying, you should give the gun to someone who has experience. And I already told you that I have plenty of experience. You already claimed the axe for yourself. I'm claiming the flare. All right, enough, you two. Norton stepped in angrily. We got more urgent issues to attend to. Look. Both Sam and Mitch looked at him. He was squatting down with a raised hand. A small, black object was clutched in his hand, and Sam immediately recognized it as some kind of audio recorder. Mitch glanced at Sam and smiled sardonically. Fine. Keep the gun, Mitch said. Just don't go pointing that thing at me, or I'll chop off your fucking hand. Norton stood and pressed a button on the recorder. A male voice rolled out of the device. This is Captain Miles. We crashed less than an hour ago. First Officer Zolotarsky and I... Norton pressed the same button to pause the audio. He lowered his hand and said, The girls will want to hear this. Let's find what we can salvage here and go outside. Nothing here, Mitch looked around with a shrug. There was, indeed, nothing there. Just an empty bottle of water. Sam wanted to avoid checking the dead pilot's pockets if he could help it. Since there was nothing else left to do inside, Norton turned and left the cockpit. Sam waited for Mitch to go ahead, and he did, but not before eyeing Sam one final time with a glare full of animosity. Sam clutched the flare gun just a little more firmly. Linda. Relief washed over Linda once the guys stepped out. Norton's face was flushed, and sweat coated his forehead. Sam and Mitch stared vacantly upon exiting the cockpit. Well, find anything? Amber impatiently hopped in to ask. Pilot's dead, Norton said frigidly. Sam found a signal pistol. Well, that's great. We can finally use something to signal for help. Norton shook his head. Should probably wait for the right moment. Rescue didn't see our smoke, so they probably wouldn't see the flare either unless they were close by. Do you suggest we wait for that thing to pick us off one by one? I suggest we use our scarce resources cleverly. Norton then turned to Sam and asked, There a flare in that thing? Sam took the signal pistol into his hands and observed it. He didn't look like he knew what he was doing as he turned it over in his hands, and soon enough, Mitch jumped in, offering to show him how it's done. Sam refused, and told him to back off before he figured out that the snub-nosed barrel could be pushed downward to open. Once he did that, Sam looked into the barrel from the back side, where the flare would normally be inserted, and said, There's one inside. More wouldn't fit, expert, Mitch said. Okay, so we have one flare, Norton said. There weren't any more on the plane. We'll have to make do with what we have. Make sure you don't accidentally fire that thing, Sam. It might be our only way out. What about that? Amber pointed to Norton's hand, where he held a small, black, rectangular object. A recorder, Norton said. Let's listen to it. He pressed a button, just as everyone gathered in a circle to hear what was going on. Linda perked up her ears as soon as she heard the voice coming from the speaker. This is Captain Miles. We crashed less than an hour ago. First Officer Zolotarsky and I are alive and well, but we have no idea where we are or what happened to the passengers or other staff members. The cockpit somehow detached from the fuselage sometime before the plane went down. We still don't know what exactly went wrong, but we suspect that there might have been a problem with the left wing. We tried contacting control, but comms are out. We'll sit tight and wait for rescue. There was a pause, but Linda knew that the audio was still playing because of the low humming noise that came from the device. There was a click, and then another one before the voice started again. This is Captain Miles. Our plane crashed approximately 24 hours ago. Still no sign of rescue or other survivors. First Officer Zolotarsky tried scouting the area, but it was useless. We're stuck here. Our food is gone, and soon our water will be too. We're hoping rescue finds us before then. 2 more clicks before the voice began speaking once more. This time, Captain Miles's voice was a little different. He sounded winded. This is Captain Miles. 2 days have passed. No sign of rescue. We fired a flare last night, but no one came. Search and rescue must have already started looking for us, but our plane probably landed far off course. To make matters worse, Zolotarsky thinks there's a bear prowling around. Earlier today he went out to look for food, but came back to the cockpit running. I saw it too. It was in the tree line, observing us, probably assessing if we're worth the trouble. Just to be on the safe side, we'll keep our flares close and our doors closed. Linda cradled her arms. She suddenly felt uncomfortable. She couldn't help but look around, as if she expected the animal, creature, whatever it is, to be standing right behind her. There was nothing there, of course, but she still took her time scanning the tree line. The voice from the recorder continued, only this time it was erratic and audibly scared, speaking between heaving breaths. Holy shit! There was no fucking bear. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was no bear. Zolotarsky is gone. He went looking for food today and I don't know what happened. One moment, he was there. The next thing I knew, this big, furry fucking thing came running at him on all fours. It picked up the first officer like he was nothing and ran off with him on two legs like some fucking ape man. They were gone before I even realized what was going on. What the fuck? The next moment in the audio was filled with Captain Miles panting before the audio clicked off. Everyone noticeably thought that was the end of the recording until the click resounded once more. Captain Miles spoke up again. Completely contrasting in the previous audio, he sounded calm this time, his voice low and lethargic. This is Captain Miles. This will be my last recording, he grunted. That thing got me. It fucking got me. Bit a chunk of my stomach off like it was a juicy fucking ribeye. But I got it too. I shot the fucker in the face. I don't know how much damage I did, but it was definitely enough to scare it away. For a moment, at least. He continued panting a little more. Loud sounds boomed in the microphone, indicating that Captain Miles moved the recorder around, trying to reposition himself. It's outside the cockpit, watching me through the window. I can see it, standing right in front of the airplane. A long, guttural growl came from the speaker, startling Linda, running goosebumps all over her body. She whipped her head from side to side, paranoid that she was being watched by something omnipresent in the entire forest. She once again found herself looking around to make sure no one was there. This thing is really smart, Captain Miles continued. It's been watching us for days. It observed, studied us, and when it learned more about us, it moved to hunt us down. It knows that my time is up, so it's waiting. I have a small campfire just outside the door, and the creature seems to be afraid of the fire, but it won't be long until it's out. If you find this, then you're as fucked as I am. Get out of here, as soon as you can. Don't try to fight it. It's unstoppable. Captain Miles out. Click. The buzzing stopped, and with it, the audio recording ended. Linda shivered, even though it was relatively warm outside. She scanned her fellow survivors' faces. Most of them looked visibly terrified. Even Mitch, ever the macho man, had a wide-eyed stare. Only Norton's face was contorted into one of concern. He lowered the hand holding the recorder and stared nowhere in particular for a moment before wiping the sweat off his forehead. Guess we better move on and hope we don't run into that thing, he said with a calm tone. The lack of panic in his voice disturbed Linda, but at the same time, it weirdly comforted her. It made her feel like they were dealing with a minor mathematical problem, rather than a life-or-death scenario. She had to keep reminding herself that Josh and Will were dead, as were the pilots, as were the other passengers, as Antonio would probably be soon, too, if the creature decided to chase him. And we better move fast before it comes back, Amber urged the group. Right. Move out, Norton said as he jutted his head in one direction. Wait, which way do we go? Sam asked as he already started going in that direction. Any way is fine right about now, the doctor retorted. We need to keep moving in one direction, and hope we run into a river, a stream, something. At night, we'll keep a fire going to keep that thing at bay. We'll also make some torches, just to be on the safe side. Hearing Norton's plan manifested a sense of unease in Linda. It made the threat real. That's it? That's your plan? Just wander through the woods and hope you get lucky? Amber threw her hands up. If you got any better ideas, I'm open to suggestions. If not, then we do what I said. Why don't we just stay in the cockpit? And end up like the pilots? Amber didn't respond to that, obviously stumped by Norton's rebuttal. The doctor led the way. As the group walked past the cockpit, Linda couldn't help but look around in a much more paranoid manner than the previous few days in the woods combined. She expected to see a tall, Bigfoot-like creature peering at them from the trees, before letting out that ungodly shriek and charging at them, grabbing them one by one, and, no, she didn't want to finish that thought. She saw the bevy of Will's blood back at the camp. Whatever kind of creature this was, it might have either claws or teeth sharp enough to make a huge wound. Linda hoped that she wouldn't need to find out. The group moved much faster than earlier, and everyone kept looking around. Every rustle, every snap of the twig, every peck of the woodpecker that echoed in the distance had Linda jerking her head toward the sound and imagining she saw something terrifying lurking around the closest tree. The survivors walked in complete silence for a long time, only speaking when they needed to propose which way to go next. By the time they stopped, Linda's feet were killing her, and she was hungry and thirsty. She tried not to drink a lot because she knew she would need to preserve the liquid in case they ended up stuck in the woods for a longer time. But right now, dying of dehydration seemed like the least of her problems. "All right, let's take a short break. Then we'll walk some more and set up camp for the night," Norton suggested. "You really want us to stay outside with that thing out there?" Mitch said. "You heard what the pilot said. It's smart. It's probably watching us right now." "It's watching us right now for sure," Norton responded as he sat at the base of a tree. "Haven't you noticed how quiet the forest has gone?" Linda listened. Norton was right. The forest wasn't entirely quiet, and some of the birds could still be heard in the distance, but that was just it. They were at a distance. All the animals around the group seemed to have dispersed, whereas they were otherwise extremely loud. That induced more dread in Linda. She was on the verge of a panic attack. Her chest tightened, rendering it difficult to breathe. She wanted to scream and run until she was out of this god-forsaken place. Her brain kept replaying over and over and over again. She needed to leave this place right now. She couldn't stay there a second longer. "Linda, sit down. You need to preserve your energy." Amber's soothing voice brought her back to reality. "Hey, are you okay?" Amber asked, alerted by the panicked look on Linda's face. "Yes," Linda fervently nodded, trying not to show how out of breath she was. This whole thing. I'm freaking out, and I'm literally dying from the panic I'm feeling right now because I don't know if I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I still have so much to do in life. My life just started, and I'm stuck in the woods, hunted by this ape creature. Hey, it's all right, Linda," said Amber as she caressed Linda's shoulder. "We're getting out of here. Once we find a good camping spot and start a fire, we'll be safe, okay?" Yes, Amber was right. Once they lit the campfire in a place where they wouldn't be exposed on all sides, they would be safe. Yeah, the fire would keep them safe all night long. Linda's panic slowly weakened. It was still here, pulsating slow and steady, but not enough to take control of Linda's actions. "Thank you, Amber." Linda forced a smile. "You've been with me these past few days. I don't know how I would have survived without you." "Oh, come on. We're just helping each other out. One day, when you're as old and as grumpy as me, you'll be assisting someone younger than yourself. Just not how to survive a Yeti attack in the woods, I hope." Linda hysterically chuckled as a stress relief. No one ate during their break, and no one talked. The members who went to use the bathroom did so in very close vicinity to the other survivors. Everyone was positioned in a way that they could see toward the trees, facing outward. Even Amber, who sat next to Linda the entire time, snuck glances at the tree line from time to time. She probably thought that Linda wouldn't notice it, but she did. It was obvious that she was just trying to protect Linda from seeing or hearing too much, even though the damage had already been done. Linda knew what they were dealing with, as she was supposed to. She wasn't a kid, even if she was the youngest member of the group. Sooner or later, she would need to contribute to the group to ensure their survival. In return, they would also protect her. "All right, on your feet. Let's move. Not much left until sundown," Norton said as he clumsily shot up to his feet. Everyone else followed without a moment of delay or hesitation. They were all obviously eager to get out of here, or, at least, put as much distance between themselves and possibly the creature's territory as they could. That was one thing that Linda was hopeful about. Maybe if they went far enough, the creature would leave them alone and return to its hunting grounds. The sky had already turned orange by the time they found what looked like an adequate camping spot. It was a place next to a rocky wall that stretched upward and gave the group nice protection, not just from the elements, but also for being attacked from multiple sides. Everyone got to work preparing the camp. Mitch and Sam went looking for firewood to keep the fire burning throughout the night. Amber and Linda went picking leaves that they would place on piles around the camp, which would serve as an alarm in case anyone, or anything, stepped on them. Norton spent the time clearing the area of broken twigs and branches, so that the group had a place to sleep without having stuff sticking into their backs. It didn't take long until the fire was up and running, the camp ready to take shelter in with their combined efforts. Norton agreed to take the first shift, and then Mitch would replace him at 2 a.m. By then, everyone was already exhausted. No one said it, but it was noticeably from the lack of talking and their slack expressions. They took up sleeping positions along the cliff's wall, with the fire crackling nearby. It was entirely dark by then, and Linda found herself contemplating just how quickly the sun had set in the woods. By all rights, it should have been visible for at least a couple more hours, but the trees' thick canopies made it so that the sun rays couldn't penetrate them to illuminate the area. Linda wished they had the open sky above them, instead of the tall pines and the encroaching mulberries that blocked their view, to diminish her claustrophobia. She noticed it while trekking through the woods, too. Whenever they went through areas that had umbrella-like canopies, she felt trapped and suffocated. But as soon as they stepped out into a clearing or an area that allowed the sunshine to gleam on her face, relief flooded her. Those moments were unfortunately scarce. Some of the group members ate dinner, but Amber and Linda didn't. Linda was hungry, but at the same time, she had accompanying nausea that refused to allow her to drink water. She knew that her stomach wouldn't be able to digest a breadcrumb right now, let alone something more, despite the loud growling in her stomach. She didn't even need to guess what it was caused by. Whenever Linda found herself in distress, she couldn't eat. She'd lose a lot of weight in just a few days, and as soon as the stress was over, it would be like someone flipped a switch. She'd eat normally again. Just a few more days tops, she thought to herself. She lay on the hard ground. Just a few more days, and they'd be out of here. They just needed to avoid the monster until then. With that, she glanced at the gyrating flame one last time, closed her eyes, and drifted into a dreamless sleep. Norton tossed another log into the fire. The flame suppressed itself before rising up once more, slowly catching onto the new victim it was thrown. He was sitting close to the fire, and the heat burned his face and stung his eyes, but it felt better than staying away from it. He either felt too cold whenever he distanced himself from the fire, or too hot by being too close to it. Everyone was asleep by then. Slow and steady inhales and exhales filled the air, save for Amber, whose snoring came in shallow. Everything around was pitch black, and therefore Norton didn't bother keeping a lookout around the camp. He wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. Besides, if the creature in the woods was close by, and he believed that they wouldn't get rid of it so easily, then the fire would keep it at bay either way. Norton pondered how he found himself in this predicament. He went to a seminar to teach college students about the function of cortisol and ended up stranded in the woods. He couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless, not for himself, but for others. First, Josh, who suffered the unfortunate accident of breaking every bone from the femur down, was pretty much crippled upon landing. Norton couldn't do anything to help him, even though he wanted to save his life. Then there was Will. He was young, and had his entire life ahead of him before that thing took him. Also, Antonio. They probably doomed him the moment they left him, but it was a decision Norton had to make to save the others. He would pay for the consequences later, if it came to it. Lastly, all those passengers unfortunate enough to die in the crash. Norton had never felt overly empathetic toward patients. He suffered from pangs here and there, but he usually suppressed those thoughts before they could manifest themselves more prominently. He knew that worrying about spilled milk wouldn't help anyway. But now that he was in these woods, stuck with strangers, all of whom were younger than him, all of whom depended on his leadership to survive, he faced something entirely new. He had no experience surviving in the woods, or fighting a monstrosity that probably very few people in the history of mankind have encountered. All he had that he could use in this situation was his logical thinking. It was simple. Always go for saving the majority, then risking everyone else to save one extra person. As for the creature that hunted them, deep down, a part of him still believed in a logical, rational explanation for this. Maybe an intelligent bear, or something. The more days he spent in the woods, though, the more he started to believe that there was indeed something strange going on. He first attributed everything to mass hysteria, and even warned himself not to go down that path. But even he couldn't logically explain some things. If it was indeed a bear, then why didn't it avoid the campsite? Why did it wait until nightfall to attack Will? Why did it drag off one of the dead bodies? Why did it kill the pilots? Was it even the same creature? What if there were more of them, and this entire forest was infested? Norton shook his head as he grabbed a stick next to him and poked the campfire. A beeping rung behind him that almost caused him to jump out of his skin. It took him a moment to realize that it was Mitch's wristwatch alarm. Mitch inhaled deeply and stretched with a groan before Norton heard him walking over to the fire. "Everything fine, Doc?" Mitch asked with a hoarse voice as he sat next to Norton by the fire. Norton's peripheral vision caught Mitch clutching his trusty axe. "Fine," Norton said. "Good that you are keeping that thing close. You never know when you might need it. I don't take any chances." Norton poked the fire some more, and then put the stick with the smoldering end down. "What do you think we're really up against, Doc?" Mitch asked. Norton frowned in surprise. Mitch didn't seem interested in anyone else's opinions. "What do you think?" Norton retorted. Mitch pensively looked up with puckered lips. "I don't care what it is, as long as we can kill it." What? "Nothing. It's just that I expected exactly that kind of answer from you. And what about you, Doc? You want to take it back to a lab and dissect it? See what mysteries it's hiding? I'm a doctor, Mitch, not a scientist." Mitch guffawed. Norton looked back to see if anyone woke up. All three of the group members seemed sound asleep. He turned back to Mitch when he heard the sound of some kind of pack opening. Mitch had torn open a Kit Kat, and by the sound of it, he didn't seem to care if he would be waking up the others. For all Norton knew, maybe he was deliberately doing that, and the reason is obvious: to pick another fight with Sam. After throwing the little piece of red wrapper away, Mitch outstretched his hand with the chocolate toward Norton. For a moment, Norton's brain couldn't comprehend what Mitch was doing. He couldn't have possibly offered the snack to Norton, especially not when food was so scarce. "Take a little." Mitch nudged his hand upward. "No thanks. Not a fan of sugar," Norton said as he raised a palm toward Mitch. "Suit yourself." Mitch shrugged as he took a bite of the chocolate. "What are you a fan of?" "Booze." Norton licked his dry lips. Just the mention of alcohol had a hankering stirring inside him. He could go for a glass of whiskey with ice. It was a habit of his to drink 2 fingers of the beverage every night after coming home from work. On Fridays, he indulged in drinking just a little more. Not enough to get drunk, but enough to absolve the stressful week. He didn't even realize how addicted he was to that habit until the second night of the crash. He woke up in the middle of the night with a dry throat and a strong desire for a drink. Drinking water killed the dryness, but not the cravings. "I could go for a cigarette right about now," Mitch said, as he stuffed the remainder of the Kit Kat in his mouth. Norton looked at him with a surprised grimace. "I thought you were an athlete." "I am. I also come from a religious family. That doesn't mean I'm staying a virgin until marriage." Norton looked at the fire, sleepiness hitting him like a ton of bricks. He wasn't sleeping the slightest until recently. However, now that he knew Mitch was about to take over and it was Norton's turn to go to bed, his once alert brain lost its power. "So, Doc, really, what do you really think we're up against?" Mitch repeated the question. Norton slowly blinked, but didn't look at Mitch. "Not a bear. Or it's one really smart fucking bear." Mitch scoffed. "Think smart. We know that much," Norton continued. "If what the pilot said is true, then we could be getting way more than we bargained for. We'll have to play it smart, and assume that it's a cat and mouse game between us and it. Elaborate. As I said, it's smart. It's probably watching us right now. That means it'll wait for the right moment to attack us. We need to be ready. Avoid panicking. Stick together. Otherwise, we're screwed." He finally glanced at Mitch, mostly to gauge his reaction at the stick together part. Mitch stared at the fire and showed no reaction whatsoever. He was still holding his axe firmly, indicating that he was ready for action, but just how ready was he really? Norton saw right through him, even if others didn't. He liked showing off, but deep down, he was a coward. Norton had no doubt that Mitch wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice others to save himself. Norton would just need to ensure that it didn't come to that. "I'm going to bed," he said. "Try not to fall asleep." Mitch ignored his remark. Norton lay next to Amber and tried to find the least uncomfortable position on the hard ground. They should have put some leaves around, or at least found a grassy area to sleep on. As he contemplated that, his eyes, now heavy, sleep crept closer. Something jolted him out of his sleep, but he had no idea what. It was still dark, and he couldn't tell how long he had been asleep. It could have been a few minutes or a few hours. The fire was still burning brightly. Mitch stood near it. Norton immediately noticed that something was wrong with Mitch's body language. His shoulders were tense, and his stance wide-legged. The axe, suffocated by Mitch's feverish grip. "Hey, wake the fuck up!" he shouted, only looking back for a moment. Amber, Sam, and Linda were already awake, staring at Mitch. From what Norton could see, they were confused and scared. Amber and Linda's wide eyes indicated fear. Sam, on the other hand, had an expression of alacrity on his face. "Wake up!" Mitch repeated. "What's wrong?" Norton asked, suddenly feeling wide awake. "It's fucking here," Mitch called back. "What is?" Norton wanted to ask, but he got his answer a moment later. A long, guttural, and a very familiar growl reverberated in the darkness just beyond the campfire. Norton's throat trapped his breath as his hysterical brain tried to comprehend what the hell it heard. Norton knew right away what it was, no matter how hard he tried to convince himself otherwise. It was the same growl from the pilot's recording, only it was now here, so close to him. It sounded much deeper, much louder, and it emanated slight tremors that seemed to rattle the ground. Norton shot up to his feet, the makeshift spear ready in his hands. The fire crackled and rose, and in that moment it illuminated just a little more the area around. Norton saw a pair of large, malicious eyes looking back at him from the other side of the fire. In that split second, Norton forgot all about the logical explanations he might have possibly had. It was all just a distant memory in the face of such a hungry glare. "Sam, get up. Get the fucking flare," Mitch shouted, not moving from his spot behind the fire. It was as if the campfire magically created a barrier between the group and the monster. Norton clutched the spear with his sweaty palms, hoping that he would be able to thrust the pointy end with enough force to do some damage if it came closer. "Everyone, up on your feet," he commanded. The others were way ahead of him. Sam had the flare gun ready in his hand with the finger aloof on the trigger, while Linda and Amber huddled together with their backs against the rock wall, their eyes fixated on the campfire. "What the fuck?" Sam exclaimed as he squinted at the fire. Norton tried to get a better look, too, but the flame reached too high and didn't illuminate the surrounding area well. He dared take a step closer. The eyes he saw earlier were still there, but they were further away than he thought. Then something else hit him. The eyes stood high up, even at such a distance. They must have stood around 9 feet above the ground, a testament to the thing's incredible height. Norton could tell from here where the creature was looking. All he could tell was that there were 2 orbs just beyond the flame. The longer Norton stared, the more it seemed like the creature was doing only that. Staring. "What the hell is this thing?" he mumbled to himself, clutching the spear just a little harder. "Doc, what do we do?" "It's just fucking standing there," Mitch said, his voice quivering. "How long has it been standing like that?" "I don't fucking know. I was sitting by the fire, and when I happened to look up over there, I saw it, already standing there." "This thing managed to sneak up on you right under your nose? This isn't the time for accusations, Doc. I'm not accusing you. It's just, if it can sneak up on us so quietly, then what else can it do?" "Want me to shoot it?" Sam asked from just behind Norton. "No, save the flare. We might need it later." "Norton, I really don't feel comfortable with that thing barging in like this," Amber added. "Got any bright ideas that will get us out of this mess you put us in?" Norton was too concerned with the creature to give a proper response to Amber, but her sentence stung him. It was his fault that they were in this situation, and it wouldn't have happened had he not proposed the group to stay near the fuselage. What Amber didn't understand was that the fuselage was equally dangerous. In the fuselage, they'd be boxed in. Here, at least, they had a chance to get away, put some distance between themselves and the creature if such a thing was even possible. "Where's the flashlight?" Norton asked as he looked back at the group's scattered items on the ground before turning back to face the fire. He was afraid that looking away from the creature even for a second would cause it to disappear out of sight, or worse, appear in Norton's face. "Here." Amber walked up to Norton and shoved the flashlight in his hand. Amber's hand trembled as it grazed Norton's. "What do you want to do?" Sam asked. "Take a look at it. Flashlight might chase it away," Norton said as he flicked the button to turn on the flashlight. The strong beam of light pointed downward, doing a much better job illuminating the area than the fire did. "I don't know if that's a good idea, Doc. You might piss it off," Mitch suggested. "Just one quick look to see what we're dealing with," Norton said. A part of him was anxious to see what kind of danger drew near. Another part of him was deeply fascinated by the potential of being one of the only living humans to ever see some new creature never recorded in history. Norton pointed the flashlight toward the pair of eyes. The beam shone on a tall, bipedal creature with dark, mangy fur. As soon as the light touched its face, it raised one hand that looked very similar to that of an ape to shield its face, and then a shriek filled the air. Norton didn't have enough time to see anything more than what looked like an overgrown gorilla. The creature bent forward to get on all fours, then bull-charged directly toward Norton. Screams filled the air. Norton ran to the left, out of the way just in time for the creature to stampede over the campfire, momentarily putting it out with an enormous hand. Or was it a foot? "Run! Fucking run!" Mitch shouted, and was already well on his way out of there. It was every man for himself. Each survivor scattered into the darkness of the forest, screams echoing in all directions. Norton ran opposite where he last saw the creature, not daring to stop and look back to see if it followed him. He ignored the branches that flayed his face and the uneven terrain that threatened to twist his ankle with every step. He was out of breath soon, so he had to stop to take a break. It wasn't long before he couldn't hear the screams anymore. What remained were his own footsteps in the bobbing beam of the flashlight. He turned it off immediately, thinking that he may have foolishly broadcasted his location to the creature. As soon as the flashlight was off, he was surrounded by permeating darkness. He couldn't see a finger in front of his nose. Even when he spun around, the campfire was nowhere in sight. Norton couldn't have run that far away, right? Perhaps the fire was just behind something, so he couldn't see it from here. Or maybe that thing put it out. None of this made sense. That fucking pilot said that the creature feared fire. Why the hell did it then run over the campfire? Maybe it hated artificial lights more. Whatever it was, the flashlight only angered it, so they definitely wouldn't be able to use it to their advantage. He froze at the sound of crunching leaves nearby, now acutely aware of his pulsating heart booming in his ears. Norton was sure the creature would find him just from that. Something went missing from his hands. It only took a moment for him to realize that it was the spear that he must have dropped while running out of the campsite. The rustling noise came from his right, but he couldn't see a thing in the pitch black. However, one thing was for sure. The footsteps drew nearer. Norton clutched the flashlight and placed his thumb on the button. He didn't turn it on yet, but he was ready to do so. If the creature already found him, he would be defenseless anyway. What he would need to do instead is point the flashlight at its eyes and hope it would be blinded enough for him to escape again. The footsteps were close to him now, only a few feet away. He couldn't risk letting the creature come too close. Norton pressed the button as hard as he could and pointed the flashlight in the direction of the noise with a battle-ready groan. "Jesus, Norton, put that thing away," Amber said, shielding her face with her hands. Norton turned the torch off as quickly as he turned it on, returning to a state of blackness. He took a step forward, while extending his arms until his fingers touched what he immediately recognized as the fabric of Amber's suit. "Amber," he whispered, "where are the others?" "Hell if I know. Everyone ran." Norton thought for a moment, and then sighed. "All right, we need to stay calm and decide what to do next." With the adrenaline slowly subsiding, guilt engulfed him. He led the group into the woods, where they were otherwise sitting ducks, stupidly pointed the flashlight in the creature's face, and ran away, despite being the obvious group's leader. Now the others could already be dead because of him. "We need to regroup with the others," Norton said. "How do you expect us to do that? That thing is out there, so we can't exactly call out to the others," Amber complained. "Let's go back to the campfire. Just gotta find it first." "Okay, fine, you're right. It's right this way, come on." Amber felt around Norton's chest, and then touched his arm until she managed to grab him by the wrist. She pulled him in one direction, and Norton prudently trotted forward, touching the ground with his toes with each step to make sure he wouldn't step onto something inconvenient. The other arm stretched forward to feel around. Amber let go of him after just a dozen or so steps, and then her voice followed. "Over there. See?" He couldn't see if she was pointing anywhere, but he did see the fire. It looked pretty close from here, which indicated that either he hadn't put much distance between himself and the campfire, or the fire only looked like it was so close. "All right, let's go there. Quietly. The thing is probably still around," he said. He took Amber's silence as an affirmative answer. He brushed past her and tiptoed forward, not letting the fire out of his sight. Even when he tried to touch the ground with his feet as slowly as he could, it seemed to produce an obnoxiously loud noise. A crunch of the leaf here, a brush of the grass there. The closer they got to the fire, the more Norton looked around. He couldn't help but get the impression that the creature was close to them, just around the closest tree, watching them, waiting for the right moment to attack. Surrounded by the darkness, Norton couldn't help but replay the image of the creature in his mind. It was tall and covered in fur. That's all he managed to see. It almost looked human with its posture. Had it not been so tall, Norton would have convinced himself that a person was playing a stupid prank on them. The fire was close now, maybe less than 100 feet away. Norton stopped for the moment, Amber's breath lightly huffing behind him. He looked around, trying to scan the area for any potential sign of the monster. He could see nothing but the darkness. He was tempted to turn on the flashlight and scan the tree line just for a moment, but he resisted that urge. As he stood there scanning the area, a high-pitched shriek blared. It was long and loud enough to drown out all the other noises in the woods. Norton frenetically looked around, expecting thundering footsteps to approach him and something enormous to collide with him. Instead, a scream rang out somewhere in the distance. This one sounded human. And then a bang, followed by a bright pink light. It brightened a big portion of the woods far away, outlining the trees and providing some visibility even at this distance. "Linda!" Amber shouted before rushing past Norton. Norton fumbled in the dark and grabbed her hand. "Amber, wait! You can't go rushing there. You're gonna get yourself killed. Linda's in trouble. I know, but we need to be smart about this. Okay? Okay?" he said, enunciating the last word when he got no response from Amber. "We need to see if they're okay," Amber argued. "Okay, fine, but we need to be sneaky about it. You saw the size of that thing. We can't go rushing like morons. Then lead the way." Amber jerked her hand free. Norton didn't argue with that. He looked in the direction of the bright pink light which was left of the campfire. Right now that radiance looked like a sanctuary to Norton. He leaned forward into a stride forward, a little less prudent about the noise of his footsteps this time. The animalistic shriek from earlier wasn't close to Norton and Amber, so he knew that he could continue walking forward at least one portion of the way before having to slow down again. When he decided that it was time to be quiet, he slightly bent his knees and tiptoed forward. If the creature was nearby, it probably would have seen them anyway. If it lived in the woods, then it must have had an amazing night vision. Norton held his breath, putting one foot in front of the other, in a futile attempt to scan the area around him by swiveling his head left and right. Only the pink, illuminated area stood out a few dozen feet in front of him. He started to see the trees as outlines more clearly, a sure sign that the night was almost over. But it was still dark. Just a little more, and they would reach the area where Sam fired the flare. Norton had just turned his head to the right when he heard something jump in front of him and hit him across the chest. Before he could even comprehend what happened, Amber shrieked in terror. Mitch. He couldn't tell what the fuck that thing was. All he knew was there was no way a shitty little axe would bring it down. "Run! Fucking run!" he shouted as he spun on his heel and booked it out of there. He sprinted like he was going for a touchdown in the last minute of a football game. He might have even sprinted faster than he did in any football game he ever played. He didn't look back, and he couldn't see anything in front. He vaguely saw the outlines of trees and branches that he avoided, almost running into a few along the way. Only when everything went quiet did Mitch stop to look back. The silence didn't last more than a second. He heard a batter of footsteps approaching him, and then a masculine voice, which he immediately recognized as Sam's, burst out. "Don't stop, Linda! Sam! Over here!" Mitch called out. "Mitch? Where?" Sam asked just as the stampeding came to a halt. "Here, goddammit!" Mitch took the initiative to approach Sam and Linda instead. He saw his companion's outlines, but nothing more. They were black, faceless figures. "Where are Norton and Amber?" Sam asked as he jerked his head left and right. "Don't know. I didn't fucking wait to see if they caught up. What if the creature got to them?" Linda asked with a quivering voice. She sounded like she was on the verge of breaking down. All three of them spoke in hushed tones, although it was probably not as quiet as Mitch hoped it would be. "I'm thinking the same," Sam said. "It didn't go after us, so they could be in trouble." "I'm not fucking going back there," Mitch protested. "Did you fucking see that beast? Would you rather stay here alone? We can't go wandering the woods at night." Mitch looked over Sam's shoulder at the small glow of the campfire that now seemed so far away. "Why didn't you shoot?" Mitch asked. "What? You heard me. Why didn't you fucking shoot the fucker?" Sam hesitated before saying, "Why didn't you use your axe on it?" "Because it was 3 fucking times bigger than me. The axe would probably be just a mosquito bite to it, for fuck's sake. You're the one who insisted on keeping the flare gun. So, why didn't you fucking shoot it? It was fucking fast. I could have wasted the only flare we have to shoot nowhere. That's why I told you to give the gun to someone who—" "Guys, enough," Linda rebutted. "It's still probably close by. We can't stay here." Mitch sighed. He squeezed the axe's handle to make sure it was still there. He was probably right about the axe not being able to do a lot of damage to the monster, but it may at least be able to hurt it, chase it away, something. He would just need to hit the right spot. "We can't go deeper in the woods. It's too dangerous," Sam said. "We can't stay here either." Mitch wrinkled his nose. "We should probably look for a safe spot then." Just as Sam finished that sentence, a branch snapped close by. Everyone turned their heads in the direction and immediately saw the outline of a tall figure standing just 10 feet shy of them, silently staring at them. "Fuck," Mitch shouted as he gripped his axe more firmly. A deep and throaty grunt came from the tall figure before it stepped forward, swaying its massive arms back and forth. Mitch heard Linda gasping and muttering something, but he couldn't tell what she said. Before Mitch could estimate where and how to hit the creature with the axe, it bent down and lunged forward. Mitch sidestepped, but felt something firmly gripping his ankle, causing him to lose balance and fall. As he turned to face the attacker, he vaguely hoped that the creature didn't bite his leg, but rather had just grabbed it. He swung the axe downward with a groan, hoping it would strike the monster despite the dark. The axe's blade connected with something firm, just slightly embedding itself with its tip. The creature screamed for a second, and this time it was a different kind of scream, one that conveyed pain. The grip on Mitch's leg loosened. He stood and felt a truck-like force colliding with him across the chest, powerful enough to lift him from the ground and send him flying backward. He dropped the axe in the process, landed on his back, and barrel rolled before coming to a stop. He couldn't inhale for a moment. The creature must have hit his diaphragm. For a split second, a flashback of when he got tackled the same way during practice by Joe Wheeler whizzed by, and all Mitch could do was focus on his inability to inhale. As soon as he was able to take one painful whiff of air into his lungs, the fear of not breathing was replaced by the fear of what the creature would do next. When he looked up, he saw a commotion of figures, but that was pretty much all he could tell in the dark. He saw the tall silhouette taking slow, lumbering steps forward. He saw it reaching forward with one hand, and then a bang hammered the forest, and a bright red light bathed the area with visibility so clear that it looked like someone had flipped on a light switch. At the same time, a loud caterwaul filled the air, so loud that it caused Mitch's ears to hurt. Mitch looked at Sam, who stood with the flare gun pointed outward, with the flare a few feet from him on the ground. A sizzling noise came from it as it burned and produced an abundance of smoke. In plain sight stood the creature. It stood on 2 feet, with its knees slightly bent, its humanoid's fingers constricted. The creature was entirely covered in fur, looking almost ape-like, with a protruding forehead and huge jaw. Rows of sharp teeth jutted upon opening its mouth and shrieking. One of its eyes was gone, covered in fur, maybe. Before Mitch managed to take a better look at it, it turned around and ran into the darkness at an incredible speed. Mitch stood on wobbly feet, his chest still hurting like a bitch. He put a hand on his pecs, hoping not to feel if anything was broken there. It seemed normal to the touch. He noticed the outline of the axe nestled among the fallen leaves on the ground, and immediately bent down to pick it up. He looked at Sam and Linda, whose brightly illuminated faces winced with palpable fear. "We gotta get the fuck out of here," Mitch said wheezily, still unable to take a proper breath of air into his lungs. They started running, and no sooner did they run out of the pink illuminated light and a rapid batter of footsteps intercept them. Mitch felt an incomprehensible force colliding with him once again, this time with his shoulder, causing him to topple. Mitch looked at Sam, who was also on the ground. The creature stood just above Mitch, holding Linda in the air by her throat with one behemoth-like hand. Linda flailed and kicked against the creature, gagging and wheezing. She shut her eyes tight, her mouth slightly agape, but her combative gestures did not prove conducive to loosen the monster's grip. Meanwhile, the ape-man stared at Linda with its human-looking eye, with what Mitch could only describe as indifference. It didn't care that it would snuff out another life. It didn't care who it was killing or what its victim's story was. For the creature, killing was a necessity to survive. The ape-man tilted its head slightly and brought Linda just a little closer to it. Linda clawed the ape-man's enormous wrist in futility before opening her eyes to face her assailant. There was nothing she could do. She was as good as dead. But then, the creature loudly grunted through the fur-covered holes that served as its nostrils, sending Linda's hair flying back in a gust of air. Its hand opened, and Linda dropped to the ground, coughing and scooting away from the monster. The creature stared down at Linda a moment longer, and then, just like that, turned around, got on all fours, and scurried out of sight with stampeding footsteps, leaving the three survivors in silence. "Linda, you okay?" Sam pocketed the flare gun and rushed to Linda's side. Sam helped Linda to her feet, and the three of them rushed to the nearest spot under a tree that they could classify as cover. They lay on the ground against the root and panted. Mitch firmly clutched his axe to his chest, nervously swiveling his head left and right to see if the creature was nearby. He became slightly aware that it was no longer entirely dark, and it hadn't been for a while now. Slivers of gray light crept in through the trees, just enough to reveal his group members' fear-riddled faces. "We're not safe here," Linda said between hyperventilating gasps. "Calm the fuck down," Mitch ordered. He didn't want to be found because of Linda's inability to control her fear. Linda breathed out slowly, albeit still loudly. After that, her breathing somewhat stabilized. "She's right," Sam said. "We gotta move." "What happened back there?" Mitch whispered. "What do you mean?" "I mean, with the flare." "Nothing. I pulled the trigger. I shot him in the eye. It didn't do anything more, though." "Are you sure you didn't miss?" "Hell yes, I'm fucking sure. It just bounced off him." Mitch grunted. "I guess I expected something way more spectacular to happen." "Like what? For the creature to combust into flames?" "Pretty much." "Quiet!" Linda interrupted their conversation. Mitch and Sam did as she said and listened. The sound of crinkling leaves came from somewhere in the distance. Mitch looked at Sam and Linda as if to confirm they were thinking the same thing, and based on their terrified expressions, they were. Footsteps approached. The pounding footsteps were accompanied by snapping twigs. Mitch put a finger to his mouth to hush them as he put one hand on the bark, rose, and peeked around the tree. It was difficult to see anything because it was still so dark in that particular area. Foliage surrounded them, but the rustling was visible, even from here. Mitch ducked down when he saw the silhouette of a bulky, black figure emerging from the brambles, followed by a guttural grunt. He white-knuckled his axe, and as slowly as he could, rose to put his back against the tree. He had to be ready to strike the fucker down as soon as it got close enough. The rustling intensified, then stopped, leaving only soft pattering. Mitch had to perk up his ears and hone in on listening from where the footsteps came. The creature was trying to sneak up on them, just like Mitch was trying to sneak up on it. He would need to be faster. If he managed to strike the bastard in the right spot, he could do some serious damage. But how would he hit the right spot? Luck, he hoped. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The footsteps were so close now that Mitch expected to see a furry face appearing next to him all of a sudden. He gripped the axe so tightly that his hands hurt. Crunch. This was it. The creature was close enough. Mitch jumped out in front and swung the axe, embedding it in the monster's soft flesh. "How's that feel, you A petulant scream filled the air, but Mitch only vaguely became aware of what he'd done. Norton stood before him, the axe embedded in his chest, dark blood trickling out of it like a fountain. The doc's face was riddled with surprise as he looked down, as if wondering what the axe was doing there. He looked up at Mitch, then toppled sideways. Day 5. Amber. Amber screamed at the top of her lungs, and when she was out of breath, she screamed again. Even when her lungs got painful, she continued screaming. Norton was on his back, the axe stuck in his chest, blood flowing from the wound like a spilled bottle of cranberry juice. He was dead. Mitch stared down at the doctor with eyes as wide as saucers. Amber knew right then that despite the murder the jock just committed, it wasn't intentional. Sam and Linda stepped out from the thick pine they had hid behind, and they, too, looked at Norton's body in terror. Linda put her hands over her mouth, breathing rapidly. "What the fuck did you do?" Sam asked. He just came out of nowhere," Mitch mumbled. Everyone stared down at Norton in silence. His eyes were closed, as if he was peacefully sleeping. Had he been here, and someone else suffered his fate, he would have urged the group to move by now because of the danger they were in. But he wasn't here. A thought surged through Amber's head. They were still in danger. "We have to keep going," she said as she scanned the faces of the remaining survivors. It was hard to believe that only 4 of them remained. She suspected that number might decrease by the end of the day. Sam and Mitch continued staring at Norton in a catatonic state, while Linda turned away and sobbed into her hands. Realizing that the remaining men in the group were stumped and that her warning fell on deaf ears, Amber crossed the distance between herself and Mitch and shoved him. "You want to stay here and join him? We need to move our asses," she commanded with a quivering, but in her mind, authoritative voice. Mitch looked at her as if he just got slapped, then glanced back at Norton. He didn't say anything, and instead continued staring at the dead body. Amber shoved his shoulder and then walked over to Sam and shook him as well. "Come on, guys. That thing is out there. We can't stay here," she repeated. Sam nodded absent-mindedly and turned around like a zombie while Mitch stood still. It was clear that it was up to Amber to take leadership right now. She walked over to Linda and put a hand on her shoulder before nudging her in a not-so-gentle way. "Keep walking, Linda. We can't stop." Linda behaved on autopilot and walked in the direction where Amber pushed her while still sobbing. When Amber turned around, she saw Mitch still staring at Norton's body. She grabbed him by the wrist and violently tugged him in the direction of the other 2 members. His gaze was still transfixed on Norton. For a moment, she thought that this was it, that he snapped and would no longer be able to function properly. Amber slapped him in the face, and that finally got his attention. "Do you understand the danger we're in? We need to go," she said, pointing at Linda and Sam, who were already well on their way out of there, albeit somewhat slowly. Mitch inhaled and exhaled, and then, without a word, turned around and walked with fervent steps to join the other 2. Amber waited until they were somewhat further away and finally allowed the anxiety to take her over. She firmly put a hand over her mouth and gritted her teeth, wanting to scream and cry and suck in sharp breaths, but she suppressed all of that as much as she could. She felt like her head was going to explode from the scream she was holding in, and that only became more potent when she looked down at Norton's lifeless body. She could not believe it. He was here just a moment ago and now gone, just like that. His life extinguished in 1 second. She still heard his raspy voice in her mind, the firm commands he gave with his calm tonality, his serene manner of speaking. He would never utter another word again. And his family. Oh God, his family! It could have been Amber just as easily if only she led the way. She wiped the tears that blurred her vision and took shallow breaths. She had to kneel because her legs felt weak all of a sudden, but there was no time to take a break. The group had to continue moving. It would be up to Amber to lead them all to safety, given that she was the oldest member alive now. Amber looked at the axe in Norton's chest. The blade was stained with fresh blood, the handle caked with dirt. Leaving their only weapon would be a horrible idea. Amber planted her palms on the prickly ground and pushed herself up with great effort before approaching Norton a little closer. His face had turned pale, and Amber had to close her eyes as she grabbed the axe by the handle. With deep breaths, she tugged the axe backward. It came loose with a sickening squelching, causing her to almost fall on her ass. When she opened her eyes, she realized that she was holding the axe by the handle but refused to look at the blood-stained blade. She turned around and strode toward the others, who had formed a circle wearing empty stares. Before approaching them, Amber wiped the remainder of her tears, sniffled, and took deep breaths to stabilize her voice. "Well, let's get going then, kids. Lots of walking ahead of us," she said, feigning so much confidence that she could have fooled herself. She led the way for the first time since the plane crashed, and it took everything in her not to break down in front of the other 3. Right now, She had to be the strong leader that all three of them desperately needed, especially Linda. As they walked, Amber turned around from time to time to ensure every remaining member who could still breathe was accounted for. Linda had a zombie-like look on her face. Mitch stared down at his feet, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Sam was the only one who looked around, but his expression conveyed confusion, as if he had just seen a forest for the first time in his life. Amber couldn't help but glance back in the approximate direction of the campfire, which was now out of sight. All the remaining food and water that they had there were now gone. Great first move as the new group leader. They wouldn't last more than a few days in the woods if they didn't find at least a drinking source soon. She contemplated the risks and rewards of going back to the camp, but the risks outweighed any positive sides. The fur man could be waiting for them to come back so it could ambush them, if it wasn't already following them. Mitch had his backpack on, so he probably had at least a little bit of water and food inside, but Amber doubted he'd be willing to share any of that. Not that it would make much of a difference anyway. The darkness had long since dispersed, and the meager morning sun sent spears of its light that penetrated through the trees, radiating the woods enough for the group to see what surrounded them. The sounds of the forest life returned, and it lifted Amber's hopes a little bit. This effect seemed to transfer onto the other members since their catatonic stares subsided, and they walked a little faster. "Amber?" Linda's soft-spoken voice came from behind. "What is it, sweetie?" Amber looked back at her. "Can we take a break soon?" Amber observed the surrounding area. It was flat and too thinly packed with trees, exposing them too much. But then again, maybe it could work well for them to see the creature approaching them. "Sure. Let's sit over there." She pointed at two huge rocks sitting next to one another, ideal for working as seats. Mitch and Sam didn't say anything, and Amber assumed that it meant they agreed with her decision. They were all obviously a little shaken up, and were pretty much just looking for a place where they could get respite from it all. As soon as they reached the designated area, Mitch and Linda slumped on the big rocks, while Amber and Sam continued standing. Sam continued scanning the woods for the sign of the creature. For some reason, Amber was convinced that they were safe. For now. For a while, the group sat in silence. Amber thought about cracking some jokes to lighten the mood, but that wouldn't work in this situation, even with Amber's top-notch humor. She was too down to joke. Instead, she went over to a patch of grass and wiped Norton's blood off the axe as best she could, before returning to the group. "I need that back," Mitch said in an unusually soft tone as soon as she returned. Amber looked at him with raised eyebrows and realized just then that he was talking about the axe. She returned it to him without complaining. Not only did she not want to hold a thing that took someone's life, but she also knew very well that the axe would be better in Mitch's hands. "Just don't swing it again until you're sure it's not us," she said, unconcerned that she was too direct. "What the hell are we going to do now?" Sam asked. No one said anything. Norton would have something to say if he were here. Linda stood and said, "I'm going to use the bathroom." "Don't go too far, okay?" Amber warned her. Mitch's gaze was fixated on Linda all the way until she disappeared inside the thick branches a few feet behind. As soon as she was gone, he explosively shot up to his feet and said, "Well, first things first. We need to get rid of any liabilities." "What are you talking about, Mitch?" Amber asked, her traumatized mind unable to comprehend what Mitch was babbling about. "I'm talking about Linda. Being suspicious as fuck," he said, in a hushed tone. Mitch pointed a stiff finger at the bush where Linda disappeared a moment ago and looked at Amber while saying, "Back when that thing attacked us, it almost killed me." If Sam hadn't fired their flare, then his sentence trailed off before he continued. "But when it grabbed Linda, it just fucking ran away. He saw it too." He pointed at Sam. Amber turned to Sam, who had a calm facial expression as he stared at his feet. He then looked up at Amber and said, "That's right. The creature did run away after it took a closer look at Linda." "So what?" Amber shrugged. "It could have run for a number of reasons." "Well, no offense, but it is a little suspicious if you ask me," Sam said. "What is?" Amber snapped. "Well, a few nights ago, Linda told me that she never cared about Josh after all. Said it was a relief for her that he died. And then she ends up being the one finding Will's remains. And then the creature mysteriously leaves her alone just as it's about to kill her? I think she's not so innocent." "Who isn't?" Linda's soft, confused voice came from behind Amber so abruptly that she almost jumped. When Amber turned around, Sure enough, Linda stood there, scanning the group members' faces with a perplexed look. No one said a word for a second. You aren't so innocent, Mitch rebuked loudly. Well, why? Linda stuttered. Sam proceeded to explain everything. Linda listened the entire time with raised brows, shaking her head and mumbling words of defense. When Sam finished, Linda shouted, I didn't do anything! Shh! Amber reminded her to keep her voice down before turning to the men. Honestly, guys, what you're saying is absurd. I mean, really? What are you suggesting here? That Linda is collaborating with that creature? She chuckled at her own remark, but Sam and Mitch remained silent as they exchanged silent stares with each other. It was at that moment that Amber realized how serious those two actually were. It could have been the lack of sleep and the creature's attack that contributed to their skyrocketing paranoia, but this was getting ridiculous. I'm not staying anywhere close to her a second longer, Mitch glowered at Linda. You can't be serious. Are you out of your mind? Amber threw her hands up. This is the worst possible moment to split the group up. Sam, are you really okay with this? Sam sighed and locked eyes with Linda. Sorry, but you're going to have to leave the group. What? Linda asked in a high-pitched tone. You can't do this to me. I'll die alone out there. Should have thought about it before, Mitch shrugged. A commotion broke out. Amber shouted at the guys. The guys threw accusations toward Linda, and Linda pleaded with them not to kick her out of the group. Enough! Amber shouted finally. Her word echoed throughout the woods, followed by a deafening silence. Amber ran a hand through her hair and said, Now is not the time to discuss this sort of thing. We need to work together to find a way out of here. Fine, Mitch chuffed, but we'll discuss later what to do with her. And in the meantime, one wrong move, one suspicious sign, and she's either out of the group or I'll kill her myself. Amber knew that Mitch was bluffing. He was all bark, but no bite. Still, she couldn't resist the perfect opportunity that aligned itself. Just like you killed Norton, you mean? She asked. Mitch pressed his lips together and widened his eyes while frowning, forming a crazed look on his face. For a moment, Amber regretted saying that because it looked like Mitch was about to strike her down with the axe. His face slowly relaxed, and he said, You better watch your back, Amber, or you might be next on the killing list. With that, he turned around and started in one direction. Sam sighed and went after him, leaving Linda and Amber standing alone. Thank you, Linda whispered with a contrived smile. Amber approached her and gently caressed her shoulder before saying, Come on, let's find a way out of this hellhole. Sam still couldn't believe Norton was gone. He was such a smart, tough guy. If anyone was to die, Sam didn't think it would be Norton. In fact, he thought the doctor would outlive every other group member, either by being the last one to die in the woods or by being the one to survive this mess. As Sam walked behind Mitch and stared at the dangling axe in his hand, he couldn't help but view him in an entirely different light. How did he feel about killing Norton? Did he even feel any guilt at all? And if not, would he? Judging by his expression and short-fused attitude, he was upset, but it was difficult to tell why. It could have been the fact that he just killed a human being, but it could also be the annoyance of leaving all the remaining supplies at the camp. Sam kept a close eye on Mitch. If he was willing and able to kill another living human without feeling anything, then it would only get easier for him to do so from here on out. And now that they were out of food, Sam didn't expect it would take long for Mitch to cross the border toward cannibalism. He hoped they would not be in the woods that long. Maybe we should find another tree to climb, Sam suggested. No one responded. We've come a long way. There might be something to see from here, he continued. Still, no response. What we need to do is find a source of water, Amber said from behind. Sam didn't even realize how parched he was until then. Running through the woods exhausted him, and he made the foolish mistake of saving the water bottle that he had on him until things got really bad, and he was on the verge of dehydration. That bottle now woefully sat at the camp, with no one around to consume it. As they walked through the inhospitable forest terrain, Sam's thoughts kept bouncing back to Maxine. What is she doing right now? Probably still sleeping with her new boyfriend. In a few hours, she'd wake up and go about her daily life like she does every day. This was all her fault. If she hadn't broken up with him now, of all the other times she could break up, things would have been way different. He'd be depressed at home, yes, but at least he'd finally be able to start dealing with that problem, rather than having to go through this nightmare. He then chided himself for blaming Max. She couldn't have known the plane would crash. The fact that this strange monster hunting them was just a big, unlucky coincidence. Sam used to be fascinated by unexplained mysteries. Still is. As a teenager, he'd watched tons of documentaries about UFOs, Bigfoot, Yeti, the Loch Ness Monster, all kinds of cryptids, conspiracy theories, etc. His interest in those things waned over the years, but still remained potent. Now in this situation where he could potentially become just another missing person in a forest notorious for cryptid sightings, what was left of his fascination vanished. He wanted to think about the creature in depth, but all he could focus on was the defensive aspect. He wondered how tough the creature's skin was, how strong and fast it was, and its level of aggression. When he shot the flare, he managed to shoot the creature in the eye, and it only wounded it. If a flare shot a soft spot like that one and didn't kill it, then it would probably take a lot of effort to take it down. Mitch's axe would be useless as well. Sam almost chuckled at the thought of the group handcrafting pointy sticks to use as spears against that thing. "What do you think that thing is? Sasquatch?" Mitch asked. "It sure looks like it, but it's somewhat different than what I remember learning about it." "How?" "Bigfoot and Sasquatch are supposed to look like a gorilla. This one looks different. It has sharp teeth, runs on all fours, it's fucking fast, and screams like a mountain lion. I don't know what exactly it is we're dealing with here." "Well, you shot it in the eye, so maybe it's finally going to leave us alone." "Yeah," Sam said, feigning accord. He didn't believe for a moment that the creature would leave them alone. If anything, it would only get more aggressive, especially since Sam poked its eye out. If it did come back for revenge, Sam hoped it would at least be quick about it. A terrifying thought struck him. When it grabbed Linda, the creature looked like it was taking its time with her. It didn't kill her like any animal in the wilderness would out of self-defense or for food. No, this looked like it was savoring the kill. Could it be that the creature had some sentience to it? And if it did, then what was its game plan? Just kill everything that invades its territory? If it harbored sentient behavior, then maybe it would be possible to show it that the group meant no harm. No, that ship had sailed when Sam shot it in the eye. The group walked on for a while, and it wasn't a long time before exhaustion weakened them. The lack of sleep, food, and water impacted everyone. They agreed to find a tight spot where they could pass out and recover their energy. It was evident by that point that Amber was the only one concerned with keeping watch. Eventually she agreed with the others that keeping watch wouldn't help much, just as it didn't last night. They found refuge in a small gully into which they slid. Not only did the place look good for cover because it was literally below the ground level and out of sight, but because the sloped terrain enticed the group to sleep. Sam looked around to make sure there were no annoying insects around, despite the lack of grass. He deduced that he didn't give a shit. He fell asleep with a bone-dry throat and a rumbling stomach. He wasn't sure how long had passed when he opened his eyes. He woke up but could barely keep his eyes open. His body weighed 1,000 tons, like he had just woken up from a long coma. Sam had to take a leak to relieve his bladder, which felt like it was on the verge of exploding. Sam crawled out of the gully and stood right before blinking furiously. No matter how much he wanted to avoid waking himself up, he had to be alert. He gave the tree line a once-over through bleary vision. All was safe. He relieved himself, contemplating the entire time if he should resort to the desperate survival method of preserving his piss as water. His piss was butter-colored and verging on copper, and the thought of having that in his mouth disgusted him. He returned to his position in the gully and fell asleep again within seconds. He woke up some time later, still comatose-like, but also paranoid about sleeping so long. Sam looked at his watch. It was well past 10 a.m., which indicated he didn't get enough sleep, but he didn't want to waste any more time on it. Mitch was nowhere to be seen, but his backpack was there, which Sam found odd. Amber and Linda were still asleep next to each other. Upon climbing out of the gully, Sam saw Mitch sitting nearby with his back against a tree trunk, facing away from where they slept. He approached him and said, with a hoarse voice, "See anything suspicious?" Mitch shook his head, just keeping an eye on Linda. Sam looked back in the direction of the two women. He couldn't see them from here, but they were there, sleeping, just out of view. "I still don't get what happened back there," Sam said. He tried to make sense of it, but he couldn't come to any conclusion. Only one thing came to his mind. Maybe it's her eyes, Sam said. Huh? She has a unique eye color. It's just green eyes, dude. Yeah, but I don't know. Hers look a little different. Maybe the creature reacted to it. Sorry, man. That sounds like a load of bull to me. Sam thought about it for a moment. It was far-fetched that the monster ran away because of Linda's eyes, but then again, nothing else made sense either. Linda's green eyes may have reminded the creature of some other dangerous animal, maybe a snake, and it, therefore, ran away. It didn't matter why it ran away as long as it left them alone. Come to think of it, Sam said, it's kind of stupid to blame her. I mean, Amber's right. It's not like the beast and Linda are in cahoots. Maybe not deliberately, Mitch said without elaborating further. He and Sam stayed locked in a staring contest for a while before Sam spread his arms and said, well, how are they in cahoots, if not deliberately? This creature might be programmed to kill certain people, and it's avoiding her for some reason while trying to kill the rest of us. What, like Terminator or something? Maybe. Either it works on instincts or follows someone's orders. That's stupid, Sam scoffed. You're right, bro. Claiming that you saw a living, breathing Bigfoot is completely believable. Claiming that said Bigfoot works under some orders makes you a tinfoil hat lunatic. That's different. This is a creature of nature. I believe you're probably right about it avoiding killing Linda for some reason, but it's probably instincts, not orders. Whatever the hell it is, Linda is putting us all in danger. Sam scratched his chin while pondering that. But she's as oblivious as we are. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe the creature can follow us because of her, follow her scent or something, and she's leading it right to us. Most of the things Mitch said didn't make much sense. It sounded like the ravings of a lunatic, but Sam didn't want to directly say anything about it. Instead, he shrugged Mitch's theory off and asked, what do you suggest we do? I honestly think we should get rid of her. She's not only potentially putting us all in danger, but she's slowing us down too. We're out of food and water, and I don't intend to share with someone who might be pitching against us. You have some food and water in your backpack, Sam wanted to say, but opted to stick to the relevant topic. You're talking about killing Linda? Whatever it takes to stay alive, Mitch said as he shrugged. But whatever we do, we'll have to do it when Amber's not looking. A soft footstep caused Sam to spin around in haste. Amber, Jesus, Sam said with a tenacious sigh. Don't sneak around like that. Sorry, said Amber, wearing a subtle smile. Awkward silence obstructed the air for a moment. Mitch probably thought the same thing as Sam. How much did Amber hear? Sam was about to explain what he and Mitch were talking about for damage control, but before he could do so, Amber took a few steps closer and asked, devising a plan, are you? Sam opened his mouth, but the words got caught in his throat, and it wasn't from the thirst. Well, let's hear it, Amber said. If you know how to get food and water, I want to know about it. That sentence convinced Sam that Amber might not have heard anything after all. But what if she did, and hid it? We didn't devise anything concrete yet, Mitch said, shrugging in his seated position. I'll climb a tree later, while I still have the strength to see where we are. Good idea. If we keep moving in one direction, we're bound to end up somewhere. We just really need to find that water source, or hope for rain, Amber said. The relaxed tonality of her voice told Sam that he and Mitch were in the clear. He refused to look in Mitch's direction to avoid looking suspicious in front of Amber. Either way, they didn't reach a conclusion about Linda. Sam didn't even have the time to say that he disagrees with Mitch's plan of getting rid of Linda. Chasing her out of the group seemed bad enough, but killing her? Did Mitch really propose that? You should probably get the climbing out of the way now, so we know which direction to move in, Amber added. Right. Mitch nodded and clambered up to his feet. I'll go with you, Sam said. Amber, got an idea what you should do? Yeah, get some more sleep, she retorted. Amber nodded and headed toward the gully. Mitch and Sam went in opposite directions, even though it was clear neither of them had an idea of where they were going exactly. They didn't exchange a word with each other, and as tempted as Sam was to look back and see where Amber was, he resisted the urge. It soon became apparent that the trees in this area were less than ideal for climbing. The pines were too thin, and the boughs on them either grew too high or were too thin to climb. Sam and Mitch even split up to see if they could find an adequate tree, but that turned out to be pointless. The flat area bore trees sparse enough to count. This is not good, Mitch shook his head, his hope dwindling away. I don't think we'll find a tree to climb here. Yeah, let's go back to the girls and we'll find one later, Sam agreed. As they walked back side by side, Mitch murmured, "So, about what we discussed earlier." "What, exactly?" Sam pretended he didn't know what Mitch meant. "Everything about Linda. You agree that we can't stay with her, don't you?" "I agree that staying with her might be dangerous, yeah, but I don't agree with you that we should get rid of her. Are you proposing we wait until the creature attacks us again?" "It might not even attack us," Sam surmised. "I shot it in the eye, remember?" Sam pointed to his own eye. "Fine. If it comes down to it, I'm not saving your ass. So everything stays the same then. Fuck off, man." Sam thought they lost sight of the gully, but he then recognized the tree he and Mitch sat beside earlier. If Amber and Linda were still sleeping, it was time to wake them up. They reached the top of the gully, and just as Sam opened his mouth and looked down, words eluded him. Amber and Linda were gone. Amber. Killing Linda were the only words that Sam muttered, which Amber understood among the hushed conversation he and Mitch had. They hadn't seen or heard her yet, so she slowed her footsteps to eavesdrop more. Their hushed talking continued with a mention of Amber's name before she accidentally stepped too loudly. Both guys turned to face her, casting undeniable looks of guilt like little boys who were caught doing something they shouldn't be doing. Amber couldn't let them know she heard the conversation they intended to keep hidden. If they were discussing killing Linda, they wouldn't hesitate to kill Amber too. "Devising a plan, are you?" she asked with as much confidence as she could muster in her voice. "Well, let's hear it." She tried to sound as casual as possible to deceive them into thinking they kept the secret hidden from her. At first, they looked confused, as they didn't know what to say. Horrible actors, both of them. They hopefully never lied to their girlfriends because they were too obvious. Amber would have laughed if the situation wasn't so dismal. She gave them a nudge by asking them if they had a plan to get food and water, kick-starting their engagement in the conversation. After exchanging a few sentences, Amber suggested that Mitch find a tree to climb, even though she knew there were no good trees to climb anywhere nearby. He agreed, and just as she expected, Sam offered to go with him. She didn't wait for them to leave, but instead turned around and walked back toward the gully where Linda slept. Amber did her best not to walk too fast or look back. Once she was on top of the gully, she glanced behind. The guys retreated well into the distance. She slid down to the bottom, causing dirt to roll down the slope and into her shoes. She knelt in front of Linda, who was out cold on her back, mouth agape, dried saliva crusted on the side of her mouth. Linda, wake up!" Amber shook her by the shoulders. Linda snorted and jerked her head up. What's going on? Is the monster back?" she asked. Amber felt sorry for her. A girl her age should not be going through something like this. To fall asleep, wondering if she'll ever wake up again. "No, we have a different kind of monster on our hands," Amber said, ignoring Linda's baffled stare. "Come on, we need to leave. Up you go." "Leave? What about Mitch? Sam?" She was now wide awake. "We're leaving without them. Now, come on, let's move before they come back." Before Linda could protest, Amber stood and climbed out of the gully. Mitch's backpack caught her eye. He carelessly left it here, either unsuspecting that Amber and Linda would touch it, or too traumatized to worry about it. He made a mistake. Amber picked up the backpack and hoisted it on her back before climbing out of the gully. Linda followed her without a word. And once they were on the flat ground above, Amber scanned the horizon to see if Mitch and Sam were anywhere nearby. No sign of them. Good. She gestured in one direction for Linda to follow her, and the two of them broke into an amble across the grass. "Amber, I don't understand. Where are we going?" Linda asked with a bouncy voice as she struggled to keep up with Amber. "As far away from those two as we can." "But why?" "Because they want to kill you," Amber was about to say, but refrained from doing so. "We can't rely on them." "Why?" "Because they're men." "You can never rely on men," said Amber. Linda didn't find that amusing, so Amber quickly added, "Sweetie, you need to understand that they are slowly getting desperate. We're out of food and water. It wouldn't be long before they turned against us to survive." Amber slowed down and looked behind. The two of them had put some distance to the gully, and were partially out of view due to the trees. But if Mitch and Sam came back, they'd be able to see them if they looked around just a little harder. Do you really think they would do that?" Linda asked, apprehensive. "I have no doubt that Mitch would. Let them fight each other, in case the situation gets even dire. We are not going to stick around to test that theory." Linda didn't say anything else about the topic, which made Amber assume that she agreed. She noticed the girl glancing behind herself from time to time, just as Amber did to make sure the two men were not by any chance following them. They zipped out of the sparse, tree-populated area, and soon the uneven terrain, the annoying undergrowth, and the thick foliage returned. As grateful as Amber was for the cover they provided, she equally hated them because traversing through the woods from here on out would get difficult again. Amber and Linda walked for over an hour before deciding to stop and rest. They sat on a patch of grassless ground and remained silent. Linda swiveled her head in various directions, perhaps on the lookout for the monster or the other two. Amber reckoned they didn't get far since they left the clearing, but it didn't matter. One step at a time. "So, what do you plan to do after we get back to civilization?" Amber asked to ease up the tension. Linda looked taken aback by this question, as if it were strange to talk about the future in a place like this. She opened her mouth and let out a chuckle. Amber raised an eyebrow and smirked at the sight of Linda smiling. Now that she thought about it, she'd seen Linda smiling only once or twice in the past few days. "I think I'm going to take a break from everything. No college, no work, just therapy," Linda said. "What about you?" "Well, as I told you a few days ago, I'll never board another airplane for starters," Linda laughed. "Secondly, I'll take some PTO. Paid time off," Amber quickly added when she noticed Linda's sheepish stare at the abbreviation. "I think I'll use up all my PTO days, and then the sick leave. And I'll ask for a raise because, why not?" "You can do that?" Amber guffawed. "Of course you can do that, sweetie. This is America, the land of the free. They can refuse to give me a raise, but that's another story entirely." "Did you always want to do that? Work for a corporate company, I mean?" Linda asked. Amber inhaled through her nose deeply and looked up at the tall trees. She sunk into an introspective moment before finally answering, "I wanted to be a scientist when I was younger." "Really? What kind?" Linda asked, excited by the news. "No idea," Amber said, then shrugged. "All I knew was that I wanted to research stuff like plants, or insects, or something like that. As a child, I used to always run around the backyard with latex gloves and tweezers, grabbing pieces of grass and leaves to pretend test back at the lab. That always stayed a child's dream, because I had to focus on school as I grew older. By the time I got a job, my mentality had shifted 180 degrees, and I started hating spending time out in nature." Linda gave her a faint smile. "How do you think your life would be different if you followed that dream?" "It would suck," Amber said. "The pay for those jobs isn't bad, but testing one thing over and over 8 hours a day is boring as heck, don't you think?" "I guess so. What about you? You're young. Do you have any grand plans for yourself?" "No, not grand. I just want to find a regular job, get married someday, have kids, live a normal life." Amber nodded. That sounded much worse than the lab job she mentioned, but she didn't judge Linda. Many people believed in just getting by, and while Amber didn't see anything wrong with that, she always aimed higher. "What Sam said back there," Linda started, "about Josh." Amber swiftly put a hand on Linda's wrist and looked at her sternly. "Hey, I don't care about that, all right? Whatever it is, I'm not judging you because I know what it's like to be in that situation." She didn't even need to hear Linda's side of the story to know how trapped she was in that relationship. Linda looked like she was about to say something, but she instead sighed and muttered, "Thank you." Amber took up a more comfortable position by lying on her back. Her lumbar back ached again from the excessive walking and bad sleeping position she'd had in the past few days. She reckoned her Cairo would have a lot of work to do once she came back home, after all. "We should keep going," Linda said, which pleasantly surprised Amber. The girl was taking the initiative, which meant she wasn't as zombified as Amber thought, but rather considered survival. The girl stood and continued walking. Amber ignored the rumbling in her stomach. Mitch's backpack had some food, but she refused to break that out just yet. She kept a lookout for any food, but this part of the woods didn't have anything that looked remotely edible. She partly hoped that they would at least see a small animal to hunt, but then she remembered that they didn't see a single creature, aside from the big one that hounded them in the past few days since the plane crashed. The chances of them running into an animal now, let alone catching one, were probably not in their favor. The forest drastically seemed to change as they walked forward. It looked more decrepit, Amber thought. It was difficult to explain, but it looked as if this part of the region had been touched by something different. No, it was more like it hadn't been touched by sunlight at all. It was like exploring derelict ruins. The surrounding colors painted the area with a tinge of green from the massive tree canopies, and the ground was softer for some reason, which made it more difficult to plod across at the same pace as earlier. Amber made the mistake of looking around the area, incognizant of her footing. Her left foot collapsed under her and her ankle, suffering the weight of her body. She yelped and fell sideways, pulsating pain jolting through her ankle. "Shit!" Amber shouted in frustration more than pain because she knew exactly what this would mean. Her ankle would swell in the next 30 minutes, leaving her unable to not only step on that foot, but keep herself upright. If lucky, her ankle would recover in 3 days. "Amber, are you okay?" Linda ran up to her. "No, this isn't good," Amber hissed as the initial wave of pain passed and stabilized. "I won't be able to walk." "Are you sure? We can't stop now." "I'll try, but I'll be pretty slow. Help me up, will you?" She reached toward Linda, and the girl helped her stand. Amber groaned as she hopped on her good foot, carefully placing the hurt foot on the ground, touching it with her toes first, then planting the heel on the ground before putting weight on it. It hurt, but it wasn't as horrible as she thought it would be. "Okay, I'm fine," Amber said and began shambling forward, carefully putting weight on the injured ankle. She could still move, albeit much more slowly. She silently reprimanded herself for making such a dumb, careless mistake. "Can you, run?" Linda carefully asked. "Oh, sure. Let me just put on my running shoes and we can do a lap around the woods," Amber said. "I'm sorry, it's just—" "Sorry." Amber knew what Linda wanted to say. If the creature found them in this state, Amber would be unable to run away from it. She doubted she'd be able to outrun such a beast anyway. It ran on all fours, and despite its size, it was faster than the IRS. "Don't worry, sugar," Amber smiled at Linda. "If the monster attacks us, I'll throw myself at it while you run away. There's not a lot of meat on me to keep it occupied, but it should give you enough time to run away." The joke went over Linda's head because she didn't respond with her usual laughter, not even a courteous one. Amber sighed. "Oh, come on. Just trying to lighten the mood." "Well, making jokes about the monster eating you and then me staying all alone in the woods isn't lightening it." Linda let out a nervous peal of laughter. "We'll get through this, one way or another," Amber said as she continued taking painful steps forward. "You go in front of me. I'll follow you." Linda listened, and the women went on, albeit at a much slower pace. It was obvious that Linda moseyed on purpose, but Amber didn't chide her for it. Every now and again, Linda would turn around to see how Amber was doing, and in those moments, Amber gritted her teeth, but put on a straight face in front of the girl. The pain only intensified now that her foot went cold. She couldn't take much more walking. She wanted to go on, but feared that pushing herself too much would mess up her ankle so badly that she'd be unable to take another step. "Linda, wait," she called out. "I need a moment." Linda strode to Amber and helped her sit on a nearby toppled tree trunk. Amber sat down with her hurt leg stretched out in front of her on the ground, the pain abating, slowly but surely. She glanced at her ankle. It was as swollen as she thought it would be. If only she had a nice, cold bottle of water to put against the swelling. She looked up at Linda and widened her eyes at the thing standing over her shoulder. Is that what I think it is?" she asked. Linda looked back. A hoarse gasp followed. "Mitch." "I can't fucking believe those bitches," Mitch shouted, spittle flying out of his mouth. "We have to find them." "There's no way we can find them, Mitch. They could have gone in any direction. They have my fucking supplies." Which wasn't a lot, to begin with, right? Sam lowered his chin and raised his eyebrows. Mitch ran a hand down his mouth and looked around the gully. Nothing indicated the direction in which Amber and Linda went. He looked back at the place from where he and Sam came just a moment ago and then said, "If I were them, I'd want to go in the opposite direction, which means... there." He pointed over the gully toward the horizon, where the trees became dense. Sam shook his head. "You wanted to be rid of Linda anyway. Why would you want to go after them anyway? For one sip of water? They have that. We have the axe. We'll make do with it." "I still think we should go in the same direction as them," Mitch gritted his teeth. "Fine. But if we happen to catch up, we're not going to harm them. Understood?" "Fine." Mitch agreed, even though he didn't agree. He wouldn't harm Amber and Linda unless they put up some resistance, or if they touched his supplies. He had half a bottle of water and one jerky in there. If they didn't want to relinquish the backpack, he'd pry it from their cold, dead hands. He jumped across the gully, just barely managing to land on the edge of the other side without falling backward. His legs were wobbly from the malnutrition, and he knew that his muscles must have already entered a catabolic state, meaning his body consumed the muscles to keep him alive longer. Sam followed more casually by walking down the gully and then climbing up on the other side. Mitch leaned forward and started speed walking in the direction he thought was the most obvious for the two women to follow. They would have been slower than Mitch and Sam, he hoped. At least, Linda would. Amber looked somewhat nimble and able to walk fast, but Linda was pretty much a walking corpse. She was so enthralled by her own self-pity that she didn't fully comprehend the danger the entire group was in. Now, she would learn that it wasn't just the monster in the woods that would be the only threat. "Slow down, Mitch," Sam said. Mitch thought that Sam was deliberately trying to slow him down to stop him from catching up with the women. Maybe he was working with them, trying to save their lives because he thought that Mitch would be dangerous to the group. That thought angered Mitch. He would have accused Sam of it if he didn't have other concerns right now. Instead, he ignored Sam and continued walking at the same pace. He was itching for a fight, any kind of fight, just to get the frustration out. He was thirsty, hungry, and tired. Those two bitches double-crossed him by running away with the remaining food and water. That was deserving of some heavy punishment. "Mitch," Sam called out. "Mitch! Fucking what?" Mitch stopped and turned around, just about ready to punch Sam in the face. Sam was a dozen feet behind, staring at his left with wide eyes. Mitch followed his gaze, and the anger eluded him as quickly as it would take for a rock to sink to the bottom of a pool. There it was, about 50 yards away, the creature from last night, standing between two trees like a roided-up, towering figure, staring at Sam and Mitch. "Oh, shit," Mitch mumbled to himself. For a moment, all the two survivors did was stare at the creepy fucker. Mitch couldn't see its face clearly. He saw a myriad of fur obscuring its face, so it was impossible to tell what its expression was, if it even had one. "Go. Go!" Mitch touched Sam's shoulder and was about to turn around when Sam called out to him. Wait! Just fucking stop! You want to wait for it to fuck us up? Don't fucking run. If you do, it's most likely gonna chase us. Let's just pretend we didn't see it and move along, but keep an eye on it. It's fucking stupid, man. Just listen to me, goddammit. Every predator on this planet is gonna chase you when you start running because you make yourself look like the prey. Let's just slowly back away." "Okay, fine. Fuck!" Mitch allowed Sam to take the lead this time. Both of them kept turning around the entire time, checking to see if the freak was still there. It was, and it hadn't budged until the two of them got out of view. Mitch was tempted to start running when they escaped its line of sight, but he ignored that urge and continued following Sam. The forest went dormant, and Mitch found himself feeling insurmountably paranoid. He kept twisting and swiveling, jumping at anything that looked like the outline of a tall, furry creature. This seemed prevalent with Sam, too, because he kept reaching for the empty flare gun in his pocket. I think it, Mitch started, but never managed to finish that sentence. When he looked to the left, he saw the fucker crouching in front of one of the mulberries, as if a tree like that one could ever provide cover. The creature was still at a distance of around 50 yards, but how it managed to sneak up on Mitch and Sam so quickly and so quietly baffled Mitch, baffled him, and terrified him. Just keep walking, Sam said in a breathless, hushed tone as he slowly steered to the right to move away from the creature. Sam and Mitch spun around every second or so to see if the creature would move. Mitch expected to see it standing right in his face one moment, but what he saw instead terrified him even more. It was gone from its hiding spot behind the tree. "Shit! Where is it, Sam? Where the fuck did it go?" he asked, clenching the axe in both hands. He spun in circles while walking, scanning the area around him over and over with the creature nowhere in sight. He then looked up at the trees to see if it perhaps fucking climbed somewhere, waiting to get the drop on its victims. Even though Mitch knew there was no way the trees in this part of the forest would withhold the monster's weight, he couldn't peel his glance from the canopies, expecting to see it hanging there like a colossal chimpanzee. Oh, Shit, Sam whispered from the front. Mitch whipped his head around at Sam and followed his gaze, leading to the right. Another 50 yards to their right was the creature, crouching behind a bush, its massive shoulders and head peeking above. What the? Is there more of them? Mitch asked. He pivoted once more to see if there was more than one creature observing them. No, I think it's just one, but it's fucking fast, Sam said. What the shit is it doing? Mitch asked, his brain almost instantly processing the answer. It's toying with you. Maybe luring you into a trap. We should really start running, bro, Mitch said in a voice that sounded far too petulant to him. No, it'll catch us before we make 10 steps. The two of them continued steering away from the creature to the left, and then it again appeared on their left side, forcing them to go right. Then it appeared in front, forcing them to go further right until Sam and Mitch were completely disoriented. Fuck! Which way did we come from? Mitch asked as he looked around. It was no use. Mitch may as well have been trying to solve a puzzle with blank pieces. Everything looked the same. For all he knew, they've been running in circles for the past 30 minutes. Has it been that long, at all? I don't know, Sam said in a shockingly calm voice. It keeps cutting us off. Is it trapping us? No, I don't think so. It feels more like it's leading us somewhere. But where? Maybe it's taking us to its lair. Maybe it has some fucking Bigfoot kids that it wants to feed. Sam chuffed. Mitch hoped that Sam would say something to disprove that theory. Maybe the monster wasn't trying to kill them at all. Maybe it was just observing them. Maybe even dared Mitch to think escorting them out of its territory? Come to think of it, they had no proof that the creature attacked and killed indiscriminately. Will simply disappeared the night before they left the fuselage. Fuck! Why did they do that? And last night, they were attacked because Norton pointed a flashlight to its face. Who's to say that this wasn't actually a peaceful creature, and it was simply afraid for its own well-being just as they were? Mitch became a little hopeful, but he wasn't willing to test that theory by getting too close to the monster. If it got 10 feet within him, he would chop it up with the axe, or die trying. He had turned around to keep an eye on the creature when it disappeared again. How did it move so fast? Mitch only twice caught a glimpse of it, running behind a tree where it disappeared. Even though he kept turning around every second to look at that particular tree, the creature still managed to sneak up on them on the other side. You see it? Anywhere? Mitch asked. No, Sam said in the same calm tone. Sam was probably scared as shit, but he was doing a damn good job hiding it. Mitch, on the other hand, felt like he was losing his shit. Had he not emptied his bladder a little earlier, he would have pissed his pants. Maybe it left? Mitch dared hope as he perpetually scrutinized the area around them. I wouldn't get my hopes up. Mitch wiped his clammy hands on his shirt to get a better grip on the axe handle. At least a few minutes had passed since they last saw the monster, and Mitch's hopes were on the upswing. Maybe this was finally it. Maybe the monster's territory ended here, and Mitch and Sam would finally be able to focus on just the hunger and the thirst, rather than the monster hunting them as well. His mouth twisted into a smile, followed by a sigh-riddled chuckle. He was way more confident and energized, as if he'd be able to take down the creature with no effort. That feeling of hollow confidence left him like air escaping a punctured tire the moment he looked left and saw something huge and furry crouching 5 feet away from him next to a tree. Fuck! Mitch let out an effeminate scream and almost dropped the axe in the process. He forgot about Sam's no-running rule, and he frankly didn't care about it, and turned on his heel before jackknifing in the opposite direction. No sooner had he broken into a sprint did a shriek from behind him reverberate so loudly that it chilled him to the marrow of his bone. As he ran, not caring what happened to his companion, he couldn't help but comically tell himself over and over that Sam was right about not running. Stampeding footsteps fell behind him, which he first thought were the creature's, then realizing they belonged to Sam when he heard his panting. Where the creature was, he didn't know, and he didn't dare turn around to check. His answer came a moment later, when he heard another beastly scream, this time somewhere from the left. He vaguely became aware of the heavier, rhino-like footsteps that coincided with his and Sam's. When he turned his head left, the furry monster from hell propelled itself forward, running alongside them on all fours, just 10 feet shy of them. Mitch broke through clustered branches, ignoring the scratching and pricking sensation they drew on his face and exposed arms. His speed decreased here because of the thick undergrowth. He was sure that the monster would catch up with him, but it gave him solace knowing that Sam was behind him, and therefore the first one who would get snatched up. He couldn't tell how long he was running like that, jumping over roots and tall grass, when his foot suddenly caught on something, and he fell forward face first. He had little time to put his hands in front of himself to stop his face from smashing on the ground, but he dropped the axe in the process. "Get up! It might still be close!" Sam ran up in front of him, but Mitch didn't listen. He was transfixed on the ground. He used his burning palm to swipe the dirt below him and realized what he was staring at. A small, crude tile. When he looked further up the ground, he saw another one, connected to the first one, and then another one. He followed the tile path with his gaze. Some of them were covered in dirt, moss, and overgrown grass, but there was no denying it. This was a stone path. Linda. At first, Linda thought she was hallucinating. She thought that her tired and traumatized mind convinced her that she saw something that wasn't there. The longer she stared at it, though, the more it took on a concrete shape. And in this case, it was actual physical concrete because it was clear that Linda was staring at an old building. It was downhill from where Amber and Linda were seated, nestled between trees and covered in vines that had grown over the structure. Even from here, Linda could tell that the dried leaves littered the roof, and the one window visible from here was so dirty and obscured by vines that it was impossible to see inside. Linda couldn't tell how large the building was, but at that moment, she didn't care. They found a building, a man-made structure in the middle of an expanse of woods that she thought were touched only by Mother Nature. Despite knowing that it could simply be an old, empty, and abandoned building, she still couldn't help but get her hopes up. A building meant shelter, and maybe even some supplies inside. It also meant that civilization couldn't possibly be far away, because why would anyone build anything in the middle of the woods so far from people? I don't have the words to describe how I feel about this, Amber said, skeptical. Me neither. I mean, what is this doing here, in the middle of nowhere? Linda asked. Beats me, but whatever it is, let's check it out. Might have something useful. Amber stood on her good foot, but the moment she put weight on her injured ankle, she winced in pain and raised it off the ground. Darn it, she cursed quietly. I don't think I'll be able to walk for now. Linda approached her and helped her sit back down on the log. She swiveled to glance back at the building. The slope leading down to it wasn't too steep, but climbing back up would be a bit of a problem for Amber since her foot was injured. Can you stay here while I go and check it out? Linda turned to Amber. Amber looked up at her with raised eyebrows. I don't know if you should go there alone, Linda. It'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll be quick. Just a quick look to make sure it's safe. You can spend the night there until your foot recovers. Maybe there are even some useful things inside, like food or water. Amber frowned, lost in thought. She looked like she was weighing her options for a long moment before saying, If you see anything in there that might be dangerous, and I mean anything, you get out of there immediately. Got it? Linda nodded, even though in her mind she disagreed with Amber. She didn't see herself just peeking through the door, continuing to walk through the woods without checking out the building properly first. Then again, the excitement veiled the potential fear, which she realized could probably change in an instant if she found something bad in there. I'll be back before you know it, Linda said enthusiastically and spun on her heel. Linda? Amber soft-spokenly called out from behind. Yes? Linda asked. Take the backpack, Amber said as she slithered out of the shoulder straps. Why? I'll be quick. You might need to explore the building a bit. You should have water on you. Linda didn't buy that, but she knew that there was no use arguing. She took the backpack and put it on, making sure to tighten the straps. There is a piece of jerky and a little bit of water. I checked earlier, Amber said. Please, eat and drink if you get tired, okay? I'll make sure it doesn't come to that. Linda brusquely smiled and turned around. Linda? Amber called again. Yes? Linda asked, now growing impatient. Can you whistle? Yeah, I guess. She stiffened her mouth and produced a low, windy whistle. Amber put a finger to her mouth. Not now. Okay, that's good enough. Listen, when you get outside, whistle, okay? If I don't whistle back, I want you to continue going without me. Understand?" In her excitement, Linda hasn't even considered the possibility of Amber being the one who could be in danger. What if that creature was lurking around right now, waiting for Linda and Amber to separate so it could attack one of them? The depiction of leaving Amber out here alone might not be such a good idea. "Linda, this is not up for debate," Amber said in a stern manner. "I can't run. I'll only be slowing you down. So, if you go outside, you whistle. And if I don't whistle back, I want you to go on without me. Amber, I may not be as good as you are at reading people, but I can tell you one thing for sure, and that's that you would rather sacrifice yourself than slow me down. So, how do I know you're not going to just ignore my whistling?" Amber opened her mouth as if ready to give a response, but let out a peal of laughter. She looked up at Linda contemplatively and said, "Maybe you've got potential to be a good people reader after all. Ever considered fortune-telling?" Both of them laughed at that. Amber smiled at Linda and said, "If I'm alive, I promise I'll whistle. If I don't, you need to promise to leave." Linda raised a pinky toward Amber. Amber hooked her pinky to Linda's as Linda said, "Pinky promise." Now, if one of us breaks the promise, the other gets to cut off their pinky. If I break my promise, I'll let the creature chew off my pinky. In another situation, Linda probably would have laughed, but that was anything but funny right now. Amber probably noticed the bemusement on Linda's face because she quickly added, "Go on. Check out the building and come back as soon as you're done." Linda turned around once more to leave, but then swiveled back toward Amber. She lunged at her so abruptly that the lady gasped. Linda embraced her in a hug so tight that Amber groaned slightly before patting Linda on the back. "Thank you, Amber," Linda said as she suppressed her tears. "For everything." "Don't thank me just yet," Amber said as Linda pulled away. "We're not out of the woods yet." Linda thought she saw an emotional glint in Amber's eye, but it was too vague to tell. Without a word, Linda turned around and proceeded down the slope toward the building. Sam. "What the fuck?" Sam said as he looked down. Mitch was as dumbfounded as Sam was, which was evident from the fact that he was still on the floor on all fours, mesmerized by the tiles under him. In his enthrallment with the concrete squares, Sam completely forgot about the creature. He jerked his head up and looked around the thicket. He scanned the surrounding area at least 3 times before convincing himself that he and Mitch were in the clear. For now. He couldn't help but wonder if the creature had deliberately led them here. Did it want them to see something? Was it guiding them out of the woods? They would surely get their answer if they followed the tiled path. "We're free. We're fucking free," Mitch said with a burst of maniacal laughter. "These are man-made, bro. Man-fucking-made. That means we're fucking close to something." He laughed even louder, causing Sam to feel slightly uncomfortable. "Quiet. You're gonna draw that thing back to us," he demanded. "That thing is attached to us like a leech, bro. We could be as quiet as a nerd at a party, and it would still find us. I'm fucking sure of it," Mitch said as he clambered up to his feet and picked up the axe. "Then let's follow the path before it returns." Mitch didn't bother responding to Sam. He broke into a confident gait up the gradient, his eyes fixated on the tiles below him. Sam walked closely behind him and kept looking over Mitch's shoulder to see where they would end up. The path wound left, perpetually leading up. It was clear that Sam and Mitch were walking on an old, no longer used trail. The stone tiles were partially buried in grass, undergrowth, and dirt, many of them cracked, missing, or completely obscured. The beaten dirt on the trail helped Sam and Mitch navigate it easily, without stopping and scrutinizing the ground. What the hell is this, anyway? Sam asked himself more than Mitch. Who cares? As long as it takes us out of here. Mitch was right about that. As long as they got out of the woods, it didn't matter who made this trail. What worried Sam was that the trail might have been abandoned 20, 30, or 50 years ago. Now, he and Mitch might be walking to a dead end, but he convinced himself that if a trail was made in a place like this, then civilization had to be somewhere close by. Broken branches blocked the path a few times, and the bushes often encroached on it, forcing Mitch to either use the axe to cut down some of the branches or push through, and hope they don't get lost. Sam was so exuberant to see what lay at the end of the path that he didn't even care about the boughs and brambles that abraded his skin. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes of following the path when it suddenly ended, and the area opened into a vast, dirt ground. Mitch stopped so abruptly that Sam bumped into him, causing both of them to swear. When Sam looked where they landed, he almost gasped. In front of them was a small, ramshackle building with a doorless entrance. Sam was initially overwhelmed by disappointment because his first thought was simply either a toilet or an empty, unfinished construction, good enough only for hobos to squat inside. The concrete platform in front of the entrance was covered in moss, dead leaves, and pieces of bark. The entrance itself was entirely black, hiding its long-forgotten secrets, provided it had any in the first place. That initial disappointment that Sam felt slipped away when he realized that the building stretched much farther than at first glance. It was a one-floor building, and from what Mitch and Sam could see, it was relatively small, no bigger than a small bathroom. Sam noticed the walls surrounding the entrance further back, obscured by the massive boughs of the trees and covered in vines that must have taken years to grow over the structure and envelop it like an octopus. Mitch sprinted forward toward the entrance without a word. Sam would have told him to be careful, but seeing this building in the middle of the woods, after spending so long away from anything man-made, overwhelmed Sam in excitement and adrenaline. Mitch walked through the door and disappeared into the darkness. As soon as Sam approached the entrance, he realized that it wasn't a doorless entrance after all. The massive, security-like metallic door stood open inward, its once blue paint peeling off in flakes, tainted with rust as a testament to its solitude over the years. The air turned colder almost as soon as Sam stepped inside on the concrete ground. It was surreal to walk on a flat, hard surface like this one after spending 5 days in the woods. Since neither Mitch nor Sam had a flashlight on them, they couldn't illuminate the chamber. However, since it was still morning, the visibility was good enough. They were in a small foyer-like room. Aside from the 4 cold walls, nothing else occupied the room. Another doorway, opposite of the entrance, gave Sam the impression that a window was nearby from the dim sunlight that beamed across the ground. Mitch went through the doorway first and pivoted left, then right. Sam entered the building. To his surprise, squatters were not present. This room was much more spacious, or it at least looked like it because of its emptiness. One desk populated the room, and a barred window hung on the left wall. Sun rays gleamed in through the dirty glass and fell on the empty, wooden desk. The sunlight was not even necessary for Sam to see how many patinas of dust had layered themselves on top of the desk. He approached it and swiped a finger near the edge. The tip of his finger turned black, and the spot on the desk he touched disproportionately stuck out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of the desk. It also indicated that no one had stepped in here for a long, long time. Luckily for them, more open doors invited exploration, and peeking into the dilapidated corridors proved that this building was a labyrinth. "What the fucking hell is this?" Mitch said in a low tone, as if speaking inside a library. "I don't know, but there's a lot to see here." "Let's split up and explore, huh?" "No, we'd better stick together." "Why?" "Because I don't want you claiming all the potential food and water for yourself," Sam wanted to say. "Because that thing could still be around. We have a better chance of surviving if we stick together," he said. He expected an argument from Mitch, but his companion, instead, simply nodded. They opted to go through the left hall first. Rooms stood adjacent, and although most of them have been emptied, some pieces of furniture remained inside. A chair, a desk, a wardrobe, a drawer, a metallic bed frame. The rooms might have been dorms of some sort, but it was hard to tell. The doors mostly stood open, the wood half rotted and the hinges rusted, and one of the doors lay flatly on the room's floor. Sam imagined the big creature knocking the door out of its frame, along with the hinges, and became just a little more paranoid once again. He started to become increasingly desperate. An empty room was of no use. All the desks and drawers were empty. Not even old paperwork that would explain the purpose of the building lingered. He had hoped to at least find some canned food, or old bottles with just enough water for a sip. The bathroom that had 3 stalls had long since been out of use, too. The taps could hardly even be turned because of the rust that covered them. The ones that could produced no water, of course. Even the toilets were bone dry, leaving only bronze stains at the bottom where the water would have been. "Sam, get over here," Mitch called out from the hallway. They had split up a moment ago, but stayed in close vicinity. Sam walked outside the bathroom and looked left and right. Mitch wasn't there, but he heard his footsteps in a nearby room down the hall, so he followed the sound. He walked inside and stopped dead in his tracks when he observed the room. It was a wide room, but cluttered because of the shelves, desks, and countertops that took up most of the space. The windowless room's neon lights hanging above stood decadent and silent, no longer functioning for whatever they had illuminated below them. There were various dust-layered, web-covered, rust-littered devices on the countertops that Sam could not recognize. Some of them looked like old-school scales. Others, he could not even begin to comprehend. Various tools were strewn on the countertops. Rusted scalpels, bloody tweezers, old trays with brown stains on them. None of those things caught Sam's attention as much as the objects on the shelves lined up next to the walls. Large jars, covered in grime and muck, stood there like an assortment of pickles in a shop. Sam stepped closer to one of the shelves and took a closer look at the jars. They were moss-colored, and many of them had labels on them, stickers with something written on them, long ago faded and discernible. Sam took one of the jars into his hand, surprised by how heavy it was. He turned it over and felt something inside bumping against the interior of the glass. Something was inside. He scrutinized the jar from various angles until he saw something floating in the dark, green liquid. "Is that a brain?" Sam asked no one in particular, horrified at his discovery. Mitch, who had been on the other side of the room inspecting the countertops, only glanced in Sam's direction bemusedly before continuing where he left off. Sam stared at the gelatinous mass floating inside the jar, disgusted and intrigued at the same time. He placed the jar back on the shelf, and as if someone flipped a secret switch behind his eyes, he suddenly saw various organs floating in the rest of the jars. An eyeball, a heart, a hand, other unrecognizable masses. What kind of experiments were they performing here? "Sam, get over here," Mitch repeated the phrase. Sam turned around to see him standing in front of a desk, facing away from him. "What is it?" Sam asked as he strode toward Mitch. As he got closer, it became apparent that Mitch had something in his hands. He turned around and presented an old photo album to Sam. "Look at this shit," he said as he outstretched his hand toward him. Sam grabbed the album and glanced at it. There were 3 photos, plastered behind the transparent papers. One glance was enough for Sam to tell that this wasn't a photo album containing happy family moments caught on camera. There was a picture of 2 babies in a cage, and a man in a lab coat leaning above them. The babies had toothless, happy smiles on their faces, while the man's expression was stern. Another picture showed the dead body of a child, but the child was covered in abundance of hair. No, not hair, fur. Its arms, legs, torso, even its face, were covered in fur like tiny needles of grass that had just recently started to grow. In the final photograph was a woman in a lab coat smiling at the camera. She was cradling a chimpanzee in her arms. Not a chimpanzee, Sam realized. It was it. The creature from the woods. In the photograph, it was small, no bigger than a toddler. Its face was covered in fur, but its mouth hung slightly open, revealing sharp teeth. It hung with its elongated arms around the scientist's neck and stared up at her with uncannily human-looking eyes. "What the fuck?" Sam uttered, which became his catchphrase in the past few days. He placed the album on the countertop, unstuck the transparent paper, and took out the photograph. He turned the photo over and saw a sentence scribbled on it. "Second year and the experiments still rocking." Below it was another message scrawled with the same handwriting with stronger ink, indicating that it was written at a different time. "Guess it was too good to be true." "What in the fucking hell did we run into?" Mitch asked with a quivering voice. "Some kind of fucked up government experiment? I don't know what to say." Sam shook his head as he turned the photo over and glanced at it once more. The scientist lady was around 40, but the quality and lighting of the photo, along with the state of this building, indicated it might have been taken in the early 2000s or the 90s. Where was the scientist now? Was she even alive? The experiment wrapped up, and she went back to live out the rest of her life with her family while performing other secret experiments? Or did she perhaps die in an accident in the lab? I think they were trying to weaponize them. How? Probably tried to make some super soldiers from them or some shit like that. So, what happened? Sam licked his dry lips in thought for a moment before responding. The experiment failed. The creatures were really fast, strong, agile, everything a soldier needed, except it didn't have the cognitive capacity of a human. So they scrapped the project because the apes couldn't follow orders properly? Maybe. Or maybe they were too much to handle. Maybe there was an accident here, and it made them realize that the creatures couldn't be controlled. But then why the fuck did they let one of them out? Mitch spread his arms. Maybe they didn't know any of them would survive. Maybe they just released it into the wilderness and thought it would die. Maybe it outsmarted them and managed to survive. And then it continued to live in these woods for the past, 10, 20 years? It sounds crazy. It does sound crazy. But after seeing it, Sam pointed around himself, and after seeing all of this, can you really say that something like a secret human-monkey soldier experiment is crazy? Mitch sighed and looked down at his feet before muttering, Jesus Christ. Sam looked at the photograph once more and said, There's one more thing. What? Look at the photograph. Mitch took the photo and squinted at it. After a moment of darting his eyes around every spot of it, he shook his head with pursed lips and said, I don't get what I'm looking at. Take a look at the scientist's eyes. What about them? Don't they look familiar to you? Mitch looked at Sam with raised brows when he realized what Sam was alluding to. Linda? He asked. Sam nodded and took the photo from him to give it another once-over, just to make sure he wasn't going crazy. No, he wasn't. The scientist in the photograph had the exact green eye color as Linda. So, you think it didn't attack Linda because of the eye color? Mitch seemed skeptical. Yeah, but it's just green eyes. A lot of people have green eyes. No, green eyes are really rare. And the color that the scientist and Linda have, just look at it. It's really garish. You can't tell me it's not the first thing you noticed on Linda. No, the first thing I noticed was her ass, but I get your point. Sam stared at the photo longer before placing it atop the album, where his gaze lingered. He imagined the things that transpired in this building. Innocent children were abducted and experimented on, or maybe someone willingly submitted their children to the experiment. Perhaps the child had some serious illness, and the parents were promised that their baby would get better. Somehow, Sam believed that the former was more likely to be true, which saddened him to the core. So, the fucker thinks Linda is its mother or something, Mitch asked. Possibly, but since you fucked things up and scared her away, we'll never know. What do you mean by that? If you got something to tell me, then say it openly. Don't be a pussy about it. Sam was more than ready to pick a bone with Mitch, but before he could do anything, a heavy footstep outside the door interrupted their bickering. Mitch. When Mitch turned his head toward the sound, he saw exactly what he hoped not to see. A tall figure with mangy black fur stood behind the entrance, its head hidden behind the top of the doorframe. Fuck! Mitch shouted and backed up, hitting his back against the empty shelf that rattled violently. The creature put one massive hand on the edge of the doorframe and bent down as it stepped inside the room, revealing its full form. It was so tall that its head almost touched the ceiling. One hand looked big enough to wrap its fingers around a human head. Whether its body was as bulky as it looked, or only seemed that way because of the dense fur that jutted in various directions, the creature was terrifying in its form. Its face is what caught Mitch's attention. Although it was entirely covered in fur, its humanoid eye was visible. The other one was covered in what looked like blackened, wet fur, as were its facial features. Mitch likened the jaw to that of the Neanderthals, although it could have been the fur tricking his eyes. As Mitch stood there, he was scared more than he's ever been in his life. When the creature looked at him, that fear only intensified and petrified him along with it. Sam reached behind his back, pulling out the flare gun that struck Mitch's peripheral vision. "Stay back! he shouted as he pointed the gun at the creature. "The fuck are you doing?" "It's empty," Mitch said on a whim. "Maybe it doesn't know that. Could scare it away." The creature stared at Sam with a curious look in its eye for a moment. If it was scared of losing its other eye, it didn't show it. Meanwhile, Mitch held a firm grip onto the axe with motivation to swing it if the creature got closer. That bravery jilted him in an instant, the moment the creature broke into a stride towards Sam. Sam and Mitch screamed. The only thing separating them from the monster was the counter, and that didn't look like it was much of an obstacle for the beast. The creature stopped in front of the counter and leaned forward. It outstretched one massive arm and swiped the air. Mitch and Sam dropped to the ground, and the creature let out a low grunt as it missed its targets. The metallic objects on top of the counter clattered violently, some of which fell near Mitch. He heard a massive thud above him, and when he looked up, he saw the creature's head peeking from above. Its fingers grabbed the edge of the counter. Mitch saw behemoth-like nails cracked with mud and dirt under them. "It's climbing the counter!" "Move! Move!" Mitch nudged Sam just as the creature raised one hand and brought it down. Mitch jumped to the right while Sam propelled himself in the opposite direction. The creature's hand touched the floor instead, and Mitch didn't bother to wait and find out what would happen next. He clambered up to his feet and dashed toward the exit. Before he could reach it, though, the big black creature jumped out of nowhere in front of him. Mitch halted so fast that his feet slipped under him, causing him to fall on his ass. The creature opened its mouth and let out a blood-curdling shriek. Spittle flew from its mouth and onto Mitch's face. Mitch clambered up to his feet and ran in the opposite direction. In the heat of the moment, he got disoriented and forgot where the other door was. He looked to the right and saw it there, the corridor that would be his salvation, and bolted toward it. He was so close to it, he was going to reach it. The creature jumped in front of him once again, effectively blocking his way out. It was fucking with him. They could have killed him already. Sam was nowhere in sight, and Mitch couldn't help but think what a double-crossing piece of shit he was for leaving Mitch to fight against this thing alone. The creature let out another blood-curdling scream, but Mitch had enough. He squeezed the axe, swung it, and batted. The axe connected with the creature's torso, embedding itself more easily than it did into the firewood he spent time chopping in these cursed woods. The creature let out a high-pitched yelp. Dark blood oozed out of it, covering its already black fur with a sticky liquid. "I'm not dying here, you freak!" Mitch shouted as he unstuck the axe from the creature. He saw the blade, stained with fresh blood. Invigoration and empowerment surged through him. He could hurt this creature. That meant that he could kill it. Mitch raised the axe, ready to bring it down again. But before he could execute his move, the creature lunged forward and bumped into him at an incomprehensible speed. Mitch had the wind knocked out of him as he fell on his back, but even in his disoriented state, he refused to let go of the axe. Immense pressure tightened his chest, and when he looked up, he realized that the monster held one massive hand on his torso. He couldn't breathe, and if he didn't get the fucker off him soon, it was going to crush his entire ribcage. Mitch swung the arm that held the axe. His arm was stopped very quickly, and he realized, with dread, that the creature held its other hand over Mitch's arm that held the axe. It closed its fingers around Mitch's forearm, causing him to feel immense pressure. He screamed, but then the pain only got worse. With one swift motion, the creature tugged Mitch's arm. Even as he saw the blood spurting out of his shoulder, he didn't realize what was going on. Even as he saw the creature holding Mitch's ripped arm in its massive hand, he couldn't truly comprehend what was going on. Because it would be a terrible nightmare for that to happen to him. That only happened in movies, not to Mitch. He was a quarterback with a prosperous future ahead of him. He wasn't going to end his career because of some stupid plane crash. Even when the creature screamed and pressed down on his chest, followed by a loud crack, this Mitch didn't think this could really be happening. Linda. It wasn't easy going down the slope. It was slippery due to the moss, and Linda had to slide down on her rear at one point. Once she finally made it to the bottom, she turned around and looked up. Amber wasn't visible from here, and Linda knew that she should hurry in case the monster came back after them. She walked through the encroaching branches, doing her best to move them out of the way and protect her face. One of the branches slipped out of her hand and slung back at her face, missing her eye by an inch. Linda wondered how difficult it was for branches to gouge out one's eyes. She had multiple accidents as a kid involving branches, but back then, she was much clumsier. When she was 8, she played tennis in her friend Samantha's backyard, and when she went to retrieve the ball from under the tree, she cut her forehead on a branch. Although she didn't need stitches and ended up healing without any scars, Linda could still feel a small lump on her forehead. Then, when she was 10, she ran into a sturdy tree while playing tag with some friends. She ended up cutting her lip open, which also healed without any issues. Linda suppressed those memories and focused on the task ahead. If she continued to get distracted, it could end up with her getting killed. The foliage she needed to push through was thick, and for a while, Linda thought that she might have gotten lost. Panic consumed her at the thought of getting lost right in front of a building. No, she couldn't be lost. She walked in a straight line, and the building was pretty wide. She would run into it in any sec. There it was. She stepped out into an open area and beheld the magnificent, dilapidated building in front of her. The building was much bigger than it looked from the top of the hill, and Linda found herself feeling both intimidated and hopeful. She had no idea how big the building was, but she hoped it was bigger than it seemed from here because that would mean higher chances for her to find some food or water, or maybe even a means of communicating with the outside world. But first, she would need to find her way inside. From here, she only saw one window with bars, but no entrances. She decided to follow the beaten ground around the building to the right, elated at the sensation of her feet touching a relatively flat and hard surface. She wanted to break into a sprint, but she had to preserve her energy, not only because of hunger and thirst, but also in case she ran into the monster. As she walked past one of the vine-entangled bars in front of a window, she leaned closer to take a look inside. It was so dirty that it was impossible to see, but even so, the sunlight was making it difficult to peer inside. She thought she saw an outline of something that looked like furniture, but it was impossible to tell. She went looking for the entrance and walked past 2 more of the same kind of windows. Why were there bars on the windows? Linda worried that the building would be tightly locked, but if that were the case, she'd find a way to break in. She didn't care what she needed to do. It was obvious that the building was abandoned, and if it was locked, then maybe it would even be better because it might mean there's something valuable inside. She reached the end of the right side of the building. It was very long, and upon looking left, a black, open entrance right in the middle of the building invited her in. She gasped as her excitement skyrocketed. She forgot all about the trauma she's experienced in the past few days and dashed across the field toward the entrance. Sam. Sam didn't dare to stop and look behind. He rushed through the entrance and into the corridor. He heard loud clatters, thumps, and then the all-too-familiar scream of the monster. Sam ran through the corridor until he reached the end of it. He had no idea what to do. Should he run? No, the creature would probably smell him from a long distance away. But if he chose to run, then what? There's no way he'd be able to outrun that thing. There was another rabid scream from the lab room, and when Sam turned his head, he saw the creature, on all fours, sprinting down the hall, right at him. "Fuck!" Sam shouted and started running. The moment he broke into a dash, he heard the rapid batter of the creature's massive footsteps closing in. He looked back just for a second and saw the creature catching up to him. He wouldn't be able to escape. The corridor was too long, and the creature would catch up to Sam before he even reached halfway through. He rushed to the side through one of the open doors, smashing his knee against the doorframe in the process. The creature rolled through like a truck a second later, and then the stampede of footsteps stopped. Sam knew that the creature planned to turn around to follow Sam into the room. He darted his gaze in every direction, and his eyes fell on a sturdy, old executive desk. Sam planted one hand on top of it and hopped over before wiggling under the desk. He assumed a fetal position and clasped a hand over his mouth just in time for a beastly grunt to reverberate inside the room. A heavy footstep resounded in the room, and then another. Each step sent waves of vibration across the floor. Sam held the hand clasped over his mouth so tightly that his lips hurt, but he couldn't let go because his life depended on it. He fought the instinct to heavily breathe in through his nose, but that desire abated the next moment. A foul stench emanated from the creature. Something slammed against the top of the desk, the tips of gigantic fingers appearing from the top as the monster grabbed the edge of the desk. The desk creaked, threatening to collapse under the monster's weight. Sniffing ensued, long and loud, just above, and all Sam could do was stare at the enormous, ape-like fingers with jagged nails. This was it. It was going to find Sam. Silence rendered threatening thoughts. Sam was sure that if his smell didn't tell the creature where he was, then the loud beating of his heart did. The fingers retracted from under the desk, and the wood creaked loudly once more as the creature released the pressure from the desk. A couple more sniffs, these ones relatively further away than the ones that came earlier. Then footsteps receded down the hall. Sam waited a moment longer before finally putting his hand down. He panted shallowly, trying not to make too much noise. His desk hideout suddenly rose in the air, leaving him exposed on the floor. A loud shriek resounded, and when Sam looked behind him, he saw the monster tossing the heavy desk over its shoulder. The desk loudly slammed against the wall and fell sideways on the floor, intact due to its sturdy structure. Sam screamed and scurried up to his feet. He brushed past the creature, hoping to God that it wouldn't grab him by the ankle with its enormous hand. He was able to make it out into the corridor and continue running. He vaguely remembered thinking that he could try to find another hiding spot or simply run. Trap it. That thought came to him like salvation, and he knew that that was the only way to go. The windows were barred, and the entrance had a heavy door, which was probably there to stop it from getting out in the first place. If he could get to the door and close it before the creature caught up to him. Sam rounded the corner. It was right there, the familiar room just before the entrance. He dashed toward it, ignoring the heavy footsteps that echoed in the hall behind him. Once he entered the room, he looked left and saw the exit there, beckoning him. Almost feverish adrenaline took him over as he rushed toward it. He grabbed the door by the edge and he got yanked back into the lobby, where he fell sideways and painfully slid across the floor. He planted his palms on the ground before his head got brought down on the cold concrete under immense weight. Sam tugged against the weight on his head but couldn't move. He was trapped. A moment later, another patter of footsteps, these ones, soft, stormed into the room. Amber. Amber nervously swiveled her head left and right. She jumped at every sound she heard in the distance. She expected the monster to jump from out of nowhere, which scared her, but it was almost something she hoped for. If the monster attacked her, then it meant that it would leave Linda alone, for a little bit. As scared as Amber was, she had partially already come to terms with not making it out alive. She glanced at her wristwatch. It had only been 15 minutes since Linda left, but it was too quiet. Maybe she needed more time to explore the place. Or maybe she ran into trouble, a sinister voice inside Amber's head said before suppressing it. She battled with herself over and over whether she should go out there and help Linda, but with her ankle hurt like this, she couldn't run. The pain had somewhat subsided and Amber could put weight on it, but she would still need to be careful how she stepped. A whistle that pierced the air snapped her out of her thoughts. It was long and high-pitched, echoing through the woods with a single tone. Amber was so surprised by it that, for a moment, all she could do was hold her breath. The whistle came again, this time in a frolicky tune. Linda. Amber took a deep breath and whistled back, unable to stifle her smile. Linda is okay. Some time passed in silence. Linda whistled again from a somewhat different location this time. Amber whistled back to guide her to their rendezvous point. A terrifying thought occurred to Amber that the monster was the one whistling. Was it so intelligent that it eavesdropped on their conversation and was now pretending to be Linda? Whatever it was too late now, because the foliage on Amber's left began rustling louder and louder, getting closer with each second. Amber didn't bother bracing herself to run. What good would it do? The rustling became more violent, and out stepped Linda in front of Amber. Amber! She exclaimed. She rushed to her and hugged her tightly. Amber hugged back, happy to see that she was okay. Linda! Are you okay? Did you find anything in the building? Linda pulled back and sighed. It killed them. It killed Sam and Mitch. We're the only ones left. Amber was dumbfounded. Mitch and Sam were inside the building? She had a million questions, but before she could ask, Linda pointed in one direction and said, Come on. I know the way out. It's in this direction. How do you know that? I saw a map on the wall in the building. This way will lead us out. What about the monster? Amber asked as she stood, carefully testing out her injured foot. Oh, I don't think it'll touch us anymore. But just in case, we should keep moving. Amber nodded and turned to leave in the direction Linda told her. After making a few steps, she turned around and saw Linda's eyes transfixed somewhere to her left. Linda? Something wrong? Amber scanned the tree line to see if the monster was by any chance back. She squinted at Linda suspiciously. Linda jerked her head toward her. No. Everything is fine. Come on. We still have a long way to go. She smiled. The news. 2 plane crash survivors located. Rest, presumed dead. 2 women, who were believed to have been on the flight that crashed in the Salmon Chalice National Forest 5 days ago, appeared alive this morning, officials claim. The women wandered the woods for at least 3 days before finding a trail that eventually led them to Salmon, Idaho. I thought I was dealing with meth heads when I first saw them. They looked like they crawled straight out of a sewer, a local man who first spotted them said. The women claimed that multiple passengers were alive with them when the plane crashed, all of whom fell victim at the hands of a wild animal, leaving only 2 alive. It was an animal unprecedented to mankind, according to their story. They later changed her statements, claiming that it was probably a bear that attacked them. Rescue officials have confirmed that the wild animal in question was most likely a bear. Salmon Chalice is well known for its abundance of wildlife. It is no stranger to the dangerous American black bears. When you go through something like this, it twists the way you see things. It's easy to see something that isn't really there. The women will be provided proper therapy to cope with the trauma they've been through, Colonel Bates of the U.S. Marine Corps said. The deaths of most of the other passengers have been confirmed by rescue officials. However, many passengers are still missing. We're no longer looking for live victims, Captain Sanders of the fire department said. If we don't find the bodies soon, we'll have to stop the search. The area, which has gone viral in popularity due to the surviving women's story, has been cordoned off by the U.S. Army to prevent further bear attacks. Cleanup. How far until we reach the rendezvous zone? Collins asked. Should be just around the corner, Sniff said. The 2 of them wore yellow hazmat suits. It was scorching inside them, and even after years of cleanup duty, Collins couldn't get used to the temperature inside the uncomfortable, oversized suit. It wasn't just the orders that kept him from taking it off. It was the fact that the suit came in one piece, so getting it off just for a moment of fresh air would be a pain in the ass. Even going to the bathroom was regulated by giving them MAGs, maximum absorbency garments, to piss into while on duty. Man, this job was one of the bigger ones. What do you think they'll pay us for it? Collins asked. Sniff shrugged. The usual, probably. They didn't need to speak loudly to each other because of the microphone installed in the suit, even though it sounded like Collins's voice was trapped in his own helmet. Guess you're right. They always split it, and they sent 10 of us this time, so, Collins said with a pang of disappointment. The building they needed to clear out didn't need a lot of work, since it was mostly empty, save for the 2 dead bodies. Initially, the orders were to drag the bodies out into the woods and leave them there, but then HQ called and said that they needed them in body bags and transported back to base. Collins didn't know what the heck they would need the dead civilians for, but he didn't care about that part. He was more interested in what happened to them. I talked to Greg about this case a few days ago, Collins said. Yeah? What did he say? He's in touch with a guy who apparently has some clearance here. Remember that plane crash from a few months ago? Well, it happened here. You really shouldn't be asking questions. You remember what happened to Horvath? Collins huffed. Yeah, but he was a moron. Went around spreading rumors. He's lucky. He only got fired. Yeah, Sniff aloofly agreed. So, what else did Greg say? Nothing interesting, to be frank. Even the guy who has clearance is apparently on a need-to-know basis. So all he knows is that there was a plane crash and only 2 women survived. Oh yeah, I remember reading about them. The younger one is in college or something, but the older one kept popping up in the news from time to time. Yeah, well, apparently, the older one has been trying to tell the world what happened here, whatever that was. So the guys up top are keeping tabs on her now. She kept in touch with the other survivor for a while, but apparently, the younger one didn't want to stay in touch after what happened. And then a group of filmmakers apparently contacted the older one for an uncensored interview, but they ended up scrapping everything. Sniff guffawed. Think the peacekeepers threatened them? Gotta be. You don't put a whole film crew together, film an interview, and edit the footage just to scrap it all of a sudden. How do you know all that happened? Greg said so, Collins shrugged. Sniff didn't say anything to that, but Collins imagined him retaining a pensive stare under his protective suit. Want to grab a beer after this? Sniff asked after some time in silence. Sure, if you're buying this time. I haven't forgotten. You've been on my back about it for the whole week. Collins and Sniff walked past a portion of woods with densely packed branches before Sniff raised the radar and looked at it. A tiny yellow dot above the center of the green screen indicated their destination. They were less than half a mile away from what Collins could tell. Sniff would check the radar every couple of 100 yards to make sure they were going in the right direction. At one point, he stopped and continued staring at the green screen. Something wrong? Collins asked as he furtively glanced at his partner. Collins noticed, even through the visor, that Sniff had a baffled stare on his face. Yeah, look at this. Sniff handed him the radar. Collins took it from him and was immediately able to discern what was wrong. To the east of their location were 3 tiny green dots. Collins raised an eyebrow and looked to the right. There was a cliff wall stretching upward. Think it's animals? Sniff asked. No. Collins shook his head. This thing doesn't pick up those kinds of vibrations. You know that. We need to check it out. We should report to HQ first. If there are some of the survivors, HQ will want to know about it. Plus, it'll be our asses on the line if they find out we've been doing a half-assed job. All right, fine. Fuck, Sniff conceded. Collins took point through the undergrowth, wondering if the 3 dots represented people who actually were on top of the cliff. Even from here, the peak looked too steep and inhospitable. But who knows? Maybe that's where they were holed up to get a better view. He spotted an entrance at the cliff wall when he looked down, a thin, vertical slit leading inside. Collins unlatched his flashlight from the tool belt and flicked it on. Yo, you sure about this? Sniff asked. All we gotta do is take a look and report what we saw. The jarheads already cleared this area of any dangers. Even as he explained that, he didn't stop to enter the cave. The entrance was tall and wide enough for him to step inside without having to sidle. As soon as he went in, most traces of sunlight disappeared, and he had to rely on his flashlight instead. He shone it across the cavern's corners, intermittently, staring at the damp walls and the radar. The 3 dots were just in front of them now, and by all rights should be right there. Collins stepped deeper inside the cave while further illuminating the room. He saw Sniff's beam of light bobbing in various directions as well. See anything? Sniff asked. No, Collins reticently responded. Hello? Anybody in here? He glanced at the radar once more. The dots clustered right in front of the center of the radar. Collins looked in front of himself as a huge bough leaning on the wall. He approached, grabbed the bough, and moved it aside. A gasp escaped his mouth when his light illuminated a small figure. 3 figures, actually. Monkeys? Collins squinted. The 3 small animals were huddled together, squatting with their backs toward the flashlight, shyly peeking toward Collins. Are those chimpanzees? In the woods? Sniff leaned over Collins' shoulder and shone his own light. One of the monkeys yowled, exposing rows of half-grown, sharp teeth in its lower jaw. Come on, little guys. We aren't going to hurt you. Collins smiled and gestured for the animals to come closer. What are you doing? We're not supposed to interact with any animals, Sniff protested. Relax. They're just baby monkeys. How often do you get to see monkeys in nature anyway? A guttural hum came from behind Collins. He hadn't even registered what the sound was, but something told him to turn around. When he did so, his flashlight fell on a tall, furry creature standing just a few feet from him, blocking the cave entrance. Oh, fuck, Sniff whispered with a trembling voice. Easy there, Mama Gorilla, Collins said, trying to keep calm. We're not going to harm your babies. Sniff, call HQ. Sniff immediately pressed a button on his tool belt and began speaking. HQ, this is Cleanup Crew 1. We have a situation. Staticky noise came from the radio. The gorilla didn't move. Collins didn't point the flashlight in its face out of fear of angering it. Try it again, Collins ordered, a slow feeling of dread now creeping up on him. HQ, Cleanup Crew 1. We have a situation here. More static ensued. Fuck, I'll try it, Collins said, not taking his eyes off the creature. He slowly reached down for the radio and pressed the emergency button to contact HQ. HQ, do you copy? We have a Get off me! Cullen shouted and thrashed when something brushed against him. It was the baby monkey, and it gently touched him, but Collins' slap already sent the animal scurrying back to its siblings. Before he could process that properly, an inhuman shriek filled the cave. Collins turned around in time to see the gorilla getting on all fours and dashing toward him and his partner. The end. About the author. Boris Bacic, spelled Bacic in his native tongue, was born in 1990 in Serbia, in a small northern town called Subotica. As a kid, he developed a passion for writing and drawing, because it allowed him to dive into a world of his own. When he started going to high school, he stopped writing for a while and focused on fitness in hopes of becoming a police officer or a soldier. After serving in the army, he worked as a fitness coach for a few years, before becoming interested in creepy pastas, short, scary stories found on the internet. He spent a long time reading horror stories and listening to creepypasta narrations before deciding to post his own story on Reddit's No Sleep forum. He immediately got tons of recognition and praise from the frequent readers and had his stories narrated by prominent YouTubers, some of which include Mr. Creepypasta, Mr. Creeps, Dark Somnium, Dr. Creepin, etc., translated into various languages, and his most popular No Sleep series, Tales of a Security Guard, is currently being made into a video game and short film. Boris published his first book in 2019 titled Scary Stories with BB, and after that, he focused on writing novels. His first novel, titled Radio Tower, received a lot of praise and positive criticism, and continues to sell well among readers of all horror and thriller genres. Boris's motto is, I plan to keep writing until I'm either famous or dead. In his free time, he enjoys going to the gym, reading books, playing video games, exploring topics for his next book project, and occasionally going to escape rooms.